Hi, this is Mike of DeathCap Amplification. I wanted to insert this part of the video in so you could understand what this video is you're about to watch, or maybe skip over. Whatever you want to do with it is totally cool with me. I just wanted to put it out there for anybody who is interested in learning something about tube amps. Okay, so I've finished this restoration of this amp. If you've clicked on it, you see it's a Gibson restoration video, but this is really a learning series, right? So I've had a couple requests from people who have watched my how to build a guitar tube amp series, which is like a 1 through 8 parts on basically step by step. There's no editing, cutting things out. It's literally you sitting here with me doing a part by part amp build, right? Your first amp build, second amp build, something very simple, right? So a lot of people said, I like that format. I actually need that format. And when I was first starting out at this stuff, a decade or so ago, I really was looking for stuff in that kind of format too, because everything I watched was just piecemeal. It was, it was like great videos and all, but they were very edited out, people changing this, changing that. But I always questioned, why are they changing it? Like, what's the reason? What's, okay, they're, just little details that I really wanted to know more about. And unless you're sitting next to somebody, they can't really explain it all in a shorter format video. So this is a long format video, 2 parts. I had to do it in 2 parts because YouTube has a limit of, I think, 12 hours or something. And this is just a little over that. I think maybe total of 13 or 14 hours. Yes, okay, it's long, yes. But I'm going to divide it into chapters so that if you see something in the chapter that you want to look at, like biasing, or looking at different tube types and how to find out their datasheet information, how to change the caps, how to add a extra like enhancement to an amp without affecting its originality, right? So different things like that I've included. So really 2 parts. You can skip through the chapters. I'll tell you a little bit about, I wrote down a little bit about what I did with this, since this, I've already done this here, and then you'll go back to the beginning of the video right after this part. So we changed the 3-prong chord configuration. Someone had changed from the 2-prong original 1960s chord to a 3-prong chord, but they didn't do it in a safe way. So I'll show you things to look out for and how to make it safe for actual real, modern day operations, so you're not going to shock yourself, right? So we're going to fix something that someone had changed. We're going to change all the caps, electrolytic caps in this, and I'll tell you why and what the values are. And I come up with a pretty unique way to do it. So you'll see that. We're going to troubleshoot some issues in this video, like there was a ticking problem with the tremolo, slight noisiness, little issues like that I'll show you how I troubleshoot them. We're going to talk about the tubes, because this amp has a really unique tube lineup, and how to look up the tube datasheet info, and like how to figure out what is connected to each of the pins of the tubes, so you know how to wire things in and what you're looking for. This amp is cathode biased. There's a couple different ways that amps can be biased, right? You've probably heard that term before, especially if you've been around a while, that I got to get my tube amp biased, right? Well, this will talk about, we'll go into tons of depth about biasing for this particular kind of cathode biased amp. And I'll talk about a lot of really great how-to resources on the internet that you can use to look up and how to do, so you don't have to do all the calculations yourself and all that. What else do we do? I add a ton of functionality to this amp. Well, not a ton, but a good amount of functionality to this amp without changing its originality. I don't like to personally change anything in an amp that Gibson designed in the 60s. If I add something or do something to it, I want to be able to play it stock, the way Gibson intended it. I don't like to mod amps like this, original amp circuits, to where it sounds like a totally different amp now, right? Some people say, oh, I like the sound of this better because I can add more bass to it, I can add more treble, I can, give it more gain. No. Keep it original. This is the history. We want to preserve the history of these amps. Now, if you want to play it with more gain, or, change the sound of it, great. Design a circuit, but switch it on and off or something like that, so that you can still keep it original. And also, I talk a lot in this video about how to do that in a way that it's easily reversible, right? So if you have an amp like this and you say, okay, it doesn't do a whole lot, it's got a main volume knob and a tremolo on and off with a speed control. That's it. There's no tone circuit or anything. So in this amp, and I'll show you here real quick, this is the fully restored one, and you'll see this, you won't see this until the very end of the video, right? All of this stuff. But I added a little extra control panel in the back that you can take out very easily. It has a tone circuit on and off, so if you want with a single tone knob, and I added a little mid boost switch to this to really boost the mids. This really helps when you're overdriving the amp, so I can tweak that tone a bit and not make it as flubby, right? Because Gibson didn't intend for this amp to be high gain or anything like that, right? So they wanted a nice kind of overall good, balanced, clean sound, right? But this amp can sound incredible with some breakup. And especially now that we have the tone circuit, if we decide we want to use that, we switch it on. If we want to keep it stock, we switch it off. Tremolo intensity, there's no way to adjust the intensity. It's at 100% full intensity the entire time when you turn it on the front of the amp. So when you have this all the way up, that's the Gibson intensity. That's the full intensity. But I can cut that back a bit and make the notes more musical. You can hear the playing, make it more usable. And then also I added speaker jacks instead of the speaker being wired directly to the actual output transformer. It was literally just soldered to it, the speaker. So even if you want to take this amp apart, you have to unsolder the speaker to just take it apart to get to the amp guts, right? So yeah, I added some speaker jacks. There's 2 of them. I actually changed the speaker because, well, you'll see in the video, the speaker that this one came with that I got wasn't really designed to be a guitar amp speaker. The original one, I think, had probably gotten a hole in it and someone popped a different one in, so we put a really nice one in. So I show how to do all that stuff. Not only that, but cleaning up the amp, how to restore the Tolex, how to clean the faceplate, the whole gamut. This is a full-on restoration video, so I didn't leave anything out. I didn't do hardly any editing at all. I just hit record and we went through it and we talked through it, and some things you'll notice, you'll be like, hey, I don't remember him showing that in the beginning of the video. It looks different now. Well, that's because I encountered a problem as I was doing it, and you'll see the problem I encounter and how I kind of go about fixing it, right? So this is a real life scenario. This is something you can learn from. When I first started out, I wish there were more long format videos. Maybe at the time, YouTube had a lot of restrictions on length, but now there's not as many restrictions. I was able to squeeze all of this into 2 videos, 2 parts, and I'll link them in the description, and I'll put chapters in each one. So if you get bored or you're like, okay, I know about all that stuff, I just want to skip ahead to the biasing part, or how did he clean the Tolex, you know, things like that. So all of that stuff will be in these 2 parts, and I'm really doing this for anyone who has any interest in guitar amps, tube amps, restoring, repairing, building. I'm talking the whole time about that kind of stuff. I enjoy it. I really have a great time with it. This is an excellent amp as an example, whether you have this amp or not. And this might even make you want to go out and get this amp, because I can tell you, throughout the video, I'm playing the amp with different guitars to, you know, try out different things that I've done. And even at the end, I play. And it's just such an incredible sounding amp. Gibson designed a great circuit here. It's one of my favorites. So let's get to it. I don't want to talk anymore. I just wanted you to be aware of this long format video, what's coming up. If you don't want to watch it, great. Go watch something else. I've got tons of other cool stuff on my channel. But yeah, if you do and you want to stick in there, you know, watch an hour or 2, take a break, come back another day, continue on, and you might learn quite a bit about amps. At least I'm trying my best to talk through things and explain things in a way that would not be so technical, not so crazy, just simple format, and trying to, you know, for people that are interested in getting into this hobby. And if you've already been in the hobby and you're like, hey, I know how to do amp stuff, but I just picked up one of these Gibson Skylarks. Let me see what Mike did to it, because maybe I want to do something similar, right? Get some ideas from what I'm doing. So, all right, hope you enjoy this video. And if you can, leave me a comment or something if any of this is helping you. If you like this type of format, I'd appreciate any feedback you want to give me. Thanks. Hi, this is Mike of DeathCap Amplification, and welcome to the bench. Today's video is going to be the restoration of this amazing 1966 Gibson Skylark with tremolo. This is one of my all-time favorite amp circuits. I've built a few clones of this circuit here, and I built clones of the circuit without the tremolo, same amp roughly, but there are some differences, and we're going to take a look at that today between this one with the tremolo and the version without. So I think this is about a 1966 because one of the pots I've already looked at said 66 on it, and the transformer that's inside there has a code on there, and I believe it's 1966, the 26th week or something like that. So roughly in that era. I know that Gibson made these amps from, I think, 1960 to 68, I believe, this particular model. They had some other Skylark amps that were made in different enclosures. They look a little bit different, but this is my favorite. I love this amp. It is so cool. We're going to look at some awesome stuff. So if you stick in there, you're probably going to learn some stuff you didn't know about this amp, even if you own one, because it uses a very interesting set of tubes. And we're going to talk about the differences of these tubes versus the more common tubes you would see in certain guitar amplifiers, and maybe figure out, why does this sound better than so many other things that I have played through, that we see as common amps and circuits and tubes being used of the same era. This just has the most glorious breakup tone that I've ever heard in a very simple lower wattage amp. This amp, I think, is supposed to be about 10 watts or so. I really want to do a lot of educational stuff. I also want to take this amp up a couple notches. Now, I have a very kind of conservative philosophy about modding vintage amps. I don't like to mod vintage amps, especially really good ones. Something like this isn't super expensive, but it is, to me, one of the holy grails, right? So I don't want to change that and make it into a totally different amp, you know? I feel like I kind of cringe when people do that, you know? They're like, oh, let's just change this capacitor because it'll give it more bass. It's not the same amp anymore if you take that amp and you completely change the way it sounds. But what I like to do is improve it in the sense of giving me more functionality, keeping all the original functionality, not tearing it to shreds and completely rebuilding it into something else, but keeping everything that's there and essentially building something that you could almost just turn off and say, no, I want to play the amp exactly stock. So I've got a couple ideas for this that I've never done before quite like this, that I really want to do with this, and you know, give it some more extra functionality, give me a couple of extra things I can do with it, but also being able to play it completely as is. You'll see another cool amp next to it, which is a Kalamazoo 2, and I'm going to do a video on the restoration of that one next after this. So I want to just mention real quick, how did I get these amps? Or do they belong to somebody else? They belong to me right now, but I met this really cool, awesome person named Greg, who owns a tattoo shop up in a place called Norwood, PA, Pennsylvania, just south of Philly. So it's not quite in the city, but just south of the city. It's not that far from where I'm located, just north of Baltimore, Maryland. And he was selling these amps at what I thought was a very reasonable price, and they both work. But there's a couple of things that have been done to them that I saw, that I noticed, that I think I want to change and improve on. So this will be really cool. This is going to be such a great video to show you how to do things the right way, ways that you can improve it without altering its originality, and getting everything just up to speed. And I just think this is going to be really cool. So Greg owns a shop called Studio One Tattoo. If you go to studio1tattoo.com, you can see his shop. They do a lot of really cool traditional tattoo work. And he's just such an awesome guy that's into very cool vintage amps and guitars and old cars, and he's just into so many cool things that I also love as well. So I love, one of the things I love about doing this stuff is you get to meet so many really cool people, and Greg is such a great guy. What I may wind up doing is doing the work to these and selling them back to him, because he didn't really want to part with them. I think he said he's owned this Gibson for like 20-30 years. I'm not sure how long he's owned the Kalamazoo, but I know a while. And he just doesn't, he needed some money, so he needed to sell them. And I said, well, tell you what, once I get them restored, if I don't wind up keeping one or the other or both myself, which I may keep the Skylark, I'm not sure. But for him, I said I would let him know, and if he wants to buy them back, he can. Otherwise, if I decide I'm not going to keep these, I may put them up on my Reverb, Death Cap Amps Reverb page. Okay, so let's get into it. I want to show you this Skylark today, what's going on with it, things that we can do to it, and we'll make a plan and execute it. There's going to be a lot of teaching here. I'm going to show you guys and teach you guys a lot about amps and some really cool things and how to do things the right way, or at least the best we can. All right, thanks. Okay, what is the Gibson Skylark amp? So this, obviously, in the beginning of the video I mentioned, was made in I believe 1966, this particular one. And they made this model from roughly 1960 to 1968, I believe. This is the GA5T, the T meaning tremolo. But they did make another one that looks almost identical to this. The only difference is there's no frequency knob on it, and it actually does use a slightly different tube array. So I have both of those printed out. This is the one for the GA5T, and we're going to look at this in detail at a later time in this video to see actually what's going on here. But I have made clones of these into really cool cathedral radio cabinets and other things, and this one is the one without the tremolo, and it uses a slightly different tube array, but they're very similar amps. There are a few little differences, and we'll get into that and what those differences are. But otherwise, the amp is very simple. What does it do? Okay, you have a power on and off, right? So this is just a simple turn knob for power. There's a pilot lamp. There's a 1 amp fuse as your main fuse. 2 inputs. You have a loudness control, which is your master volume, essentially. And then this is for the tremolo on this model. Like I said, the other model doesn't have it. And all this does is it's like a speed control. It says frequency, but it really is just sort of a speed control. So you can't change the depth and amount of tremolo on this, but that's something I might look into doing as adding a feature of being able to control that with this particular model. So yeah, very simple amp. It has a 10-inch speaker, and in this particular one that I have sitting here, someone has changed the speaker, and I think I figured out why. Now, the previous owner that I purchased this from did not change the speaker. He bought it like this, and he loved the amp. He thought it sounded great. But when I saw what kind of speaker was in it, I thought, man, you should hear this with a proper guitar amp speaker, because this is really an awesome amp. So we're going to look at the speaker in a second, but I think I know why the speaker was changed, and possibly when, or roughly when. There's a little hole in the grill cloth here, and I think that someone maybe accidentally, dropped a screwdriver or something and punctured the original speaker. The original speakers that were in this actually are pretty darn good sounding speakers. So unfortunately, one of the previous owners had to change the speaker, and like I said, this is right where this middle of the speaker is, so I have a feeling something punctured it and they decided to throw something else in this. There is a slight difference, I believe, between it says mic or instrument, between the attenuation of these two inputs. One is a little bit louder than the other. Now let's take a look at the back of this. Okay, so here's the back of the Skylark, and you can see there is a Pile Industries speaker in it. Obviously, it is not the original speaker. The original speakers I actually really like. I think it's a great complement to this circuit, but unfortunately that was not available. It was probably damaged and someone threw this in. Now, doing some research, I found that these pile driver speakers are really meant for car stereo systems, or at least I don't know if this particular one is, or if Pile started making speakers for guitar amps. It could possibly be a guitar amp speaker, but I don't think it is. I think this is a general music sort of speaker, so it's not going to have the same response in a guitar amp as other speakers that are designed to be for guitar amps. And I found out that a lot of people were using these in guitar amps or cheaper guitar amps in the 80s. I believe that Pile went out of business in the late 80s, and there's another company, but it's not the same anymore. Pile, the same that does speakers. It's not the same. They're not doing the same stuff. In either case, it's not the original speaker, but I did some research on what would be a really good sort of comparable speaker, maybe even a slight upgrade to the original speaker. And I actually have one, and it's a Jensen. So I'm going to get this out here real quick so you can see what it is. I had one of these because I was going to use it, and I think I used one of these in a Skylark clone that I did. But this is a Jensen special design. It's the C10Q. It's a 10-inch speaker, and it's 8 ohms. So it's the same ohmage as the other one. But I believe this is going to sound so much better and so much closer to the something like what was the original speaker. This is brand new, and I'm going to try it in this amp and hope that we get a great sound from it. I think it's going to sound a lot better than this one. All right, let's take a look at the circuit. Okay, so one thing we're going to replace besides the speaker is this handle. This handle is leather and it is coming apart, but they do make an exact, pretty much exact replacement of this with some different brackets here. Now these brackets are actually, they're not screwed in, these are rivets. They use some kind of a rivet gun to get these in place. So we may have to screw them in, but that actually I think is better because these rivets are going to have to be drilled out in order to take these old brackets off. So I'm going to order a replacement handle for this. We're going to also, as part of the restoration, this thing's going to get a full-on cleaning. I mean, it already looks like excellent shape. I mean, there's hardly any scuffs or anything. There's a bunch of dirt and dust, yes, and we can clean all that up, and I'm going to show you exactly how I clean Tolex and how to make it stand out brighter, and this thing is going to look like brand new when we're finished with it. And that's what I consider a restoration, not just working on an amp and servicing it to get it up to modern day specs essentially, and taking some old components out that are pretty much dead anymore and need to be replaced. We're going to do all that, yes, but also getting this thing just completely detailed like you would detail your car. And I like to do that with these vintage amps because it just makes them look like they came right off the shelf. They're performing excellent, they sound excellent, they look excellent, and we're really preserving the history of these things. So that's what I really want to do with this one. So I've already got this unscrewed, so I just need to take this panel off. You can see that there's two little screws here that go through here that just sort of guide this panel on, and there's a couple of bolts that I have in the bottom. So that's the back panel, and that exposes the circuit. And we'll take the full chassis out in a little bit, but I just want to show you what we have here. Let's take a look at the tubes real quick on just underneath, and we'll get a closer look at these in a minute once we get everything out. But this amp has 5 tubes in it. Let's start from the right here because this is where your input jacks are. This is the schematic for it. The very first tube is a 6EU7. Now if you've never heard of that tube is actually almost spec'd almost 100% to a 12AX7. It's almost like an older version, but these are not interchangeable with 12AX7 tubes, which you may be familiar with because almost every modern guitar amp, tube amp, has 12AX7s in the preamp section. This one happens to have 2 6EU7s. You can still get these tubes on eBay, but they are a little bit harder to find nowadays, and they can be quite expensive. So if you happen to find some old tubes on, Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something, and they happen to have any 6 EU7s, it may be worth your money to buy those, because the pinouts are different. You cannot stick a 12AX7 in this amp and it work correctly. Matter of fact, you might burn something up if you try to do that. But I'm also going to tell you about these adapters you can get. So if you can't get a 6EU7, let's say you have this Gibson Skylark and the first preamp tube goes bad, this 6EU7, and you can't find any on eBay, and you're like, I really just need to get this back up and playing. Can I put a 12AX7 in there? No, you can't stock, but on eBay they have these. There's a company, I believe, in China that makes these converters that you can get, and I specifically bought these for this particular amp. This one would be where you can put a 12AX7 in the top, and the bottom is wired for a 6EU7. So I don't know if you can see the labeling there, but it says 12AX7 on top, 6EU7 on bottom. So this is something you can use to actually use 12AX7s in here. But one thing I will note is I think there's some kind of magic with these 6EU7s. Even though they're spec'd out pretty much the same as a 12AX7, there's something about the gain that sounds so amazing with these tubes. I feel like it's a warmer, more gradual sort of breakup that happens, and it's just awesome. This is just an example to show you of the opposite of this converter here, where you put a 6EU7 in an amp that's designed for a 12AX7, right? So these are just 3 of them together, but one of these things is pretty small. So these little converters. Now you can use these in amps like this because they don't have tube shields around the tubes, so you have the room for them. But some amps that might have the little tube shields around there, you might not be able to fit these in there, right? So just keep that in mind. But they do sell these converters for these 2 tubes. Again, electrically they're very similar, but they have completely different pinouts, which means the pins aren't wired the same, right? So you can't. That's why you can't just replace them without a converter. So you have 2 6EU7s. This is the first preamp tube. There's 2 gain stages on this one. Then this one, there's a 3rd gain stage. I'm sorry, it's not used as a gain stage. It's used for the tremolo circuit, right? So it's running the effect of the tremolo and driving that. And then the other half of this one is being used as the phase inverter position. And what is the phase inverter? Well, when you have a amp that has 2 or more power tubes, which this one does, these are the 2 power tubes here, you need to send 1/2 of the signal to one tube or set of tubes if it's 4, and the other half of the phase to the other tube or the other multiple set of tubes if you have more than 2, right? So a phase inverter is essentially splitting that signal out and saying this is a push-pull class A, B type amp because it has 2 power tubes. If it only had 1 power tube, that'd be called a class A amp, and you wouldn't have a phase inverter tube. So in this case, they're just using 1/2 of this tube as the phase inverter, the other half to control the tremolo, and then this one is 2 gain stages in the amp. These power tubes are 6AQ5 tubes, and it's a really neat tube because it's a little bit smaller than an EL84 tube, which is, you might be familiar with an EL84. It's a little bit fatter than this and maybe slightly taller, but a lot of Gibson 18-watt amps, most of your like 18-watt amps use those EL84 tubes. Another term for that would be a 6BQ5, right? Same tube as an EL84, but this is a 6AQ5, right? So these are very cool tubes, slightly lower wattage, but they sound phenomenal. And I've built a lot of amps with 6AQ5 tubes, like Marshall JCM 800 clones with these, and they're lower wattage, but they just break up so awesome. The power tube gain in these are great, and I think that's another reason why these Gibson Skylark amps, the breakup is just so awesome sounding. It's just so natural and so good sounding. Between the 6EU7s and these guys, the breakup is just awesome. And the speaker has a lot to do with breakup as well. I'll put this power tube in a minute. And the last tube is the 6X4 tube, and that is just a rectifier tube. So this is a very small tube, and I noticed that this one, these are all the original tubes as well, by the way. This is Raytheon. Excellent quality tubes. I don't know what this brown stuff is. I don't know where it came from because there's no other residue underneath here. Maybe this just got on this tube at some point before they even installed it. Who knows? But the tube still works fine. It's doing its job. It's rectifying the AC coming in from the wall through the transformer. It's rectifying that, changing that alternating current to direct current, DC, for the rest of the amp to use, right? So that's what this tube's job is. Another way to do that would be through diode rectification. A lot of modern amps don't have a rectifier tube to do that job. They just use little diodes, which are these little tiny things to do the same job. But something really cool about these, its 6x4 tube is so small, but it works so well. It's such a great rectifier tube. So the tubes that Gibson chose in this amp, I think, are really phenomenal for what this is, for the size of the speaker, for the amount of wattage it's kicking out. They really did a good job. Now, the only thing is, I wish they made modern day 6EU7 tubes for the preamp, but I don't think they do. So the only way you can get these would be through new old stock, places like eBay or somebody selling old tubes, or some estate sale where you found boxes of old tubes. You may find those tubes in there, but they're getting harder and harder to find. They're out there, but you know, they're harder to find. That's why having a converter, if you have one of these amps and you're going to be using it a lot and you don't think you're going to sell it, it might be worth investing in one of these little converter things. They're not expensive. Like I said, there's a company on eBay that makes them. If you just look up 12AX7 to 6EU7, just make sure that if you do have this amp, that you're getting the converter that means for the 12AX7 to be put on top, right? The bottom part here where it's pointing to the pins says 6EU7. That means the amp was designed for a 6EU7, but you're using a 12AX7 in the socket, right? These are super great quality. They're gold plated pins and everything. Whoever makes these did an excellent job. I think these are just great. What does that say? Sting. I'll see if I can look it up and maybe link it in the description of this video where I got this. But yeah, if you look that up, I'm sure you'll find that. I've used these and ordered these, and they're just nice to have in case you want to swap it out and see what the difference between a 6EU7 and a 12AX7 is. Or if you can't get a 6EU7 tube, you can use one of those and put a 12AX7 in there. And we'll actually test that as part of this video to see if we hear any difference using a 12AX7 in this particular amp. All right, so that's that part. And we'll get a much better angle of this when I pull the whole chassis out, but just wanted to glance in here real quick to see what's original and what might not be original. The only thing that I see in here that is not original, the only thing is that they did replace it with a 3-prong power cord. So it has a 3-prong grounded power cord. However, whoever did this did not do it correctly, or at least in a safe way, because one, they're using these little twisty, this is not soldered, so they're just using these little twisty things. So that's not really a safe recommended way to hook up a power cord. There's a knot in it, so it does move quite a lot, and this should really be, you know, a little bit more secure so these things aren't moving around. Because if this thing moves enough and one of these caps pops off, you're gonna have a major problem, right? So we're gonna do this the right way. We may use the same cord, or we may replace it with something else. I'm not sure yet what I want to do there, but I don't like this. This is not a good idea right here. Having these little caps on there, twisty caps, and not actually completely soldering this. The other thing is they left the death cap in there. That is right here, it looks like. So this death cap to ground. If this thing shorts out, then you're going to get shocked. So we want to remove that as part of this and make sure that this is connected the correct way, and that it is going through the fuse the right way. Actually, I don't even know if that's done right. All right, when we get in there, we'll see that. But yeah, we need to make some modifications to that power cord to make sure everything's safe and up to spec. So I'm going to show you that. The original can cap is in there, but notice this. These capacitors, these filter caps, I don't know if you can see that. I can't really zoom on here, but I'm going to point to it. Do you see right here where my pencil is pointing to? See that little blob? It almost looks like a big wart. That is electrolyte fluid or dielectric fluid leaking out of this capacitor. Now the cap technically is still working. The amp is working, but this thing is at the end of its life. These things really should be replaced in most guitar amps every 10 to 15 years, especially these big filter caps. Now this is a 3-section cap, so it's 20 microfarads. There's 3 20 microfarad sections, and it looks like the ground is coming out the back here. So we're going to replace that with modern day equivalent, either a can cap or individual caps. I haven't decided yet, but that's got to be replaced for sure. We're going to test every single component in here with a meter that I have to test to see whether these resistors have drifted out of spec or not. And if they've drifted too far, we may replace some resistors. But there's also a couple of other things that might need to be replaced, like this right here, this blue cap. This is also an electrolytic cap that has passed its life, and we're going to just replace that with a nice modern day equivalent. And then again, remember I said in the beginning of the video that I've got some ideas to add functionality to this amp without changing originality. My thought, one of the things I want to do, and I like to do this on a lot of my amps that are vintage like this and combo amps, I'd like to be able to play this amp through a larger speaker cabinet. And currently there's no way for us to do that based on the way this thing works. So these 2 speaker wires right here are going to a little terminal strip right up under here, and they're essentially just being hardwired to the output transformer, which is right here. I'd like to put some output jacks on this thing that allow me to put an extension speaker and also be able to use the internal speaker at the same time, or use well, we'll have to see if we can do that or not, or at least switch it so that I can use an external cab versus this and do it in an easy way. So that's one thing I'd like to do to increase the functionality, and it's not going to change the sound of the amp at all. It just allows me to be able to say, hey, I'd like to run this to a different cab sometimes and try that out, right? Maybe I want to record with a different cab, or I want to play through a different cab. That would be nice to put some output jacks on there instead of hardwiring the speaker, which means I'll probably want to take one set of wires to a plug that I could just plug into an external jack. That might be all we need to do. That way I can unplug it if I want and plug in a separate speaker cable to run it to a different cab. So that's one thing. Another thing is the tremolo. It's a very limited tremolo circuit. So I'm thinking what I'd like to do is add 1 or 2 controls without drilling anything into the faceplate that would allow me to, if I'm using tremolo, to change the intensity and or the speed of that tremolo. So that's one thing. But I'd also like it to be stock too, right? So switch it on or off, maybe some type of a switching mechanism to make sure that I can use it stock, or I have control over the amount of tremolo, right? Because right now it's just a speed control. It's full on tremolo. I'd like to cut it back a little bit so it's not as intense. That would be nice, right? So that's one possibility I might add to it. And the other thing is there's no tone controls on this. The EQ is being set by the series of capacitors and resistors as just a set, non-changeable tone, right? And I've added tone controls and it works really well, and we might even be able to make that switchable so that we can say don't use a tone control, use it stock, or let's switch something and be able to use at least one just single tone control so that we have a sweep of different tones in case I'm playing a different guitar and I need to cut the brightness down a bit, or just EQ it slightly differently. That would give me a lot of extra functionality without changing the originality. So how would I do all that without drilling holes and adding all these different controls and things? My thought is I might be able to, and I've never done this on an original because I've made clones of these, and with a clone you don't have to worry about messing up anything that's original, right? It's your own new creation. so I can put other additional controls on my own creation by cloning this. But this original one, what I'm thinking is maybe adding a separate little control panel. But I'll have to see if this is even going to be good, because when you start to move controls further away from the circuit, you can potentially introduce noise, right? So maybe I'll use some insulated, shielded wire for some of that stuff. Depends on what we're doing. But I'm thinking about maybe adding a little thing over here, or possibly on the other side, that has like a little control panel, or even maybe something that I can mount to the outer side of this, and it comes down so that you have couple of jacks and a controller too, right? So maybe like a little panel we can build, and that way if we ever want to put this thing completely 100% back to stock, we just disconnect a couple of the wires and take that little panel off, and we haven't drilled any additional holes in the chassis or messed anything up. But everything that I may add to this, such as those ideas I just mentioned, I want to make them that I can switch them on or off. I want to be able to use them or not use them, right? So I can still play this thing exactly as Gibson designed it. But those little couple things could really make this amp so much more versatile to me, allowing me to plug into different speakers, allowing me to change the tone, allowing me to also adjust the intensity of that tremolo, because right now it's full 100%. And also we need to look at this, because I noticed that the tremolo, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So to me, is either one of these tremolo caps here are probably going bad. It's possible it's the 60U7 but I don't think so. I think either that, or maybe there's also like a sort of cold solder joint here, or something starting to not make the right contact. But we'll take a look at that. I may even replace these caps, because these ceramic caps are known to go bad over time. So I have some modern day equivalents. We'll take a look at all that when we get the circuit out. So that's the intro. I know this is very long, but this is an educational video. So I just want to talk about what the amp is. We talked about the tubes. We talked about the way it's built. It's all point to point, so you can see there's a lot going on inside of here. You'll get a better view of that when I can kind of put my camera angle straight down so you can see everything that's going on. We're going to take a look and make sure that it matches the schematic that we have, which I think it does, and then figure out what work we're going to do, make a little list, and then attack them one at a time. And again, maybe we'll think about adding some kind of a little panel or something that either comes down like this, or there's something I can just quickly screw into the side here so that I have easy access to a couple additional things if I want to change them. And I think that would make this amp really nice, because one, it'll be fully restored, and two, we have so much extra functionality. All right, let's get to it. All right, I want to take this chassis out, but before I do need to unsolder the speaker, because it is hard soldered in there. There's a little terminal strip under here that these are soldered to. I could either unsolder it from there or from the speaker. I'll just do it from the speaker for now, because we are going to get rid of that, and I don't know if I'm going to probably not even going to reuse these wires, but it's just easier for me to get to this and for you to see what I'm doing. So just as a little side note here, I'm teaching on working on amps. There's multiple ways to remove old solder. Really, I could just heat up my soldering iron and get this hot and take the wires off. But there's a couple of ways. Let's say we wanted to remove that solder, right? And I'm just going to mention this real quick. And there's a few different ways. One is solder wick, which is this stuff right here. If you buy this stuff, I only recommend the NTE brand. I've used some other stuff that it just does not work. This stuff is a little bit better for doing things like circuit boards, because you heat the solder up and it just soaks into the wick. So we'll try a little bit of that right here. So I'm gonna just use this to get, and then press it on there. And I don't know if you could see that, but the solder, literally, if it's hot enough, it just literally starts soaking into the wick, right? So that's one way you can do it. Another way would be to use what they call a solder sucker, but I hate these things. I cannot stand these things. It's a plunger, right? and they get dirty and you got to really clean them out all the time and stuff. It's just kind of a pain to use, but what you're trying to do is heat the solder up and then press this button, and it creates like a little pump to suck the solder up into the canister here. But the problem is this gets clogged all the time, and you can't really get a good seal over what you're trying to do. So let me show you that here. It's awkward to use. So you have to heat up the solder with your iron, and I'll show you what I'm using here to heat this up. It's not my iron. And then you kind of have to put it on there, but as you click it, you know, this thing pops, and it's like I have to always do this 100 times to get the solder off of there, because like right here I can't get this thing perfectly flat because of this lip here. So you really got to get it super flat on the surface, and you know, do it like that. So if you're, I don't recommend buying this because it's an expensive item. Luckily I have an amazing friend, musician, super cool guy. I'm not going to mention him here right now, but he gave me this. He had bought it for stuff and he wasn't using it. He said, you know what, you could get a lot more use out of this than me. But this is a Heiko desoldering gun. And I use this for not only desoldering, you know, sucking solder up essentially with a pump, but also for soldering, because this thing gets really hot. It actually gets hotter than my normal Heiko iron. So sometimes when I'm soldering a larger surface, like trying to solder to a chassis, or I have some turrets or something, and I need to get something really hot really quick without a lot of dwell time on the surface and burning something up, this thing can come in handy just because it's a great iron as well. So this is really cool because you basically just put it wherever you want it, heats it up super quick, and you suck up the solder that way. And it gets basically, oh, look at that. That came right off of the terminal strip too. So that terminal strip must have been loose. But yeah, oh, it looks like it actually snapped off of the terminal strip right here on this end. This was the end connected to the speaker. But yeah, so this basically vacuums it up. It's so awesome. These, like I said, these are expensive, so if you're not doing a lot of soldering work, it's probably not worth your money. But I do stuff all the time, and I probably use this more than anything as far as soldering goes, because it really just helps to clean up the area, and it's a super great investment, super good tool for this stuff. So yeah, very cool. Couple different ways to unsolder. But now that we have this unsoldered, we should be able to take this out. There's nothing holding the power cord in, meaning like there's nothing like screwed into the side like you see on some amplifiers where they have a little bracket that's holding the power cord. So that's not attached. The speaker's not attached. I think we can pull this out. And I'm going to do that from the front because it looks like it slides this way. Okay, I did have to take the baffle off, the speaker baffle, because yeah, you can't get this thing out without actually removing that. But there's only 4 screws for that. These 4 screws right here, there's a couple of bolts on the inside. You just take those 4 bolts off. This whole panel comes forward, and now we have the whole chassis out. I put it up on a couple of little boxes here just as a little stand. But I also, before I even took the baffle off, I did take all the tubes out of it, because I didn't want to accidentally break something trying to get this thing out. So we'll just take a quick look at it from underneath here. There's that little terminal strip I mentioned that had the connection to the speaker, and that one wire that came off was right here, so it literally just broke off as I was manipulating a little bit. So these are very thin, very cheap little wires. We're going to get something better on there, and again, I'm probably going to have this go to like a jack, or possibly even 2 speaker jacks, to be able to connect it to a different cab. This output transformer only has 1 tap and it's 8 ohm, so it's not a multi-tap output transformer, which a multi-tap would be something like a 4, 8, or 16 ohm. Now I could replace something with, replace this with an equivalent one, and then have more options, but then we would need like an impedance switch or multiple jacks that would have different, ohms for different speaker cabs. I'm not going to get into all that because that would be a pretty major upgrade to this, amp. It wouldn't
it shouldn't change the sound, although there are different quality characteristics in output transformers, so potentially it could change the sound slightly. You know, it might perform better, potentially. This one's pretty old, but it is all working, and I like to leave that original. It is part of the original thing. It's a choice of transformers that Gibson decided to use. It would be nice if we had more flexibility, but in the speaker ohm choices, but that's okay. We got 8 ohms, we can work with that. So that's that part. This is the power transformer, and this is why I thought maybe I tried to look up what this might be, a triad electronics transformer, or they were using something else sometimes too. I can't remember what the manufacturer is, but I think this might be a triad. But it says 999966226. I'm sure part of this number is the manufacturer code, but I was thinking maybe this was the year 66. Would it be the 22nd week or the 26th week of 1966? I'm not sure. I guess it could be 1962 as well, because they did make these between 1960 and 68. But I saw that one of the pots, and I could see it before I even took this out, right here. I know you can't see that zoomed in, but it does say 066 on it. I'll have to look at these other ones. I can't see underneath there, but sometimes there's a date code on the potentiometers under here. So I'm just curious. Looks like these date codes are on the side. What does that say? There's all sorts of numbers, so it is a little tough to tell. And with this mirror, I'm seeing them backwards. So yeah, I might have to completely take that pot off to really see this. I can't tell from that one. This one, honestly, I don't see a date code on that one. I don't see any code on that one. But anyway, you can see here that this one here, it's a very long pot, but that's because there's actually a switch on it. So this is for the tremolo to turn it on and off. So as you turn it and it switches, it's connecting these two contacts on the back to turn that effect on. And when it's switched off, it disconnects this resistor, which stops the tremolo circuit from oscillating, essentially, right? Same thing with this one. This is literally just a pot that turns on and off. There's no potentiometer. It's really just an on-off switch, but it happens to look like a knob, right? So all that's doing is the main power turning it on and off. And then this one is no switch. It's just the volume, right? It's just a regular simple pot. This is pretty interesting. So this is what we call point-to-point wiring. And it looks ugly, right? Because there's stuff all over the place. But it's actually one of the most efficient ways you can wire a circuit, especially an audio circuit, because the less amount of the wires that you have and distances to take those wires, the shorter the audio signal has to travel in the circuit. So if you have these boards in there and you have this one and there's a wire going from here to there and there's wires underneath the board and all that, that's great and all. And in some amps, that's kind of required just to keep everything sort of neat, because you can't really, it's really tough to manage stuff like that. So having a nice board where all the components are straight and you could sort of see how things are wired, it's required in larger designs with a lot more parts. But this isn't a lot of this is a pretty small amount of parts. And there's a lot going on here and here, but it's just a couple of resistors. These resistors are going straight from the input jacks with no wires straight to the grid of the tube. So it's like send the signal from here to there, and they just have one part, no wires, part point to point, right? One point to that point. Same thing with like this cap here, these caps, all these caps. There's a couple of terminal boards, but they're really just kind of landing points, because like this one, you can see there's this middle lug is going to ground. That's literally screwed into the chassis, but there's parts that are multiple parts that are going to that one lug. So having that lug is essentially like a landing point, saying everything goes to this one point and then goes to ground. same with this one here. There's three resistors, and I think it goes this pot. Yeah, 4 parts going to this one lug of this terminal strip. So yeah, these are like little terminal strips where the middle lug is ground, and this is really cool. I don't think they did this on the other Skylarks that I've refurbished or restored, because the other one that I restored was for a friend that had one, but it didn't have the tremolo circuit. But this one, they literally soldered this terminal strip upside down to the back of the pot. That's so cool. So the back of that pot is technically ground, and it's all going straight there. So that is super cool, man, that they did that, and it makes it for super short distances that these resistors and capacitors have to go. So yeah, not a lot of wiring. The only wiring that you see is where, the main wiring is where the filter cap is supplying high DC voltage to a couple of the things. Like, right, so this is the rectifier tube, so it's changing the AC to DC. It's going through the cap to get smoothed out, so it's supplying the power tube, which goes over here, over to this one, and then there's another filter that's going to the preamp stage. So these are wires, but these aren't carrying signal. These are carrying high voltage, right? They're not carrying audio signal. And then also some wiring down here. Most of this is for the heater filaments of the tubes, right? To heat the filaments up to get them hot. So this black and brown wire, which is also going to the light bulb, is 6.3 volts likely, to go to the filaments to heat these tubes up, right? So it's going to every single tube, and they actually did a really nice job of that, of sort of wiring them and keeping them away, because this 6.3 volts, it's not a lot of high voltage, but it is alternating current. It is AC. And if you get AC near really sensitive tubes, and you get it like around other pins, certain pins, you can get a lot of hum and buzz in your amps. So what they're doing is they're literally wiring them and pulling them out and away from the tubes and over, which is a great way to do it. Another way I like to do it is to wire the heaters to go up and down onto the tube like this, like it looks like a little bridge. Same thing, you're getting it up and away from the tubes, because if you just had these wires all strewn throughout here, these tubes are going to pick up a lot of noise from these wires, and the amp's going to be noisy. There's one other thing that I noticed that they didn't do. There's no center tap on this power transformer for the heater wires. There's literally just 2 green wires, and then they have a black and a brown to alternate to the different pins. Center tap means they would have, like this red one has a center tap. So the red wires on this power transformer, let me get you a little closer to this section. So the red wires are the high voltage leads, right? So these are the high voltage leads going to the 664 rectifier tube, and it has a yellow and red striped center tap, which is going to ground, and that's 0 volts. Ground is 0 volts. So this part of the transformer has a center tap, but this 6.3 volt filament lead does not. And what's the difference really? Well, technically, if it had a center tap, it could make, in terms of you using the amp and hearing stuff, it could make it a little bit noisier without one. If we had one and we could go to the center tap, it potentially would be less noisy. But there's a way for us to make an artificial center tap that would literally cut down on noise in this amp. Just like that sort of hum that you hear when you turn the amp on. So we're going to make an artificial center tap. It's not going to alter the tone of the amp or anything like that. If anything, it'll just make it a little bit quieter at idle, right? So that's one thing. We got to remove the depth cap. We got to change this wiring for the power cord, because I do not like this. This is not a good way to do it. I want to see if they even soldered these, or did they? No, they didn't even solder them. They didn't even solder these wires together for the main power. It's literally just capped on there like this. So not a good way. And it actually didn't really make the amp any safer, because there's still a depth cap in here that's wired to ground. So we're going to remove that. We're going to wire this up proper. We're going to add an artificial heater center tap to this, right? We're going to change the main power cap, and what I might need to do is I might be able to use a can cap like this. I'm going to try to. If not, I've got smaller 20 UF caps that we can use, and we might have to put another terminal strip in there to sort of hold those nicely in place. But that's one thing that's got to go. You can see, again, this is maybe a little bit closer. But see that bulge right there? That is this cap literally physically leaking out corrosive material. Like, it just busted open. I can't believe this cap is still working, but technically it still sort of is, but this has to go. What else? We may do some stuff with this. We have to put the output jacks on. I'm just kind of going over this in my head. But yeah, let me, now that we've got this out and we've looked at it, I'm going to kind of compare this to the schematics a little bit, just to make sure everything does look like it's the same. I'm pretty sure everything should match, but if I see any inconsistencies, we'll note those. But yeah, I mean, this is the amp. It's not a super complicated amp, even though it looks like stuff's going everywhere. It really is not that many parts. This is a little ugly in here. I don't like this. This one, so there's a resistor coming from this pin, and they're being tied together with another to, it looks like a little maybe 250 picofarad cap, but it's, I don't know if you can see how close that solder glob is to this one. And that could be really dangerous if those two come together and actually touch. I mean, they literally do touch if I lift them up. Wow. Yeah, I don't like that. So maybe we'll do something to fix that up and clean that up. But also, I'm going to test all of these parts to see if they're out of spec. Because I don't want to replace anything I don't have to. The electrolytic caps have to be replaced because their life is over based on the age of this amp. And we already saw that this one's already starting to explode. This stuff if it really explodes and it gets all over things, we could have a much bigger mess to clean up, because it will corrode through things and eat through stuff really quickly. But like, some of these caps might be okay. These ones here that are not electrolytic, these caps here do tend to go bad and fail over time, so I may replace them. These little ceramic disc caps, this little one, and again, I'll test all these resistors, and if they're way out of spec, we may replace them, but if not, we're going to leave them in there. So yeah. Alright. This next part I just wanted to make sort of a little educational part. You can always skip it if you don't want to hear about this stuff, but if you're interested in learning about amps and tubes and schematics and all that, I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about this amp and what tubes it uses and how you can look up information about the tubes that can be very helpful to you, especially if you're learning how to service amps or build them and things like that. So right here on the screen is the schematic for this particular amp I'm working on today. So it's the Gibson GA5T. I did see another schematic out there when I Googled this. What I'm showing is actually is like a digital CD from a book of amp schematics that I actually got. So I know this is the right one because it's got the exact tube lineup and things in the circuit match. But I saw another one out there that said GA5T, but it doesn't look like this. So I don't know if they made like another version. They may have made an Epiphone amp that was similar to this, but the schematic looked a little different. So I just wanted to show you what this particular schematic looks like for this amp. And also, if I scroll up here, yeah, see, this just says GA5, but this one I've never seen in real life. It has a 6V6 tube, 12AX7, and a 5Y3. So that's a very simple, like a Champ layout. It looks a lot like a Fender Champ. But the one I wanted to show you, I don't know if it's on here, on this book of schematics. Oh, see this, the one I was looking for is not on this one, but that's another one that I restored that I was mentioning in the beginning of this video that is not, I'll have to find that schematic, but it was a GA5, but it wasn't this one. It had a 6C4. Basically, it was the same amp here without the tremolo circuit. And you see where the tube chart on the bottom, it says 6EU7. There's two of them. Where V2 is, the second tube, it's actually a 6C4 tube, which is just like one half of a 6EU7, essentially. Because it doesn't have the tremolo, so it doesn't need a dual triode tube, which has two parts in it, right? So anyway, I'll find that one. But if you have one of these Gibson Skylarks and it doesn't have the two 6EU7 tubes, and it has one 6C4 tube, I believe that's the, I think it's, yeah, 6C4. I think that's it. I'll have to look that up, but it's a different tube and it's a little bit smaller. And I have seen that tube also used in some Ampeg amps before as well. But I think they were actually using it as the phase inverter tube, and it didn't need two triodes. So a triode basically means here's a tube that most of you guitar amp people that own guitar amps have probably seen before. It's a JJ brand tube. It says ECC83S. That's just another designation for a 12AX7 preamp tube. Probably the most common preamp tube that you find in almost any guitar amp. And it's called a dual triode tube, which means it has two triodes. And a triode just means tri meaning three. It has three parts in it, essentially, but there's two of those with three parts. So it's like two little mini amplifiers inside of one glass bottle. And if you actually look at these things, you can see those two little metal kind of plates in there. Inside the plate is like the screen grid and the heater filament and all that stuff. So it's like one little amplifier, and there's two of those. So it's like two gain stages. You may have heard the term gain stage. It just means one area where this audio signal comes in, it gets amplified, and then it goes back out to another stage or somewhere else in the amp, right, to be amplified. So anyway, 12AX7, it, like I said, is very similar to the 6EU7. Electrically, it's very similar, but the pinouts are completely different, as I mentioned earlier. So there's a JJ next to the 6EU7. You can see they're almost the same exact size. They have the same number of pins on the bottom. They're both 9-pin tubes, preamp tubes, but they have completely different wirings inside. So that's why I wanted to show you. How do I find out information about a tube, and how do I know if it's reliable or not? So the best way to do it is just Google 12AX7, the type of tube, datasheet. Type in datasheet, and usually you'll find something that looks like this. I'm gonna switch over here to my screen. There we go. All right, so you see that 12AX7-A? I'm gonna full screen it, or actually let me zoom in one more in full screen so you can kind of see. Okay, so you'll see something that looks like this. There is a site that I usually look these things up on. It's frank, FRANK .POCnet.net. It's usually the first thing that comes up in a Google search when you're looking up a tube type and a data sheet. You know, just say 12AX7 data sheet, right? Or 6EU7 data sheet. This guy's got a ton of these out there, and most of these are very old, and that's fine because they don't change over the years. And sometimes you'll see them with a specific brand. Like this one says RCA at the top, right, for this particular tube. Hold on one second, I just lost my screen. And then this one here says Tongue Soul, right? That's a brand. However, they're still electronically the same, and the pinouts are the same no matter what brand is being shown here. So you don't have to worry about that. If you're just looking for the, you know, what kind of voltages does this tube take, you know, what kind of current does it draw, things like that. You don't have to really worry about what brand it is. Usually they're all about the same. Okay, so remember I said this amp can't take 12AX7 tubes. Well, that's because if you scroll down here, you'll see the pinouts. So this will tell you exactly what each pin is wired to in the tube. And again, there's a couple of different elements in these tubes. There's something called a plate. Another name for a plate is an anode. There's a grid, which is pin number 2. Pin number 3 is a cathode, right? So you can actually even see it here on the diagram. Pins 4 and 9 and pins 5 and 9, basically 4, 5, and 9 are heater pins, right? So usually what we'll do is we'll tie pins 4 and 5 together with one wire coming off of the transformer for the heater filaments, which is that 6.3 volt heater filament, and then pin 9 is usually tied, you know, to the other side of that filament wire, right? So that's just how a lot of amps are wired up with the heater stuff. And then, so that's really one half is pins 1, 2, and 3, and the other half, which is the other triode, the second triode, is pin 6, pin 7, and pin 8, right? Very similar type of thing. But if we look at a 6EU7 and we scroll down to its pin layout, you'll see that pins 1 and 2 are actually heaters, right? And then there's no connection on pin 3, so that's just an empty pin. Nothing gets connected to it. And then pin 4 is, there's a cathode of, when they say unit number 2 or unit number 1, that's just 1 or 2 of the same, you know, stage. So this is a 6EU7 right here. So you can see, you know, it's got the 2 stages in it. So you see those 2 little plates there. Kind of turn it around so you can sort of see it. So it doesn't matter which one is which. It's just saying that pin 1 is, I'm sorry, pin 3 or 4 is the cathode of number 2 or one of these units. Pin 5 is the grid of that unit. Pin 6 is the plate. And then 7 is the plate of the second unit or the other unit, saying unit number 1. It's just the other one. But yeah, on the diagram you can sort of see here that the 7 and 6 are plates, 3 and 8 are the dash lines, which is the grids. That's where your signal comes into the tube, your audio signal. It comes in on a grid and it leaves on the plate. So the cathode is the little thing that looks like a sort of half of a rectangle, the top half of a rectangle, and that's pins, looks like 4 and 9. Yeah, so that's the other piece there, right? So the heater elements are 1 and 2, and what's interesting here is that, and maybe this is why I think the 6EU7, in my opinion, has a, it could be just in my mind, I don't know, you know, it could be placebo effect of why I think the breakup of a 6EU7 is better for a slow wattage sort of amp where you just want a little bit of nice gain and play some like nice kind of like light rock and roll kind of stuff or bluesy stuff or even surf guitar that's a little broken up, those kinds of things. There's just something about these tubes that feels like it just has this amazing breakup character, like such a natural sound. It's not fizzy, it's whatever, it's just very warm. And maybe that has to do with the heater elements are different. So you can see here on the 6EU7 pins 1 and 2, see how that little line on pin 1 goes to pin 2, sort of around, you know, it's almost like they're both connected in a certain way. And if I go over to the 12AX7, the heater unit's done different. So it's pins 4, which it's hard to see because the lines are a little squiggly here, but pins 4 and 5 kind of split off. Pins 4 and 5 split off to go to the heaters, and then 9 is like in the center, right, of that little heater element. The heater element being like a little pyramid shape at the bottom of the tube. So I don't know, the heaters are done differently. The plate, the grid, and the cathode are pretty much all look the same. They're just on different pin numbers, right? But the heaters are done different. And maybe that has something to do with the characteristics of the breakup, possibly. I don't know. I wish someone, you know, like from back in the day would tell me that why they chose to do the 6EU7 completely different, and then they probably, I'm assuming 6EU7 came out before a 12AX7 tube was invented. And did they think that the 12AX7 was going to be more efficient or something? I don't know. But anyway, that's the tubes we use today are 12AX7s. But back then, 6EU7 was being used by Gibson for this amp and I think a few other amps. I don't think they're the only company that was using a 6EU7 tube, but it's pretty rare. I don't see them on a lot of amps, guitar amps. This amp, I've seen it. A couple other Gibsons, I've seen it. I may have seen one in an old Ampeg, but I can't remember. Don't quote me on that. I feel like I may have seen it one other time from some other company, but it's just a great tube. So you got the 6EU7, and then I'll flip over here to the power tubes, which are the 6AQ5 tubes. So if you wanted to see what is in a 6AQ5 tube, you can look up the data sheet. This is one for a tongue sol brand. But again, the pinouts are going to be the same no matter what brand it is. And the voltages and all those kinds of things, those specs are going to be the same. So the 6AQ7s are these guys right here. So that's what they physically look like. Oh, don't drop it and break it, Mike. Jeez. Here we go. I've got tons of these. These actually you can get on eBay very cheap. They're a dime a dozen. These things are all over the place. They used them in a ton of radio equipment, TV equipment, different amplifiers and stuff. These are Raytheons. I've got dozens and dozens of these. I think I bought a lot, you know, on eBay of like 50 of them one time. And so sometimes what I try to do is match them up myself to see if I could get like a matched pair. That way the bias is kind of the same through them. We'll talk about that later when we check the bias of this thing. But yeah, they're very small. They're a little bit smaller than what you guys might be used to if you're a guitar amp player, which you'll see these a lot in today's amps, especially like 15 to 20 watt amps, like 18 watt amps. Oh, I thought I had one here. I thought I had an EL84 here. I don't have one right in front of me, but it looks very similar, but the bottle is a little bit bigger around, and it's a tiny bit taller than this. But Marshall uses them in all their like 18 watt amps. It's used in like the Orange Dark Terror amp. They're used in Matchless amps, Vox amps. Tons and tons of amps use the 6BQ5 or the EL84 tube. It's the same tube, 6BQ5, EL84. But these 6AQ5 tubes in this are a little bit smaller and they're slightly lower wattage, but they do something very similar as far as being a power tube to amplify the signal, which gives you your main volume in the amp. So if we look at this tube and any of these tubes, when you're looking at a data sheet, it's always going to tell you how many volts is it for the heater. So you can see this is 6.3 volts, right? Same thing with the 6EU7. How many volts for the heater? 6.3, right? Every tube in this particular amp is 6.3 volts. And what does that mean as far as us powering them up in one single amplifier? Well, the good thing is we only need a transformer that has a 3.5 volt tap. That means we can use the same heater windings for every single tube for its filaments to heat it up. That's why we saw that black and brown wire going to every single tube. And that's basically powering the heaters. It's getting them hot. It's getting the electrons moving. Some amplifiers, like let's say a Fender Champ, which is a very popular amp, has a 5Y3, which I think, is that right? 5Y3? Yeah, I think 5Y3, but some rectifier tubes require a 5 volt heater, right? So it needs to have a separate winding on the transformer to just power the rectifier tube. But in this case, if we look at the 6x4, we can see that this is a 6x4, right? It's telling you what it is. It's a full wave rectifier. And if we go down to the heater supply voltage operation, 6.3 volts, and it says plus or minus 0.6 volts. So it'll still operate within 0.6 or about half of a volt up or down. But 6.3 is pretty much the standard for these things. So yeah, 6.3 volts here. And if we look at 6BQ5, which is in EL84, which you might be used to in some of your other amps, same thing. The heater voltage is 6.3 volts. But if we look up a 5Y3 datasheet, which would be something like in a Fender Champ to do the rectifier job, full wave vacuum rectifier, look at this. Filament voltage is 5 volts AC, right? So it's just showing you that some tubes aren't going to operate on the same voltage as other tubes. So if you're looking at building amplifiers, you need to look at every tube you're going to use and see what is the filament requirement, the voltage requirement to power it, because it might be different from another tube that you have. Typically 6.3 is something you would see in a lot of guitar amps. But if the rectifier tube is different, you have to buy a power transformer that not only has a 6.3 filament winding, but also a 5 volt filament winding, right, to power just the rectifier tube. And there's one other thing that I'll mention about this, and then we'll move on from tubes, because there's a lot of other things to know about tubes and plate voltages and maximum this and that and the other thing. But just talking about heaters in general is there's a amperage that's required. How many amps does the tube draw to power itself, right? To how many is it going to draw from the power transformer? Because it's not only going to be powered by volts, but it's also basically how much current does it need, right? And current is a different rating than volts are, right? So here you see on the 5Y3, current is 2 amps, right? So that means if I kind of build an amp, let's say I build a Champ amp or something, right, and it has a 5Y3 rectifier tube in it, I have to have a filament winding to power just that 5Y3 at 5 volts, the voltage being 5, right? But also it needs to have at least 2 amps of current. And you'll see on the specifications of power transformers how many amps or milliamps. Sometimes it'll be in milliamps, but usually amps. So it might be like 1 amp on the 5 watt or 2 amps or 3 amps on the rectifier winding. But let's say I have the 6.3 volt winding on that power transformer. How do I know how many amps it needs to be rated for? Well, you have to take all the tubes that are going to be powered by that 6.3 winding. So if we take the Gibson Skylark, for example, in this case, we need to take the 6EU7. So let's look at that one. The 6EU7 says 0.3 amps. So the current at 6.3 volts is 0.3 amps. What is 0.3 of an amp? It's 30% of 1 amp, basically, right? So if we have 2 of those, we need 0.6 amps total, at least, right, for 2 of those. But we also have the 6AQ5s, right? How many are those? Okay, those are 0.45 of an amp. Okay, so let's just round that up to about 0.5 of an amp. So that would be 1 amp total to power the 6AQ5 tubes, because there's 2 of them. There's 2 6EU7 tubes, right? And that would be 0.6. So we got roughly 1.6 amps. And since in this amp, the 6X4 is also being powered by 6.3 volts, we have, this shows 600 milliamps. So a milliamp is essentially, that's 0.6 of an amp, right? So if we take 1 amp plus 0.6, because that's for the 2 6EU7s and 2 6AQ7s, and the 6X4 rectifier, which is another 0.6, we have, what is that? 2.2, I think. Yeah, 2.2 amps. So if I was going to replace the power transformer, let's say this Gibson had a bad power transformer. I need to make sure that for just the heater winding, not the high voltage windings and the other stuff, but for the heaters, it needs to be a 6.3 volts at least 2.2 amps. So I'd be more comfortable with like a 3 amp 6.3 winding, right? Always round up a little bit because you don't want to be working that power transformer to its absolute max, right? Because in today's wall voltages, it might actually draw a little bit more current if the voltage is higher in your wall. So you don't want to be like, oh, I found a power transformer and it has 2 amps, but this amp with these tubes requires 2.2 amps to power the heaters. That's going to be no good. The power transformer is probably going to eventually burn up because it's not going to be enough, and the amp probably won't respond very nice and tight. So I want to, if the higher you go, the better it is. So you could get a power transformer that's like 5 amps on the heaters, and that would work fine as long as the other specs kind of work that way. So I just wanted to mention that there's a lot more to learn about power transformers, heaters, what are the windings on the power transformers. But right here, I just wanted to break off and say, here's a little educational segment that tells you a little bit about how to look up information about tubes. You can look up the details, what are each pins designated for, right? So you always shows something about the pin layout here. It's going to show you things about what voltage is it for the heaters, how many amps does it draw, like a 6BQ5 tube. That's the EL84 tubes. If you have an amp that has 2 of those in it, then you can see the current is much higher on this tube, 0.76 of an amp. So it's almost 3/4 of 1 amp. So that's 1.5 amps to power 2 of them total, right? So that's just your 2 power tubes in like a Marshall 18-watt type amp, right? So very cool stuff. The 6AQ5s are a little less demanding. You see 0.45 of an amp, so that's a lot less. So it's less than an amp, like basically 0.9 of an amp to power the heaters on those versus 1.5 amps on a 6BQ5. So the power transformer itself physically can be a little smaller on something like a Gibson Skylark. The wattage isn't going to be quite as much as a 6BQ5 or an EL84 amp because those 2 tubes working together is usually around 18 amps, roughly, depending on certain factors with what transformers are driving it and how high the voltages are and other factors. But the 6AQ5s are still very loud tubes. I mean, they're slightly under a 6BQ5 tube as far as power rating goes, but they are a little smaller. You know, physically you can see they're a little smaller than those tubes. I know it's hard to because I don't have one in front of me here to compare, but just imagine if the tube was probably about this much bigger and maybe like 1.5 times as fat as this. So these are very small tubes. And one other tube you can look out for if you're looking at buying some of these on eBay is I believe it's a 6005 tube. It's the same tube as a I'm going to see if I can find a 6005 datasheet. It's the same thing as a 6AQ5, but it's like the military spec version of it. So yeah, see this? Looks like this one's for General Electric. The beam power amplifier. Look, the specs are the same. The heater voltage is 6.3 volts. The heater current that it draws is 0.45 of an amp. It's exactly the same thing as a 6AQ5, and it has the same layout. But what they built these for are to be super rugged, to be used in like military equipment back in the day and fighter jets so they can handle higher G-forces. They're built with more ruggedized materials on the inside, so they're going to last a lot longer probably and be way more rugged to drops and falls and things like that than a standard 6AQ5. So that's just another tube, and you can always find that out. You can always look up and Google like what's an equivalent tube to a 6AQ5, and you might see 6005, and you may even see something else in there that I'm not even aware of that was an equivalent. But it's always good before you pop a tube that you think is an equivalent into an amp to look up its data sheet and make sure that those pins at least match, because in this case 6EU5 versus 12X7, the pins are not the same at all, and these data sheets prove that. So that's how you can tell, is just look up the data sheet and take a look at the pinout. We have the 6EU7 right here, which shows that the heaters are pins 1 and 2, and the 12AX7 shows that pins 1 and 2 are not heaters, they're plate. It's a plate and a grid. So totally different, thing. But if we look at the amplifier specs for a Class A amp on the 12X7 versus the 6EU7, it's the same. 330 max volts on the plate. We got same specs here. Everything else is the same, right? So they're spec the same, but they're built different, right? So anyway, I thought you would enjoy this if you're into amps, tubes, learning about stuff. I just thought it would be cool to break away here and talk about how you can look up information for those tubes. And then I'm going to do another segment shortly on testing the tubes, because I do want to see, are these tubes okay to use? I know I have some replacements if needed. I know the amp is working, but some of these might be weak. We'll have to see, and my tube tester will tell me exactly how strong are these tubes, are there any issues with them, things like that. So hope you enjoyed this segment. All right, I wanted to test the tubes on this next segment of the video. Again, these are in chapters, so you can skip ahead to the next chapter if you don't want to see any tube testing happening, but I did want to include it because it is part of the process. I like to make sure that these are all original tubes. This is an RCA 6EU7. I believe this is also an RCA. The labels have kind of worn off on those, but those are my gold tubes, meaning they're harder to find. The 6X4 rectifier, I've got plenty of those, and I've got plenty 6AQ5s, but I would like to use the original tubes if they test okay. So I did my last video I posted, or at least I believe it's my last video, depending on the order of when I actually upload these things, was a Fender Blues Junior that was in a flood, and that was a customer of mine's, and I did show a full-on video section of that video that shows everything about this tube tester and how to test the tubes. I'm going to kind of do that, but slightly abbreviated this time. I'm just going to try to go through real quick. But this is I have several tube testers, and this is my sort of faithful, reliable tester to tell me, just give me a general health level of this tube. I just want to see, does it still have a lot of life left in it? What's the overall strength of it? Does it have any shorts? Is it completely dead? Obviously, the amp is working fine, so I don't expect any issues there. But it could also be a faulty triode on one of these 6EU7s, because the tremolo does kind of go in and out sometimes. I don't think it's the tube. I think it's probably a loose part, but this will tell us at least what kind of health are we dealing with these tubes. So the way I do it with this one, and a lot of them are very similar. Oh, and again, just one side note, this does not test every component of a tube. Like, there are testers that'll do so many more crazy detailed tests, like plate emissions tests and gas stuff and all these other things. I have some other ones, but I don't usually break them out unless I really need to get like a tube that's showing, like, let's say this says it looks good, but I'm still having trouble with it in the amp. Then I might break out some of the other testers, or if this tester doesn't do a certain kind of tube. Some of them don't do every single tube that's out there. So first one is a 6EU7 tube, and I don't know if you can see this lit up, but I have a 6EU7 pulled up here on this little chart that tells you how to set everything to test that tube. I've also got a printout, but I don't think the 6EU7 somehow made it on this printout. I think it got cut off or something, but generally what I like to do is just ones that I do all the time, I highlight, or I make a note, like this says Skylark, because I know that the Skylark amp uses those tubes. We're going to do the 6EU7. There's two tests, or at least we need to test both halves of this tube, because again, it's a dual triode. That means it has two gain stages in it. We need to test each stage to find out, is it working okay. So this says the shunt needs to go on 14, which it's on right now. That's the shunt. think of the shunt as kind of like a level of power that's being applied. 6.3 for the filament, that's right here, so that's the voltage being applied to the filament. That's on. And then it says the selector needs to be on 1, that's the line adjust. It goes all the way up to 4 different settings. So that's just a selector to kind of set like what the pinouts are going to be. And then you have this section here which says for the first triode, settings over here, 7 and 8 go up, 7 and 8 up, and it says 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9 down. 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Alright, I'm going to turn it off for a second. Pop this in this is a 9-pin tube, right? So there's only one 9-pin socket on here. So you pop this in, turn it on, check to see if the filament starts to glow. And yep, I'm starting to see it glow. And we need to wait for maybe 10-20 seconds for it to get warm enough to start moving those electrons around. And then we can test this first half of the tube. And it's real easy to test the second half. You just change a couple of these settings right here. So you just leave the ones that aren't marked in the middle. So we had 1 and 2, 7 and 8 up. Those are up. And we had 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Alright, so then we press this button here to test the strength. And wow, look at that. Pegging the meter. Let me just make sure my shunt is actually on 14. I think it's on maybe 15. Yeah, I mean, that side's perfect. Alright, I'm going to put all these back to the middle again and put 5 and 6 up for the other side. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 down. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 down. Okay, so this tube should still be pretty hot so we can test the other side of it. And yeah, pegging the meter. I mean, it's 100% good. So I'm super happy about that, because these are getting more rare and more expensive. Alright, I'm happy with that. We're going to put the other one in. It doesn't matter if we turn it on or off, but I'm just going to turn it off. But you should be able to just pop it right in and start testing. So let this one warm up. I'm going to leave it on this setting and switch it back to the other setting for the other triode. Okay, it should hopefully be warm enough. Yep. Pegging the meter. I mean, I'm almost wondering if this shunt is just a little... Yeah, see. This shunt is very sensitive. Hold on. I'm just going to turn this a few times, just to make sure that it's not the pot itself, because this pot might have, yeah, it's pegging the meter, and that actually might have been on 15. Yeah, it's fine. The tube is 100%. Alright, so then we have back to 7 and 8 up. I'm going back to the other triode setting now. 2, 4, 5, 6, 9. 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Alright, still should be pretty warm. Yep, 100%. So I'm super happy with that. Alright, so that's the 2 6EU7 tubes. Let's test the 6 AQ5s. And for that, I've already got it pulled up here. Now, the good thing about these are it's not a dual triode. It's a single tube. Sorry. Power tube. Oh, it's this one. So this is a 7-pin tube. That's another thing I didn't mention on the previous section of this video, where looking at the tube charts. The 6EU7s are 9-pin tubes, just like a 12AX7 is. It's just that the tubes are not the same pinouts, meaning they're wired to different internals on a 12AX7. But these guys, these are actually 7-pin tubes. And I'm actually going to clean these pins if these tubes are good, because they are looking a little kind of darkened over time, and it'll make a better connection if I clean those up. So we'll do that later. But now what we need to do is get the 7-pin, which is right here, the 7-pin socket. Okay, pop that in there. And the settings for 6AQ5 is just one set of settings, right? So shunt is on 22. 6.3 for the filament. Selector goes on number 3, and then it's 1, 5, 6, 7 up, and 2 and 3 are down. So this is what this looks like. If I don't know if you'll be able to see it on here, but it's the same thing as that little thing. So 6AQ5, 22 for the shunt, 6.3 for the filament voltage. Selector is on 3. The first set of numbers is the up, 1, 5, 6, 7, and 2 and 3 are down. So get that on, get that warmed up a minute. And usually I like to make sure that the filament's glowing. There's 1 or 2 of these little switches here are going to control supplying the voltage to the filament. Alright, let's see. Okay, we might have a slightly weak tube. That's interesting. I mean, it's not bad. It's a little bit below 100%, but this is not rocket science, this meter. I mean, it's a general health, right? If it's working, it means the amp's good. There's no shorts or anything. If it did have a short, this light would come on. And I have had that happen before. If the tube's shorted out internally, it's not working anymore, the light will come on. You just won't see anything being registered here. So I'm getting between 800 and 900 out of 1,000. Now, if that shunt was 22, is that what it was? Yeah, 22. It actually looks like it's closer to 21, so I'm just going to move it up a hair. Yeah, so close to 900. Let's see if the other tube is about the same. Now, they could be different, because one tube in this amp may have been working harder than the other tube. So let's just see what we get. And what I can do is also get another 6AQ5 that I know tests good and just see how it compares to that. But overall, it's still a good tube. I would still use it in this amp. If it starts getting down to the 600 or below, I probably would say, yeah, it's pretty worn out. Let's put a fresh set in there, at least something that's testing higher than that. And yeah, that's actually about the same, close between 800 and 900. Interesting. I wonder if I should grab another one. Well, let's do the 6X4 tube. These still appear to be good, and they look pretty healthy. I mean, they might not be 100% according to this tester, but maybe on another tester they'd be closer to 100. I don't know. I do know that they're functioning and they don't look weak at all. Anything below here I'd consider weak. Alright, 6X4 is the rectifier tube, and the 6X4 does have 2 parts. So, it's just like the 12AX7. Shunt is on 26. Alright, which one was that? This is the 6X4. This is also a 7-pin tube, which means it would need a 7-pin socket, just like the 6AQ5s in this amp. So 6.3 is the filament. Selector's on 3. The first test for the first side of it is 1 up and 3 and 7 down. So let's get that warmed up. I've got a bunch of 6X4s, and if I can't get this, whatever this brown stuff is that's on here, if I can't get that off by cleaning it, and even if the tube's good, I still may wind up replacing it, because I worry about over time the heat with whatever's melted on there affecting it, making it become brittle or something. But anyway, yeah. Also, it's getting about a 9 out of 10. So still good on that half. Let's test the other half. So the other half is 6 up, 3 and 7 down. Okay. Should still be pretty hot. And that one is, yep, about 9 out of 10. That half. So both halves of that are testing about the same. Now it's possible if I just touch this shunt barely and I go up like 1 more degree, it gets almost up to 1,000. That's why, like I said, this isn't rocket science. But yeah, I'm happy with that. All tubes look really good to me. 6X4 26 was the shunt. Let me just make sure. That looks like 26. Yeah, about 9 out of 10. I may grab a couple other tubes just to see and compare. Okay, I got out, these are just some randoms. These are the closest things I could get. I have some other ones that are probably in some nicer boxes and stuff. And I don't know if I've tested these or not, but here's a Motorola 6AQ5. This one looks like it's in really good shape. The labels aren't worn off. So I'm going to test that one. But while I have this set to a 6X4 rectifier tube, I'm going to find one of those. So yeah, look at this bad boy. This is beautiful. That is absolutely in excellent shape. I know you probably, it's going to be a little hard to see that, but it's super clear glass. It's an RCA. There's no dirt or dust on it. I mean, and it's a 6X4 and it just looks awesome. So I'm expecting this to also be really good. So I'm just curious, are we going to get 10 out of 10 on this? Or are we going to get the same, about 9 out of 10? Because maybe this isn't calibrated, and maybe possibly these tubes that were in the Gibson are still 100%. They're just not showing it on here, but we're going to find out, or at least compare it. Yeah, look, see, this one tests right around the same, right around between 8 and 9. So maybe this isn't calibrated the best for this kind of tube, but it's still good. That's just one half of the 6X4, but let me see if I have another one just to see if we get any different result. If we don't, I'm going to assume that for the most part these guys are probably pretty darn close. What is this? It's a different one. Hold on. Here's a JHS Sylvania 6X4. I'm just curious. I just want to try a couple just so I can see. Since we aren't getting 100% on those power tubes and the rectifier, I just want to see, do we get anything different? If we're getting about the same result, then that may just mean that all these are around 100%. Yeah, look, same exact spot, same spot, right around 9 out of 10. So this particular unit might need to be calibrated, and the way you calibrate these are usually getting one you know is brand new and is 100%, and you can change the line adjust based on the voltage of your house. But I'm not going to get into all that right now with this. I think we're going to be able to use those just fine. And right now I'm going to set this back to the 6AQ5 setting and try out a different one or two of those just to see if they're also showing that. And it could also be that there's a resistor or something that is connected to this 7-pin socket that's making it not show 100%, because they're all showing right around that same amount, slightly under 10, right around 9. But I want to check this one too, just as a comparison. So where were we? Here it is, 6AQ5. So 22, roughly 6.3. Selectors on 3, 1, 5, 6, 7 are up, and 2 and 3 are down. 1, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3. Yeah. Make sure that's all the way in there. So this is that Motorola one that I had. Ooh, okay, hold on. Do I have this right? I just want to make sure, because this might be a weak one. 6AQ5, 22. That's on 22 for sure. 6.33, 1, 5, 6, 7, 2, and 3 are down. Yeah. Wow, that's a weak one. See? That's definitely a weak one. So we're getting a different result than we got with the Raytheons that were in the Gibson. So yeah, this is, you see, this is really weak. Let me just double check, pop one of these Raytheons from the Gibson in there and make sure it's still showing 9 out of 10, because then I'll know this one's starting to go bad. Again, these were randoms that I pulled out of other equipment, like old radios that were busted up that I wound up converting into guitar amps or something like that is probably what I pulled these out of. Yeah, look at that. that 9 out of 10 or so. So yeah, it's just showing that that tube is way better than this one. And I know I have some other 6AQ5s that I had bought on eBay that were tested. At least they claim that they were tested by the see, here's one of those military ones I talked about in the previous section. This is the 6005 tube. So it's Sylvania. Usually when you see Jan on there, that usually is an indicator of a military spec tube. So it's very similar. But notice how the plate's a lot darker. It's just made with much more ruggedized materials. And generally the life is a little bit longer, but they sound virtually the same. I've built amps with two 6AQ5 tubes, just like this Gibson Skylark is, and even cloned the Gibson Skylark, the same thing. And I put 6005 tubes in it versus the 6AQ5s, and I didn't hear any difference in the sound or the power, because electrically they're spec'd about the same, right? Actually, they are the same. The only difference is these are made with like premium materials that can handle G-forces and other things. So, oh yeah, so look, that 6005 is just bordering on the good to almost weak. So I wouldn't put that in a new amp I was building. It's good to test or use for comparison, and it's not a dead tube. Like I said, some of these ones that are just these random guys here, these are ones I pulled out of old equipment. So sometimes you get lucky and they're 100%, sometimes they're not. I don't remember where I got this bag, but I think it was a hodgepodge of... There is an RCA in here that I'm curious. Is that on the inside or the outside? It looks a little foggy. I think it's on the outside. Oh, look at that. That one might be totally dead. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not in the socket all the way. That might be a dead one. Oh, it's going up now. So I don't think I had it in there all the way, or it was leaning a little bit. All the pins have to be touching. So okay, so that one's a pretty good one. That one's between 8 and 9, and the ones in the Gibson were right around the 9 level. So yeah, this one's a decent one. I'm just gonna try one more. So this is an RCA 6AQ5A. It sometimes when a tube loses its vacuum, it'll look very white, powdery inside. But this is not the case on this one. This one just has some powder that's on the outside, because I can kind of get it off with my fingernail. So it's still possibly a really good tube if it tests good. So let's just see. Filament's heating up. Just gotta give it a few seconds to get really good and hot. Wow, yeah, look at that. Whoa, that's testing almost at 10 now, 100%. So that's even stronger than the Raytheons. So yeah, see how we're getting different results? The same settings, the same tester, different results. So that one, I would use this one as a comparison to one that's working 100%. I didn't, for some reason I thought that because it was around the 9 with these guys that maybe this needed to be calibrated, but I don't think it does now, because I have a tube now that still goes exactly to 1,000 with these settings. I mean, that needle is right on the 1,000. So that's a good one. I'm going to save that one, put that on the side. Let me see if I have another one that's a pair of that. This one might be its pair. The label, it looks a little slightly different. If that's a good pair, I might be able to pair those up. But yeah, I have a bunch of these, so some are good, some are bad, but I always test them before I put them in an amp. Here, it's going up to 10. Once it gets hot enough, look at that. That is a good set right there. Now they still could potentially be a little bit different bias wise. One could be working a little harder than the other in a certain circuit. Just because they test 100% don't mean that they're going to be a great matched pair within inside of an amp circuit. But likely these two would probably do really well, I would think. And they're RCAs, so they're really nice quality. I mean, RCAs are some of the best US made quality from back in the day. So yeah, this is a great set. I'm going to put that set aside in case I find that I want to replace these or something with these RCAs. I might try the two and just see, because these Raytheons, while they're testing 9 out of 10, and they still have, that means they have tons of life left in them. They're still not 100%. They are more used. These guys, I don't think were used hardly at all. Or if they were used in a circuit where they weren't being worked super hard. So, you know, and a lot of I have had tubes from way back in like the 1940s and equipment from the 30s and 40s that the tubes still test 100% good. And you know they were used in radios and other things in people's households. So if they're not being worked that hard, then they're not going to lose their life. So 9 out of 10, a little less than 9 out of 10 maybe, and these test 100. So this might be an actual, like a pair that might work even better in this amp if I'm restoring it and I want to make it 100%. But I still think that we can use these because 9 out of 10 is good for me. I think they're probably going to be okay. I might throw this set in once we get the amp restored just to see if it feels any different or is louder or pushing more power. If I don't notice a difference, I'll probably leave the originals in there and let them continue to finish out their life, because they're still going to last a long time as long as the amp's biased correctly. And when we get to that section in the video, we'll check that out. So yeah, I would like to find a 6X4 that's 100%, but I'll do that off camera if I want to go through a little bit more and look for a 6X4 tube in case we wind up replacing this one, because this is the only tube that I'm seeing that maybe we might want to replace because it has this goop all over it, and I don't know if that's going to come off, and the pins are even a little bent. I can fix those, but it was testing 9 out of 10, which is okay. But if I had, let me just, you can always skip ahead if you don't want to sit in there. But this, I think we tested this one. Oh, here's a Mullard. Okay, so here's a Mullard 6X4. I don't know if you can see the label on there. It's kind of hard to see I think in this lighting, but Mullard was made in England, Great Britain. It says it made in Great Britain right there. This one might be a really nice high quality one, so let's just test this 6X4 tube. So I just have to go back to making sure that we set this thing on 6X4, 26, selectors on 3. I know the filament's the same. 1 up, 3 and 7 down. 3 and 7 down. And then we'll have to test the other side too, but let's just see if we get one that's 100%, and maybe I'll set that aside. And if we do that, then maybe we'll have a whole tube array in here that will be totally 100% brand new, powerful, just like buying the amp right off the shelf. Okay, what's going on? Oh, yeah, see, this socket is a little loose on this tester, so I don't think the heater was heating up until I got it in the right position. I did go through when I bought this tester and took it apart and cleaned all the sockets really good and stuff like that, but I've had it for a number of years and it probably could use another servicing. Okay, so slightly past, almost between 9 and 10, so like a 9.5. Oh, that was only one side. Sorry about that. Let me, so it was 6 up, 3 and 7 down. Let's try this side. Ooh, look at that one. So that side, totally 100%. So yeah, let me just try this other side again real quick. Maybe once it gets hot enough, it goes up a little more. No, slightly below, but again, it's a rectifier. It should be fine to do its job. I will keep that one aside in case I decide to replace this one, because that one is testing a little better than this one. That was in the Gibson. So you see how it's going up real slow. It's because the tube's not quite hot enough yet. Well, it's right at just a tiny past the 9. So this is, I would consider this like a 9.1, and the other one being about a 9.5 out of 10. But see, the other side of this one is also around the same, 9.1. So this tube is a little bit stronger, but again, we're talking little bits. I'll keep it out just in case, because I do want to try to clean this tube off, and if I can't get it clean, I don't want to leave this brown stuff on there. I don't know what this is, but it just looks like it's on there permanently. Maybe I'll get some stuff that'll take it off, but it's also probably going to take the label off. So I may wind up putting this Mullard in it, or another one like it that tests 100%. So, all right, well, that's tube testing. More to come on tube testing in my future videos. I do like to do this and test things. At least in this time, on this video, we got to compare a couple other tubes against the tubes we're using in this amp to see how they rate against other tubes. And that's kind of nice, because then you can kind of see, okay, maybe I will consider putting a different set in if I have a stronger set. All right, thanks. Welcome back to the next section of this video. So hopefully you're enjoying this so far. If you've been skipping around the different chapters, that's cool. You know, this video is really for anyone who wants to learn about amps, learn about restoring amps, working on amps, doing some enhancements. You know, this is the Gibson Skylark, so you know a lot of these concepts can be applied to a lot of these other vintage amps. You know, Fender Champs, other Fender style amps, some early Marshall amps, even modern amps to a degree. But this is a very simple point-to-point amp. So we're going to get to the part now where we're actually doing some real work on the amp. A lot of the previous stuff in the video, if you skipped around, there's a lot of educational stuff about the tubes, how they're different from certain modern tubes, some of them. And we talked about looking up information, figuring out differences, testing the tubes, all that great stuff. So right now, I'm just going to kind of clean a little bit of this board because it is quite dusty. So I'm just taking a rag with some isopropyl alcohol, and I'm going to clean some of the dust off while I talk about the changes I'm going to make. First change I'd like to make is going to be the power cord. So yeah, I mentioned earlier in the video that the power cord has these little twisties on, and these wires are not even soldered together. And there's also a little excess wire. I don't think this is necessary, and it just kind of gets messy. So I'd like to do this the right way, and what I'm thinking is the person that put the 3-prong cord in just tied a knot here, and while that's kind of working, the cord can still be pushed up inside of the amp. And we don't want that to happen, because we really don't want this thing to move at all and potentially loosen something. Even if these were soldered together, we could potentially have issues. So what I'm going to do, the cord itself looks like it's in great shape. It's a good quality cord on the other end. And what I think I'm going to do there is just put a strain relief, which would be something like this, in that hole. Now I may need to widen the hole, I'm not sure yet, but I want to take that power cord and put this little thing, and this will help to lock it in place. And we're going to have to unsolder all this anyway, so we'll just put the cord through there and put this through the hole, and hopefully that'll lock it in place. That's one thing we want to do. The other thing is I'm going to shorten things, and I'm going to make a dedicated ground. This is a dedicated ground here, but this is not soldered to the chassis. If you want to see this, it's not soldered to the chassis or a terminal strip or anything. There's no solder on this at all. So see these copper wires for the ground? They're just loose, right? They're just literally being held on by this nut here. And it's not really recommended to ground. Well, one, it's not recommended to just have frayed wires just be screwed on by a bolt. that's not really the ideal, but the electrical code of today says you should really make the earth ground, which is what this is coming from the power cord, make the earth ground its own complete separate ground. And some people are against using the screws that hold the transformer on, because if the amp takes a big drop and the transformer moves because of the weight of it, it could break one of these connections or loosen them, and now your earth ground, which is your safety basically for not getting shocked, could be compromised essentially, right? So what I might do is I might put a terminal strip on here, and have a dedicated earth ground just on the earth ground terminal, and use the other terminals for other things. Because another thing I want to do as well is make an artificial center tap for the 6.3 volt windings here. And what I may do is make these leads go to their own terminals, and then run a separate wire to the lamp, and then run these black and brown wires that go to the heaters of the tubes to the same terminal, so that way they all have the same landing point. Because right now they're just being landed at the lamp. So if we have to replace that lamp, we have to undo all these connections and everything. Whereas if we had a terminal strip, it might be actually even easier to get to if we had to replace the lamp assembly or anything like that. So just maybe make it a little bit neater. But yeah, those are two things I want to do. This is the death cap. This needs to be removed. The other major thing we have to do is replace the filter cap. And this is that kind of firecracker style. They kind of call it like firecracker style cap, where there's 3 sections of 20 microfarads each. 3 sections there. And then there's one ground for all 3, right? This black wire coming out of the back of it is the ground. And that looks like it's going to, oh look, this is even loose. So these things can come loose, right? Just not a good idea. So this center tap here might not even have been very well grounded. I didn't touch this, but I could just tell it was loose by hand. Wow. Yeah, dangerous stuff here. So what we're going to probably do is, I actually thought about this. I was thinking, could I just put another can cap in there? But this is kind of way back in here. It's kind of hard to get to. And here's the only can cap that I have currently in stock that would do the same job as this. It does have an extra 40 microfarad terminal, but we wouldn't use that. We would just use these 320s, and then there's a ground for all of them. The problem is this thing is way bigger than the old one, and even if I stuck that back there somehow, I'd have to figure out a way to mount it so it doesn't move, and then running wires back there would be really hard because it's close to the pots. So I'm gonna actually go against this for 2 reasons. One, because of the size. I could order one that's a little bit smaller, but these things are expensive. These things are about 40 bucks. Another brand this is a JJ brand, which is decent. They're good brand. They make them really well. I mean, they're definitely high quality. But even better brand, I think, is CE Manufacturing. They make can caps, the letters C and E, and they do make a bunch of cans that are 320 microfarad at 500 volts, I believe, or 450 volts, which is plenty enough voltage for this amp. But it also usually has like a 30 UF cap or a 40 UF cap on it that wouldn't be used. But you're going to spend $30-$40 for those caps. So what I thought of was, another thing you can do is you don't have to use a can cap. Now, if this was an amp that had like a big hole in the chassis and you had, like a can that was like underneath here, right? Let's say we put a hole in there and we had a can cap here. I would definitely probably replace it with another can cap. The reason is there's already a big hole in the chassis. There's already a mount to put one in. We can, if we even have to get a different capacitor can mount like this, this is like something like this would fit in. We could get a different size to fit the more common modern cap. Like this is sort of a sideways one here that the current filter is using. But you know, this doesn't have that, right? So it doesn't have a space. It's just a horizontally mounted in the chassis cap. So I thought, well, we really don't need to use a can cap here. And there's another advantage to not using a can cap in this particular amp, since they already used one stock. The advantage there is there's 3 sections, right? There's 3 20 microfarad capacitors in this one, right? It's 3 in 1. This is a F&T brand, my go-to capacitor. These are the best quality I think you can get, and they're not, you know, super expensive. Sprague caps like this is Sprague's been making caps for years and years. They're great quality too, but they could be 3 to 5 times as much. So what I'm going to do is, this is a little cheaper than buying a can cap. It's probably half the price or less than half the price of me putting a brand new can cap in there. And I could take these 3, and it's the same as these 3 sections right here. Now, you'll notice these are 22 UF at 500 volts. Is there a difference between 20 UF and 22? No. That too is negligible. You wouldn't hear any difference in the amp or feel any difference. Now, if you went up to like all 33 UFs or 47 UFs, something higher, 50 UF, you might feel a difference in playing the amp. It's going to feel a little bit tighter, a little bit more real fast to respond. The more capacitance that you give it, the more, you know, like higher tightness it is. I don't know how to explain it other than, if you've ever played like an amp, a modern amp that's designed for metal guitarists, a lot of those modern amps will use something really high, like a 100 UF cap or a 220 UF cap, or even higher than that. And they use a whole bunch of them. So they're doing really, really high filtering, which is making that ultra, ultra tight sort of sound, especially when there's breakup. But this is a vintage amp, and it's not really meant to sound like that, right? So it only has 2 gain stages. It's got a nice, beautiful breakup that you can get into some even classic rock ranges, but not in the metal range. So I don't want to change the filtering, but like I said, 22 to 20, it's the same thing. It's not, you're not going to hear any difference. This is just, they don't make many caps anymore as 20 UF. I mean, you can get the can caps in 20 UF, but most of the individual caps are going to be 22 modern day, right? So anyway, no real major difference there. Plus, they don't always usually, you know, this says -10 to +30%. That's basically telling you that they're going to vary. They're not going to be exactly 22. They're going to be a little lower than 22 or a little higher than 22, or actually a lot higher, up to 30% higher than 22. So, and that's fine. That's totally fine for these. So what when I was saying the other advantage to not using a can cap in this amp is because I've been building amps for a long time now, and I've noticed that if you can separate the filter capacitors, that's what the job of these are, is to filter out the DC to kind of smooth out the waveform, right? So it's in, I consider these in the power section. But there's one of these is not in the power section, even though they're all in the same capacitor can, right? One of them goes all the way over here to the very first preamp tube. Uh-oh. Did I lose you? I think my camera just died. Hold on. Sorry, I don't know what just happened, but my camera froze up. I just noticed it wasn't recording anymore. So, as I was saying, one of these can capacitor, you know, one of these sections is actually going to the first preamp tube to do some filtering over there. So if you can separate in a guitar amp circuit, if you can separate all of the preamp grounds from what I consider the power amp grounds, you're going to get a quieter amp in general. And Gibson in this case, you know, they're trying to throw these amps together really quickly. There's not going to be a lot more noise, but there could be a small amount of noise just because all 3 of these can caps have the same ground, and it's being grounded at this point right here where the center tap of the high voltage leads are. That yellow and red, is the center tap. So it's actually, this cap's being grounded here, and that's a great spot for the two can cap sections that are going here to the power tubes. So one's this red wire here and one's this red wire here. Those I would consider power amp grounds because they're going to the power amp tubes. Those being grounded at this point is great. But the other one that's going all the way over here is part of the preamp circuit. So if this can get grounded where other preamp stuff is being grounded, like this terminal right here and this terminal right here, the amp is going to be potentially quieter. I've noticed that I've built a lot of amps, and if I have all the sort of big caps, you know, even though this is, I consider this a bigger cap, right? It's bigger than these little caps here and the disc caps and stuff like that. This is doing some filtration essentially for the preamp section. One of these is, but if you can separate them, it will be quieter. Like I've built a lot of high gain amps, like Soldano clones and things like that. And if I had all these caps going to the same power amp ground, it was noisier. If I separated the preamp ones from the power amp ones, it was always a lot quieter. You may not notice a huge difference in an amp like this because it's not a super high gain amp, but I'd rather do it that way. And the other good benefit of not doing it as a can cap is we don't have to run these long wires. Look how long that wire is. This wire here goes all the way over to here, so it's almost the 3/4 of the length of this whole chassis. And these other two are just flopping out here going to these power tubes. So what I could do, and I'm thinking about doing, is removing this because it has to go anyway. It's starting to corrode. There's fluid coming out of it that's kind of dried up, but it's at the end of its life. It has to go. Put these guys in, and we don't need to run any wires if we do it point to point. So we can just put one in here to go to this terminal and one in here to go to this terminal, and have a little, use this same exact spot to put a new little terminal strip. I'm gonna find a, well, this is a big one, but I would definitely use a smaller one. Something like this. Use the same screw to put a little terminal strip to put each of these two power section capacitors, and then over here on the preamp, this 120 that was a section of that's going to this pin right here, we can literally just put this from here to there. So, and to, you know, put the ground here on the preamp ground. And I think that's going to make the amp a lot quieter. And the other thing is, I think it's going to make it easier to change these things. In another 15 or so years, these caps are going to need to be changed just based on their life. So getting in here and having to remove this whole can cap and disconnect everything, it might be actually a little easier because I'm bringing these caps forward and I don't have to run any wires and solder wires from one terminal of the cap to wherever it's going to go, right? So, you know, to me, it seems like a better choice because we have to replace this cap anyway. So that's the way I'm going to do it on here. It's cheaper, doesn't cost as much as buying a full-on can cap, and I think it's going to be better in the long run. So that's one thing we're going to do. The other thing is, then I just need to go through here and test these components. I just want to make sure, is there anything that's completely out of tolerance? Is there anything that's showing open on my meter, meaning it's not actually operating anymore? These disc caps, I'm really thinking I may replace regardless because they are notorious for going bad over time. And this tremolo circuit is very intermittent right now. Sometimes I've turned the amp on and it doesn't work at all. Sometimes I turned it on and then it stops working. And other times the amp comes on and it's working. So something's weird here. And I don't really see anything that's loose, but there could be an internal connection on these caps that are making the tremolo work inside of the actual case that might be making it, you know, not work. But over time, these things are just, I have modern day replacements for these. They're not going to change the sound of anything. They're going to be much more reliable in the tremolo circuit. I don't know if you've owned a lot of vintage amps or not, but if you own a lot of old Fenders and Gibsons and amps like this that have tremolo, almost always the thing that goes bad first is the tremolo circuit. Like, a lot of times you'll see an old amp out there and the person selling it will be like, everything works but the tremolo's not working, or it's not working right, or something like that. I see that all the time. Like, almost like 7 out of 10 of the amps out there with tremolo that haven't had it, service recently, that are like original circuits like this, they'll say tremolo's not working. Like Silvertone amps, they're notorious for the tremolo not working anymore. Um, so yeah, I'll probably just replace these due to their age, and because you know we're having problems with this circuit anyway. So this little guy right here I'll have to replace. But yeah, I'm going to clean this up a little bit more. We're going to come back and test components. Just want to check to see if these other resistors are gone way out of tolerance, and if they have, then we may need to replace a couple of them. But that way I get a full list of all the parts I'm going to replace, and then after that we can take a look at those sort of enhancements I wanted to make to this. Not really modifying it. I don't, as I said in the beginning of this video, if you've skipped ahead, is my philosophy on this is I don't like to mod an amp to change its original tone, its original sound, its original sort of power, gain, and oomph. But I like to mod something like this to add functionality, such as adding an a speaker output jack, so that I could plug this into a separate speaker, right? Something like that. So I'm increasing the functionality, but not modding the original design, being able to still play it stock. So let's do that next. All right, let's take care of this power cord. So I have gone through and cleaned the entire, well, not the entire, but almost the entire surface of the chassis. I went through and also vacuumed up with a little vacuum brush all the sockets, all the parts, got the dust off everything, this kind of stuff. I just couldn't get quite back in there too good. I got a little bit, but it's a little hard to get behind there. But we're gonna, once we redo these wires, we'll be able to get back there to clean that off. But yeah, most of the dust and dirt is removed here on the whole board, so it looks nice now. I got a nice clean surface to work with. So let's get going. For one thing we're going to do is clip out this death cap. This does not need to be there. A lot of people say, how do you remove the death cap? Well, here's how I'm going to do it today. I could unsolder it, or I could literally snip it out of there. It does not need to be there, and matter of fact, leaving it in there is dangerous. So we're going to get it out of there. So this is just a .022 cap. This could potentially be reused in something else. It does the same job as caps in a tone stack section of an amp too. It's the same kind of thing, but back then they didn't have 3-prong grounded cords when this was made, and they were putting these caps in there, and that's how I got my name, Death Cap Amplification. I just a death cap in today's world is a bad thing. We take them out of amplifiers, but you take them out when you put a 3-prong grounded cord in. That's just part of the process. But again, this was not really done in a safe way, so we're just going to make it safe today. So one thing I want to do is I want to get this ground wire off of here. Actually, I really need to just disconnect the whole power cord. So that was literally just screwed on like that. While it was making contact, it's just not a safe way. It's not up to good electrical standards here. So what I'm gonna do here real quick is I just want to get this back on for the transformer to be secure, and I'm debating whether or not to solder directly to the chassis or not for the ground, or if I'm going to do it as part of like a terminal connection. Either way, I'm going to make the ground have its own ground, essentially. There's nothing else that's going to be grounded where the earth ground is going to be grounded to. So yeah, let's just uncap these. We just definitely don't need those anymore. Don't use those kind of caps in guitar amps if you can avoid it, unless you're just trying to clip two things together for testing something. But yeah, it's not safe to leave those on there, especially to leave them on there when it's not soldered, but also because this could pop off of here pretty easily. These are not super secure things. They can pop off, exposing the wire even if it is soldered, and if something touches ground, it'll short out or cause sparks, cause a fire, whatever. It's just not a safe way to do it. So I'm going to take and disconnect these. So this is the black wire. This is the hot wire coming in from the wall right here. That's the hot, and the white is neutral. Okay. And the hot wire goes to the fuse. The neutral wire goes to this side of the pot, and the other side of the pot. This pot it's not really a pot. It's really the power switch. It has two terminals on it. So one side of it says neutral from the wall. So when it switches on, it connects that neutral to one of the leads of the primary of the power transformer. Right. The other lead of the primary of the transformer is going to this side of the fuse. Right. So that part of it looks okay. That part of it looks totally fine. It's just the way these are connected. So, and I may use some different wiring here. I don't really like this. This looks like it was a piece of an old like power cord to something else. I don't know if you could see that, but I think I'm going to use some different wire for this. I don't really like this style. It's very flexy. So yeah, we'll take those out in a minute, but let's see if we can get this thing secure in here without using a knot. I want to see if I have enough room to put a strain relief in there, which will definitely hold it a lot more secure. It looks like, well, let's go ahead and untie this knot first. Looks like that hole might not be big enough, but we'll see. Alright, so I just want to take this power cord and push it through. There is a rubber grommet here, so we're going to have to take that off. All the tubes are out of the amp, so I'm not worried about breaking them or anything as I move things around. I do have a limited amount of space here, so bear with me with the camera and everything. I might hit it a few times. Alright, so I want to get this grommet out of here. I might be able to just... Well, yeah, this grommet's actually starting to get pretty dry rotted. So it's actually tearing. So I'm just going to pull it out of there. We can always put a new one in if we're not going to go with a strain relief, but yeah, it just looks very crackly and old. But yeah, this is protecting the wires from rubbing on the bare metal of the chassis. And I can tell already, now that I can see the size of that hole, that this is not going to be big enough. So either I need to drill this out a little bit bigger, or I do it a different way. I think I'm going to try to drill it out a little bit. And I'll show you how we do that. Let's do that right now. So it's only got to be widened slightly. Let me just, while I've got the space open, let me just wipe this out a little bit because there's a little bit of dust and dirt on there. Alright, so let's flip this over. Oh, and the other thing I did since I hit record last, I snipped this little firecracker cap out. Now you can actually see what I'm talking about with that leaking completely out. It's kind of bulging there, and the fluid was just coming out and drying up. But that's the dielectric fluid in there that is highly corrosive to parts and stuff. But I literally just snipped this out of there, and we don't need to save or preserve this piece here. Plus it's riveted in, so we would probably need a new clamp even if we drilled this out, if we were going to put a new one in. But again, I'm not going to do a can cap now, as I discussed in the last section. I'm going to use separate individual caps for that. But I did leave the leads on there so that I can see where those sections of that can was going to. So these are the two leads that are going to be 120 microfarad there, 120 microfarad there at the positive ends of those, and then one all the way down here at the end where the preamp tube goes right here. So I just left those there, just kind of for now as an indicator. But let's see if we can widen this hole. And the way I like to do that, very easy way, is get yourself a drill with what's called a stepper bit. I use stepper bits all the time when I'm building amps and working on amps, especially for widening holes. I just have to see what's a good angle here for me to show you what I'm doing. And I might be able to do it like this. There we go. Just so you can see. So this is the power cord hole, and I'm gonna get, I already have a drill set up with a stepper bit, but this is what a stepper bit looks like. Essentially, you can widen holes with this. You can actually drill a pilot hole, like if you had a small hole like over here that you needed to widen, and literally just start stepping out and making it wider. And I use stepper bits sometimes just to make holes for the tube sockets, and there's bigger stepper bits and smaller ones, but it lets you do small amounts at a time, so you don't have to get into a lot of measuring. Otherwise, I would use like a caliper to measure the width of this, but I'm not even going to do that at this case. I'm not going to break out all that measuring equipment and figure out how wide the hole needs to be. I can basically see here that it doesn't need to go much. Probably, I'm going to guess about 2 steps maybe might be enough, or 3. But I'm going to do it one at a time just to see what happens. So here's how I like to do it. I like to put a little bit of cutting fluid. It's basically an oil. It's a cutting oil. You can't see the label there, but here's a newer one. So it's called Tap Magic Cutting Fluid. Works great on aluminum and other metals. And it just helps that drill bit from kind of locking up on you. So just put a little bit of oil there. That's good enough. Put this down straight. And you just feel the drill, you don't press hard, but you feel the drill bit just sort of drop down inside of that. And that stepped it out 1 size. So I'm just going to look at that real quick. Obviously, it definitely needs to go bigger. This may require a couple of steps, actually. So let's go one more step and see where we're at. Okay. Let me just grab a paper towel. Yeah, I'd rather have this strain relief in there. That way it really grips that power cord and keeps it from moving. Okay, this is pretty close, but these things aren't perfectly round either. This is where it can get a little tricky. So the strain, yeah, I don't want to go bigger than the outer angle of, the outer edge of this thing, but it does need to be big enough to, you can see how 2 sides are sort of straight and then the underside and overside are curved. It's just the way the shape of these things work. But I think what I can do is still use a round hole, but I don't want to go, I want to make sure I don't go bigger. Whoop. I said I don't want to go bigger than this. And it's getting kind of close there. So I don't know, if I go one more step, it might be too much for this size, which I think is going to be perfect for this cord. So there's 2 ways I can get a little bit extra out. One really easy way is use a deburring tool, if you don't have to do a whole lot. But deburring tool is basically this guy. Great tool to use in this case for stuff like this. This will remove burrs or rough edges in holes that you've drilled. But you just take this and you put a little bit in there, and it's just a little blade that spins around. And what we can do is, this will remove rough edges, but it'll also, if you do it enough, you can see there's little shavings coming off. It'll actually widen that hole if you do it enough. Really, you only need to do it a few times to remove rough edges on a circle that you've drilled. But you can see here that I'm starting to actually get pieces of the material like this. Here, see that piece? So I'm literally widening the hole at this point. So I'm going to go a little bit more, but it's doing it much more gradually than the stepper bit would at this point, because I think this stepper bit goes like, I don't know what the increments are, but I'm pretty sure it's bigger than this. I just want this to be, I want this to be really tight, but not so tight that I can't get it in there, obviously, right? So what I might be able to do at this point is I'll just, oh, sorry, my hands are I got that oil on it, so I keep dropping this thing. I want that to be, here, actually at this point I'm pretty sure that this hole is wide enough, and I could go a little bit more and I think it would pop right in there, but it may rattle a little bit. To get it a little more precise, I may use what's called a nibbler tool. Like, Mike, what are you talking about with all these crazy things? Nibbler. Well, that's kind of what it's called. There's another term for it, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Let me find it. Oh, where is it? Huh. Well, maybe I got it out and I put it somewhere and I just... What the heck is that thing? Hold on, let me find it. I'll be back. Okay, I found it right after I stopped that video. But yeah, this is the nibbler tool. It basically cuts thin metals like aluminum, nothing too thick, but it does it in a straight line, like a square type of a way. Whereas the stepper bit does circle, right? So the stepper bit does a perfect circle, and it steps it out one section at a time to make the hole wider and wider. But this is really great for when you have to cut square hole stuff. You know, and you could do it with a Dremel, sure, but sometimes Dremels are just too much. You got to get out a whole new tool. You got to, you know, put the right bit on there. You got to set the right speed. You could slip as you're grinding and make lines. It's just messier. In this case, what I'm going to try to do is flatten the sides just a little bit so that I can get, see how these sides here are straight down? Because I think the hole's wide enough now, but it's going to be really hard to get it in there unless those sides are just a little flatter. So I'm going to try to nibble this out. So see how this works? You press down on the handle like this. Hold on, let me get this in focus. See that how that is? It just takes a little notch out. So I'm going to do it once so you can see what the notch looks like. So if I... Oh, I didn't have it in far enough. Hold on. You put it in there, kind of line it up. So I don't know if you can see, but I started to make like a little straight little mark right there. I'm going to go a little higher. Yeah, see that? So I made like a little straight mark on that side. I'm not trying to do a full bite out of this thing. I just want to see, is that, yeah, that's, if that's flat on that side. I might only need to do it on one side just to get this. I'm just trying to get this so that it's got enough clearance. It doesn't have to be a perfect hole, but it does need to really sit in there tight. Okay, let me try it on this side. I could have probably just stepped this out one more and it probably would have been fine, but let me flatten this side just a hair. See how I'm flattening these two sides here? I just need to make sure that they're long enough. Okay, I see where it's getting hung up now. It's just a tiny, tiny bit. Right here. I'm just flattening that corner out a little bit with this little deburring tool. I think I need to do this upper edge just a little. That actually might be enough to push it in there now, to get it really tight, because it's got a lot of, it's going to take a lot of force to get it in there. Just this little corner right here it's catching on. I don't want to take too much of it, just a tiny tiny bit of that corner there. So it's not the prettiest hole, but it's going to work for this strain relief. These things are really tough. It's just that little corner. I could even get a little file. So you get to see all kinds of little tools I'm using. A little file right here. Yeah. Here's a round file. I want a flat one. So I just want to file that corner slightly. File that slightly. Because once I get the cord in there, this thing's going to expand a little bit, so that might be enough. Oh, a little more. Sorry about this. It's taking a little bit longer than I expected. But these things aren't perfectly round. That's why I'm trying to do it right. I'm just trying to... It's almost like an octagon sort of shape here. All right, I think that's gonna pop in there nice. So let's try putting our cord in there and see if we can actually force it in at this point. If we can't get it in there, then we may need to... Oops, sorry about that. You guys are a little bit out of the picture. I may need to still file it just a little more, but let's see. Let's see if we can get it now. So basically I wonder about if I should even cut some of this off and restrip it, because it's been tied in a knot, but I think it's okay. It's really heavy duty. It's not the thickest power cord, but it is modern, newer, and this cord feels nice and durable, so I think it'll be fine to keep using this. But okay, so that's really squeezing on that pretty good, and hopefully once I get that in the hole, fingers crossed, we can get it in there. It should grip it really nice and tight, and then we won't have to worry about it. There's other strain reliefs. There's probably a better one. I just don't have any on hand right now that actually has kind of like a screw mechanism that you screw each side of it, and you can put the cord through it and it tightens around the cord. That's actually a little bit nicer, but I'm completely out of those, so I just wanted to use one of these, which will do the job just fine. But you just... I mean, this filing is just barely taking a little tiny bit off, but that's all I need is just a little bit of clearance. Okay. Sorry, I want that to bite down on there. And hold on a second, I'm gonna get one more tool that might help me with this job, and this is actually specifically made for strain reliefs. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. This is specifically made for strain reliefs. You can get these on you might be able to get them on Amazon, but I get these on like Amp Parts websites. But you see how it's like a little specific shape? It's like a pair of pliers, but they're a specific shape. That shape is literally meant to compress right here in these grooves of the strain relief, because sometimes these things will be in there so tight. There we go. And that was enough that it squeezed it. And if I pull on this, it's not going anywhere. So I'm pulling, literally trying to rip this cord through there, but it's tight enough around there. I still may, except now I did it backwards. But I still may, I see one little corner that's a little bit sharp. I just want to take care of that. I gotta take this out anyway, because, but I think this is gonna work just fine. See, that tool is super helpful. So I gotta put the cord in like this, obviously, duh. But I was just trying to show it to you on camera, because now we could do it this way or the other way. I think I'm going to do it. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it this way, because that way. Yeah, I just wanted to file this one little, just so it's not sharp. But yeah, like I can't, it's really hard for me to push that in by hand, but with this tool, being able to clamp down on it and grip and push, it should go, it helps a lot. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. Sorry, that's the way it needs to be. So that's on there nice and good. Let me flip this over. Sorry, well, you got the, it took a while, but at least you got to see a bunch of different tools that you can use for this stuff. I actually even use this little nibbler tool for when I'll take and I'll drill out a really big hole for like a square transformer like this, and then I'll use the nibbler tool to sort of outline my square shape. You can use a Dremel, sure, you know, that's fine. But I find that sometimes this is a little more, can be more accurate if you get used to using this. It's only nibbling a little tiny square at a time, but if you just do, you know, 10 squares this way and 8 that way and 10 this way and 8 this way, you're done. So that'll be on another video, I'm sure. I like manual tools. I like to be able to control things. Sometimes high-speed tools, they get away from you if you're not really careful, and using them, especially in small spaces. Like I've had things where I tried to use a Dremel, but it scraped and it cut wires, and it, you know, it slipped on me and it damaged a tube socket or something. But yeah, while I'm at it, I just want to check and see if these are pretty tight. So these screws that go through the transformer, if they're not tight, hang on a sec, that screwdriver bit is not thin enough. If they're not tight, then one, things that are grounded on the other side are not going to be secured. But two, if the laminates get loose on a transformer, you know, these layers of iron, then you can get rattle in your amp. And you can also see, look at this. See this one right here? See how that screw's sticking up? So yeah, I want to make sure that all those are secure. And I'm going to be probably putting some terminal strips on some of these things, so I want to make sure that when I'm done, I'm going to recheck this and make sure that they're tight. If these laminates become loose, you can get a rattle noise, and it's literally from the plates rattling together. Sometimes you can hear, you're playing your guitar and you're like, my volume's really low, but I hear this brrr, brrr noise, and it's coming from the transformer not having the screws tight enough. I've had that happen many times. Okay, so we've got the power cord coming through now with a strain relief. It's not the perfect hole, but it'll do the job. It's holding it securely. Let me just get this flipped back over and we'll move on to the wiring. So yeah, I mean, it's not going anywhere. I'm pulling on it really hard, and it's not going to pop through there, but there were, I guess I could have tightened it a little bit more, meaning not cut this edge so wide, because I do see like a little tiny little gap there, but it's not enough that this thing's going to spin around or move. I mean, it's in there good. So, all right, I'm happy with that. As long as it's not loose, I'm happy. Alright, so let me get a couple things out of the way here. I'll get this thing wired up. Alright, let's take this off. This is the old wire for the hot lead, the black from the power cord. I want to take this off and have it wired directly, instead of like the other person had connected these two wires together by just spinning these and leaving this on there. So I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to, since this is my solder sucker tool, it's a solder pump or whatever, I'm actually going to remove some of this old solder on here. so that we can start fresh. Yeah, it's just there's a little bit of old solder and flux on there. Whenever you see that brown stuff on a solder joint, that's old flux. And technically that really should be cleaned off of there because that flux is corrosive. I don't necessarily clean it off of every single connection, but on major connections like a fuse holder, it's a good idea. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and put a little fresh flux on there. So this is the stuff I use for flux paste. Is really easy to use. Rosin flux paste. This is the brand I use. SRA flux number 135. This stuff is great. I just take a little screwdriver or tool and you only need a tiny bit, but flux will help to prepare that surface for fresh solder. And I'm actually gonna put a little bit on both sides. I don't do this on every single solder connection necessarily, but I'm gonna do it here just because we want to get a nice fresh connection with this wired directly to it. So I can shorten this. I don't want to go super short because I want to have a little bit of room in case we had to move something around or whatever. Then I don't have to extend the wire, but I will. So I'll leave about an inch and a half on there, and then I just need to strip the wire. So I'm going to get this is my easy wire strippers for when I don't need to get into tight spaces, but I don't need any more than that, about 1/4 of an inch. And what I like to do is I'm just going to use the same desoldering gun as my soldering iron for right now because it will solder as well. It's a hot iron. This is the solder I like to use. It's the Kester brand. This is the box it comes in. It's a leaded solder. I like to use leaded solders. Unleaded is much harder to work with, but yeah, this is the type that I use. I think this is the best solder I've ever used. I've tried tons and tons of them, but this stuff just seems to work so well for the amp stuff. So first, I like to tin the wire I'm going to be soldering. So I'm just going to get that a little hot and just run a little solder along it to tin it, right? And what we can do here is just go right around the back, put it through this hole, and bending it over once is usually plenty enough. Just like that. So hopefully you can see that. I'm going to bring this over just a little bit. I don't think I can zoom in with this camera, so I literally have to get it very close. But hopefully you can just see that I just took the black lead and put it on this side of the fuse. The reason why it's good to put it on this side, on the back side, is because let's say you think, let's say a fuse blows, right, and you need to change it. You really should unplug your amp before changing a fuse. Always unplug it first. But let's say you forgot to unplug the amp, and it's still plugged in, and the fuse is blown. There's no power getting to the amp, even if it's switched on, right? Because the fuse is blown. But you're going to change it, and if you do this, and your thumb touches this metal, right, on there, you can potentially shock yourself if the power from the wall is connected to this side of the fuse, this terminal up here. This is the one that's closest to the top end of the fuse. So that's why you want to solder your power to the bottom. That way, when you pull the fuse out, it's not gonna be applying power to the top part of this where your thumb or finger can touch. It'd be the bottom part, and by the time you pull this thing out, it's not touching anything. So it's safer to solder to that, okay, the power cord itself, right? And then you solder the transformer to the other side. That way if it blows, it's stopping it from here to there. The fuse is what's making the connection between the two. So that's the way I like to do it. Now that wire's tinned, it's already got some solder. We're going to add some new solder to the little terminal there, and that'll bond both the solder that was all soaked into those wires nice and tight to itself. And I just like to be nice and clean and cut off any excess. We don't need that. And as a last step, clean the flux off. So I don't know if you can see, but there's some brownish kind of gook on there now. If you get into practice of doing this stuff, you prevent future issues. I mean, I doubt that this little bit of flux would cause an issue here, but it is a corrosive material, so if you just take a few seconds and wipe it off, especially on a big, huge, you see all that came off of there, that flux. Most of these guitar amp companies back in the day when they made these things, they didn't clean any of the flux off of it. Or maybe they did if it was really bad, but most of the time they didn't. So, amps still work. This is just, I'm a little bit anal about stuff. You know, I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily clean it off of every connection, but a really big major one like this that's keeping you safe, why not take a few extra seconds and get it clean? Okay, so power transformer leads are right here. One, and I think their length is perfect. I'm not going to shorten them or anything. I think I might put a little bit of fresh solder on this side of the fuse because, I mean, it looks like it's on there pretty good, but while we're here, let me just hit that a little bit. Just want to put a little extra on. I feel like it won't hurt to make sure that's secure. So that's where the transformer's connecting through the fuse here to the wall. So now we have a much shorter wire there, and then the white one needs to go over here. So we can literally just run this up here. I need to take the old one off. Let me see if I can change the camera angle so you can actually see under there a little bit better. I'm starting to have a lot of tools out and stuff, so it's getting a little bit more difficult to get the right angle for you. All right. Unfortunately, this little tripod does not go any lower than this, but there we go. We get some light on it for you. You should be able to see everything. There we go. So now we got this terminal. Come on, get hot. It's taking a second. I want to take this old wire off that was wrapped around the neutral wire from the power transformer. Oops, sorry about that. So this wire is literally wrapped around. Sometimes if you spin it a little bit, you get it off. There you go. See that? So this wire was twisted around the white wire with one of those little yellow caps. We want to get rid of that. We don't even need that wire anymore. So I'm gonna vacuum that little terminal up. And just to keep things clean, I'm actually thinking about, now I'm thinking about moving this behind here instead of in the front, like here. See what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to just create a little bit of space so that it's not flopping over the front of this here, it's just going behind there. And also, I do not need that much wire. I don't need all of this, so I'm going to cut that a little bit. First I'm going to twist it since it is braided, stranded wire. Not braided, but stranded. Let me cut that off a little shorter. Something like maybe right here. Okay, that's good enough. It only needs to be a little bit, quarter of an inch or so. I'm going to tin that wire. And it's always best to tin it when it's going through a hole like this, because if you try to push it through there, it's probably going to fray out again. And the other thing is this gets a little bit of solder soaked into those strands here, so that when you do make the connection, all that's already soaked in really good, and you're sure that you got a really nice solid bonded connection. Okay, let's turn this up. pop it through here. Let's make sure I got enough excess. That's pretty much the perfect length. Let me just hold that in place while I bend this over. You don't need to tie a knot in it or anything like that. If you get a good enough solder connection, it does not need to be wrapped around 50 times or anything. That's just going to make it harder to get off if you do have to change something. Like if this switch goes bad, you might have to unsolder it, and it'll be so much easier to unsolder if you're not wrapping it 3 times with a whole bunch of excess that you don't really need. You just need to make sure that the soldering gun is hot enough, that it sits on there long enough so that it gets a nice solid bond like that. When you're done soldering, it should be shiny. You know, it's very shiny right now. It just has a little bit of brown on there, and that's from the flux. Now this solder here does have flux built into it, and that's why even with me not even adding any flux to that, there is a little bit in the wire. I just like to sometimes make, like for really big terminals like this, I like to add a little extra sometimes because it prepares that surface from any oxidation so that the solder will bond to it correctly. So, but this one looks like it didn't even need it. But I am going to go ahead and clean it off a little bit. Q-tips work really well too, but I happen to have a paper towel sitting here, so a little bit of 99% isopropyl alcohol. I wouldn't use rubbing alcohol on any amp stuff because it does contain water, even if you get high percentage like 90%, and can cause problems. But get the good stuff. Get the isopropyl 99%. That connection still looks really good, but I feel like it could use a little fresh solder. It just looks a little crusty, and we don't want that solder connection to get cracked because that's going to the power transformer. It's one of our main connections. Let me just, while I'm here, just see if I can't vacuum a little of that up. It's hard for me to get the gun in here with the camera too, so hold on one sec. Just wanted to remove some of that so I could see what's going on here. Did they wrap that around? I mean, it looks like it's okay. It is going through the hole, but I'm going to bend it over a little bit more secure and again just put a little fresh solder on it. I'm not going to redo every solder connection in this amp, but this is the main power stuff. I just want to make sure all this stuff is good because it has been touched before. Alright, so a little fresh. Bit of solder there. I'm just going to make sure that just get any excess flux off of there. I do see still a little bit more on this terminal, but yeah, that looks good. We're gonna do the ground, and then maybe I'll get to the heaters next, where we can put an artificial center tap on there, and that'll be pretty quick and easy. But let's figure out where we're going to do the earth ground. My gut tells me the proper way to do this, the absolute real proper way, would be to either solder this directly to the chassis or drill a hole and not use one of these power transformer screws, because obviously you can see they come loose. Shaking and vibrations, they're holding up a heavy thing. They could break, snap, whatever, and then your earth ground is toast if you're using these. So it's best for it to have its own connection that's not being used to hold anything else up or anything else being soldered to it. I believe that's current code. The question is, do I want to drill a hole in this chassis, or do I want to just solder it directly to the chassis? I personally don't really like soldering directly to a chassis. It's the way Fender did it back in the day. The only reason is it requires a lot of heat. You really got to get it absolutely super hot and really good, but then you start to tend to melt the rubber on the wire itself, and I don't know, I just don't like that. I like to have my own thing, but I really don't want to drill another hole if I don't have to. I don't know what to do, guys. I tell you what, let's try soldering to the chassis, okay? And if that doesn't work, I'm going to maybe drill a little hole just for one little terminal to solder this to. That'll be our dedicated earth ground. And I'm going to use some bolts that are not going to come loose on us at all. But these guys tend to come loose sometimes over time, these ones that hold the transformer on. So let's try it. We'll try it. Now, if you're going to solder to a chassis, this is a very smooth chassis now that I've cleaned the surface. The metal's very smooth. You need to rough that up or the solder is never going to bond to it right. So the way you can do that is some sandpaper, maybe like a wire brush. I'm just going to go ahead and use a little piece of sandpaper. Give me a second to get a piece. Probably a rough grit is best. You know, something like 100 grit, or probably nothing above like 300. Anything rough. I'm trying to find. Do I have a piece here, but I feel like this is maybe a little too fine. But we got to figure out where we're going to put it. So I could probably shorten this a bit. It doesn't need to be super long. Let me just take a little bit off. And also, I didn't need as much exposed either. Now, the way Fender did it a lot of times was literally just like this and just put a glob of solder right there. I'm actually thinking maybe on this amp doing it like this. I have these, you know, these guys, right? I can solder this to this and then solder this part to the chassis itself. And normally I would just put a new screw here, dedicated screw, and just screw. That's how I would do this type of connection, something like that. And that way this isn't going to pull loose or anything like that, and it'll be a good secure connection. But I'm thinking if I don't want to drill a hole in here and I just want to try soldering to the, you know what, now I changed my mind. I think I do want to drill a hole. It's only going to be a little one, and it's just going to be so much better and cleaner. Getting the chassis so hot that it's going to take forever for me to hold this on there and get an area really hot. We got to do a bunch of sanding and all that. I'll do that on another video. For this one, I think I'm just going to go ahead and quickly drill another hole. Sorry about that back and forth, but at least it's teaching you that there's multiple ways we could do this. I think the key to keep in mind is that it has its own connection. That'd be the right way to do it. So I'm going to use a punch, right? It doesn't matter. We don't have to get, there's nothing in the way here. There's nothing, I can just put it like right here. I'll just do it like right in front of the cord. Just make a little mark. Grab a small bit for my drill just to make a pilot hole. Actually, you know what? I might be able to just, whatever screw I'm going to use, I'll make it the width of that hole. So hang on one second. Let me figure out what screw I'm going to use. I think I'm just going to use one of these M3. So I'm going to use a nylon locking nut. It doesn't have to be large. I'm not going to make a big, huge post or anything like that. I'm going to use one of these guys, I think. One of these M3. I use these for tube sockets. These are nice stainless steel screws. And I just need to get a drill bit that's that size. So something like this should do it. Okay, just putting the bit in. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna put a little tiny bit of oil right there, cutting oil. It'll just keep my drill bit from tearing anything up. There's nothing underneath the chassis at this stage except for the power cord is sort of in that general area, but I'm not going to go down that far with my bit. All right, so that's in the pilot hole. Okay. Now I do want to clean that surface really good. I don't want any oils. So I'm using alcohol again. We want metal on metal. Okay, and bottom part looks good. There's no burrs or anything on that other side. No rough edges on that hole. That was done pretty clean actually. So I don't need to worry about deburring it. But what I do want to do is put the screw up through here, and you know what, before I do that, let me just do this. I'm gonna solder this. I'm gonna solder these together. Okay, so first I'm gonna tin the wire. Definitely want to get some solder on this guy first. There we go. And I'm going to put a little flux on this because the surface of these might be a little coated. It might be even good to rough that up a little bit to make sure the solder really bonds. But I think it's going to be fine. I've used these before, but I do want to put just a tiny bit of flux on it. Now, where did my flux go? It's probably right in front of my face, and I don't even, oh, here it is. Sorry. Okay, let's get a little bit of this stuff on there. So this is just the flux paste that we used earlier, and I'm just going to put it on where I want. Now this, I could crimp it. These things are meant for crimping, but I don't like to rely on that. I don't like to crimp them in something like this. I like to fully solder that wire to this like this, so that I know this thing's way in there, it's soldered, it's good. I don't like to rely on just a pressure of crimping. Now the trick here is keeping this thing steady. So I could get a little vise or something to hold it, but I'm gonna try actually just putting it in a pair of pliers. This is as long as it doesn't move on me when I'm trying to solder it. That might be enough. So this iron gets really hot really quick, and it's really good for doing these kind of solder connections. The longer I hold it on, the more I risk melting this outer part. But at this point, I don't even care. It's not like that's going to matter. The only thing that matters is that the wires inside this green wire, which is the ground, going to our wall, are bonded to this piece of metal here. So if I heat up this whole thing and push solder into that hole, look at that. That should be enough. Let's see. All I can see is the flux kind of bubbling up now, but let's see if that was good enough. If not, I'll add a little more, but it might be enough. I just want to make sure it's really, oh yeah, I think that solder got way into that hole, so I shouldn't be able to pull this off. No, it's on there good. So there's a little bit of wire sticking out. I can just chop that off. But yeah, that entire hole is filled up with solder, so I think we're good there. I do want to just clean the surface so that I know it's pure metal on pure metal. Okay, now I can take the screw, if I can find it. I lost it. Here it is. Some of you out there that make amps, if you're watching this, you're going to say, no, I don't like to do it that way. I do it a different way. I understand. There are multiple ways to do things. There's no one right way that's perfect. But I think as long as we all follow similar guidelines, this is a nylon locking nut, right? So I'm not going to put a lock washer on this because it doesn't need it. Inside of this has a piece of nylon that bites onto the screw itself. And once that gets anchored down, this is not coming loose because this is filled with nylon that's gripping on that screw. It's very similar to having a lock washer, but I like these better because I find that they definitely never get loose. Sometimes lock washers, like you saw that one here, the one earlier in the video, this one was just loose. I hadn't even touched it yet. I could just unscrew it with my hand. So these things come loose, but I've never had these come loose as long as they're on there good and tight. So it's just one of those things that I prefer to use. You may not prefer to use it and you want to do a lock washer, that's totally fine. Just make sure it's good and secure and tight and you'll be fine. Alright, so let me screw this on. Sorry about this angle. I'll try to get it better in a second. Could have done this a little bit faster with my electric screw. I feel better doing it this way now because I have, in my early days of making amps, I've done a couple things like Fender, where I made some Fender clones and I tried to solder the wire directly to the chassis. And I'm telling you, if it is not hot enough, it might look like it's good, but I've had it where the entire glob of solder just pops right off of the surface of this and it's not on there at all. And this is your earth ground. This is probably the most important connection in your entire amp, for safety. So just make sure that one, it's tight, it's secure, it's not going to come off on you. Okay, so here's what we got. That's what we have right now for ground. If I did solder to the chassis, I risk that possibility of it not really being totally permanently bonded underneath to the surface, and you really got to have a super big iron to do those kinds of jobs. And I can do it usually on a surface like a thin metal like this. I can usually do it with this desoldering gun because this thing gets way hotter than my normal iron, which is a same brand. It's a Heiko iron. It's this guy right here. This Heiko, right? But this is not good enough to solder directly to a chassis. There's no way this would work, because it needs to heat that area up hot and fast. It just wouldn't be hot enough to bond correctly. You'd have that devil of a time. Now I can do it with this thing, but I would have to hold it on there for several minutes at least, and the surface again has to be scratched up so that the solder can get into those grooves and bond with it. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. So this guy here I feel secure with. That's not going to come out on me, and even if I wanted to double secure it, which I'll go ahead and do that now, why not, right? This is going to make it so that it would never come off on me. I'm going to put 2 nylon bolts on there. Say, that's overkill. Well, it is. But if you want to, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not going to hurt anything. I know that one's on there really good and secure. But here's a second one. Since that screw's a little bit bigger, I can literally take 2. And that way that bottom one's not backing out unless this one does. So there we go. I feel good with that earth connection. Now, how can I test to make sure that that's truly secure, that it's making connection with Earth? Well, here's how you test it real quick, and then we'll take a break here and get to the next section. You take your multimeter, put it on the continuity test or the beep mode. That means if the two leads that are connected in here, one in the COM, one in the positive and negative, if they're touching, it's going to beep, right? So if I touch to the chassis here and I touch to, let me get some different leads. These leads are not good for this kind of test. These are those little hook leads I just got, but I got some alligator ones. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Okay, so positive here, negative here. In a continuity test, positive and negative don't really matter. It's just, are these two connected, right? So I'm just gonna say, here's the chassis, which is ground. If I touch this screw, that screw, the bare metal, sometimes when I touch the bare metal, it's not registering. See that? Why is that? It's probably because this surface is so clean and so smooth. That's so weird. Sometimes it just doesn't even register. But let's find out, did we get a good connection with this, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and alligator clip right on the little connector thingy. Hopefully it's on there. And I get the other end of our cord and I touch the ground lead. So that's connected, right? That's how I know it's grounded. Meaning when this goes into the wall, it's going to ground to our house, right? But then when it gets into the amp here, it's grounding this chassis, this whole chassis. Another way we can test it just to be sure that that ground connection here is making it out to the rest of the grounds. I'm going to pick a ground all the way down here, such as, well, any one of these. This middle lug here for the tremolo, right? That's a ground because it's screwed to the chassis. As long as that screw is tight, it should make continuity. So if this connection was broken or wasn't right, then we would not get continuity here to here, right? So that's a good way you can test it when you're doing groundwork, stuff like that. Just put it on the continuity mode and make sure that anywhere that's supposed to be a ground to the chassis, like this, for example, here's one here, just this middle lug of the terminal strip over here for the preamp and the master volume, we got continuity. So good to go. Power cord's good. All right, sorry that took so long for just a power cord change, but I wanted to really teach about different ways to do it, what's safe to do, what's not. I don't recommend you trying to solder directly to a chassis unless you have the right gear to do that. And you're going to need a big iron, something really big, really hot, and you can do that. But just always rough up the surface, clean the surface free of oils and everything, put some flux on the surface, and then get it super hot before you actually touch the wires to it. But here, I'm happy with this. In this small amp, the cord's not going anywhere. We've shortened the amount of wires. There's not two wires connected to, two wires like it was with these little connectors and not soldered together. So we have shorter wires. This is a much safer earth connection. It's not connected to anything else. I'm not going to connect anything to anything else. I've got two nylon locking nuts here on there just in case one gets loose, but I know these things, I've never had them get loose, even with temperature changes and everything else. But we've got two of them on there, so that should not come loose. And the cord is soldered directly to that terminal. So that's about as safe as I think I can get it. So yeah, we're going to move on. All right, I took a break there for a little bit. Now that I've got the power cord done, I was thinking about going through here now and testing all these resistors and other capacitors in the circuit to make sure that they're still kind of reading what their normal value is, because things, especially like these resistors, will drift over time in their value. So if you have like a 100K resistor today, Now from the 1960s, today it might be reading like 120 or 140 even, or even higher. And if they're way out of spec, then I will replace them. If they're within spec, which would be, I'd say, roughly 10 to 15%, then I'll probably just leave them in there and keep the original parts, because they should function just fine. But I think I'm going to do that later, because what I'd like to do now is I really want to kind of bring the amp up and kind of check some voltages, so that way I can sort of see what are the voltages, and that way if one of these resistors has drifted really high, I don't know if you remember, but in the beginning of the video, or earlier on in the video, I mentioned something about our wall voltages are totally different now. They're a lot higher now than they used to be in the 1960s. So when this thing was designed, it was probably 110 to 115 volts. So these voltages here, like this 240 volts on the B+, which is, you know, the high voltage coming off of the rectifier tube, and that's what's going to supply high voltage to our filter caps, are going to go there. That might be a lot higher now. I'm not sure. Just because now the wall voltages are 120 to 125. So I can't bring the amp up right now because I don't have any high voltage and I got all these loose wires. So I think I'm going to work on getting the new caps in. I had taken out this old, clipped out this old can cap, firecracker style cap. It was at the end of its life for sure. And I need to remove these wires, and again I think I'm going to do it where I have a terminal strip to land the grounds at least of these, and I have a good idea, I think, of how I'm going to do this. Instead of stuffing everything way back in here, which is really hard to get to and it would be hard to maintain, I think what I'm going to do is use this part. I'm going to replace this little lug with an actual terminal strip, or maybe even, yeah, I think I'll do that, because I do have to remove this black wire right here, and have one spot for the power grounds. That means the red and yellow center tap for the high voltage leads can go to that. Let's get this off of there. I'll show you what I mean as I do it. Stop talking, Mike, and just keep working. Right? I know I am talking a lot on this video, but I wanted to make this more of an educational series so that folks that are learning and want to learn about amp repair and even building amps, you'll get a lot of extra information by watching these videos. Not just seeing somebody soldering some parts here and there, kind of explaining why I'm actually doing things. I'm going to clip this because it seems to be a little funky right there. I also want to excuse me, this is the one that I could just unscrew with my fingers. It wasn't on there tight. Oh, you know why? Oh no, okay. So yeah, this has kind of got like a little locking nut underneath of it. It's sort of one of those ones that are built in, but these things do tend to come loose. I don't like them as much. So we're gonna get rid of this little guy right here. This was the wire to the ground of the old cap, right? This is, I just snipped it off of there. So that was the ground for the old cap. So it was being grounded in the same place that I want to ground the new caps to. But I'm going to do it in a way that will make it a little bit easier for someone in the future to change the caps. Stuffing it way back there is just going to make it really hard, and I can't really secure them that well. So I just want to clean this surface really good. It's important to be clean, because if there's residue, which there was underneath there, some dirt and stuff, then whatever I put on here is not going to it has the potential to not make a good metal to metal contact. And it is a good idea to scrape some of the stuff up a little bit around the surface, just so that you're getting clean bare metal. Because, you know, when I did that continuity test a little while ago and I put my leads just right here on the smooth metal, I feel like this metal has a coating on it, and it's like an aluminum, but it's got some kind of a coating on it. So I want to scrape away some of that coating. I probably should have done that for the ground as well, because I didn't realize it when I put the ground there. But it's better if you can scrape away any coatings and just make sure that you've got like a bare metal contact underneath it here. So I'm just taking this little file and just scraping. You could use a let me see if this, I gotta be careful because I don't want to take this screw out because that's part of the actual transformer. I mean, I guess I could because the other 3 screws are actually connected. You know, they're actually bolted on right now, but I think I can just scrape it up like this. So I'm just scraping this metal to get down to the actual bare metal of the chassis. I feel like there is something that could prevent it from making a good solid contact. So I'm just going around here and roughing it up a bit, and then I'm going to clean up any of this residue here. So you can see what I did here. I roughed it up. Because this is what I'm talking about. So you can do the continuity test like I did earlier. I want to see if... So if I put my multimeter on the beep mode, right? Little speaker guy here. That's continuity mode. So you should be able to hear a beep when these two touch, or when there's continuity between these two. Like for example, so what I want to try to do is, I'm going to try to put this lead right where I scraped and touch something else, like another part of the metal. I definitely get continuity there. But if I put the lead here and here, look, it's metal to metal, but it's not conducting. It's because it's not bare metal. It's not like pure watch. So if let's put this one on the ground lug. Look, it's not showing continuity here, but if I get to like the bare metal where I just scraped, isn't that wild? So interesting that, that makes me almost want to take every ground point here, like every terminal strip, and scrape away to bare metal, because look, I'm not getting anything across here. Maybe if I clip this on, that'll work, but just sort of touching it might not make a good solid ground connection. That's crazy. There must be a coating on this. So yeah, now I think I want to take these off. I'll do that later. I'll take these off and scrape underneath here for the main earth ground, just to be absolutely sure. I mean, I know we tested it and all, but I don't want to risk it, you know? So keep that in mind. Anywhere you're making a good, important ground connection, I mean, I've never seen it quite like this, where I could normally touch any piece of metal chassis from end to end and get continuity, but I'm not getting it here. Now if I touch this screw and the edge of this, it's fine, but the surface of it, it's not. Isn't that wild? Okay, the back of the pots are good because they have little lock washers pressing against, and they're probably biting into the metal, but there is definitely a coating preventing you from getting to the bare metal. So this is a great example to show that sometimes you could have bad grounds and not even know it. You could say, no, that bolt's tight, all that stuff's being grounded, but it's not actually touching bare metal because there's a thin coating of, I don't know, however they plate this metal or something. And maybe some of you guys know more about it than I do. If you want to put something in the comments about what you think this might be coated with. But I mean, it feels like regular aluminum, but it is really smooth. I mean, it's super smooth. Maybe there's some kind of a process that they used in manufacturing to like plate it, but feel free to scrape it up. It's more important that you're getting a bare metal connection than not getting one at all. Okay, so what am I going to do here? I'm thinking I'd like to do 2 things, or 3 things maybe. So if I take this terminal strip with 5 lugs, this middle one is ground, and I'd like all the points for the main power grounds. That's going to be the center tap for the high voltage windings, this yellow and red. That's going to be all the grounds for the filter caps for the power section. So that's only 2 of them, right? Remember, there were 3 caps, but one of them's in the preamp section, and I want to separate that ground because it's going to make the amp potentially less noisy. So I'm going to separate that ground, but all of these I think need to be there. And the other thing I want to connect to this is our artificial center tap for the heater windings, because there is no center tap on this. If you skipped ahead earlier in the video, I talked about that. This transformer only has the 2 green 6.3 volt leads for the filaments, right? And then they've landed those on the lamp fixture, right? The lamp assembly here, the pilot light basically. And then they took a black and brown and ran it off to go to each tube socket for the filaments to heat up the tubes. But there's no center tap. There's nothing like this where there's like a green and white striped wire that we can put to ground. If we make our own center tap, that's going to require 2 little resistors, and it will cut down on noise potentially in this amp tremendously. I didn't think this amp was too noisy, but when you turn it up, I definitely heard a lot of sort of hum and stuff like that. It wasn't like the worst because it's not a super high gain amp, but when you do crank the gain up, I did hear a lot of hum. So changing the caps is going to help with that, and also creating this artificial center tap and separating the power amp grounds from the preamp ground. All that stuff's going to matter in making the amp quieter. I'm kind of a stickler in when I build an amp from scratch, whether it's a clone of something or my own design, I really plan out the grounding stuff very carefully, because there's many different ways you could do grounding schemes and all that, but if you just keep it simple, you won't have any issues. Meaning power amp stuff goes to one place or 2 places. It doesn't always have to be a star ground where everything goes to one point, but I would not recommend doing everything to one point in your power section and in your preamp section. Separate those grounds and you will have a better, quieter amp in general if you separate your preamp grounds from your power amp grounds. So I think this will do it, because I could take these 2 green leads off of here, land them to this, run a couple leads to the pilot lamp, so that way these have their own dedicated terminals, and then the black and brown that go out to the tube sockets I can put here as well. And then I have 2 extra, maybe I don't need a 5 position terminal strip, maybe just 3 is fine, because I will have to have a resistor that goes from here to the middle and here to the middle for the artificial heaters, but that's fine. I got plenty of room there. The other thing is will I be able to, if I just put this cap to ground and all the positive lead needs to do is go to here, so that'd be something like that. And then we also have to have one going here to ground, and it'll be over top of the tube socket, which I'm not a super fan of that, just because it will get a little warm over there. And what if I had to get to something on this tube socket? I mean, there's not much to get to. It's the high voltage windings and the heaters is pretty much it. These wires are going to go. These are going to be taken off completely. There's this one resistor that connects the 2 sockets here. And I didn't want to drill any more holes. So another thing I could do maybe is put the terminal strip here. But then I'd have to move these leads over here. Yeah, that would get a little messy. I really would like to put it here. Well, tell you what I can do. If I don't float this one up and over the socket, maybe I can just kind of push it out back here, and if I have to run one wire, it'll be a very short wire. So let's just do that and we'll see. I mean, that's the only thing I see that might be questionable in you know, that this one may not reach, or it might reach but it'll be directly over the socket. I'd like it to be not quite over the socket. It's not going to make it any noisier or not if it's sitting right here. There's nothing here that's going to induce noise into this. Plus this is the rectifier tube. It's not, there's no signal coming in here. But being able to get to the tube to socket to service it would be easier if something's not blocking it. So I try to keep this as clean as possible. It's hard in a point-to-point, but all right, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's unsolder, because I know I'm gonna change this wiring. Let's unsolder these real quick. So this is for the pilot lamp and the 6.3 volt leads. Hopefully you can still see all this. I want to try to grab it, suck up a little solder if possible. It looks like they like literally tied this in a knot. Oh shit, look at that. It's kind of it broke the terminal. It's okay. There's enough to still solder to. It just broke the tip of the terminal off. It just, I didn't like the way they did that. There's usually a little hole, and that's plenty. You just put it through the hole, but they put it through and they wrapped it around twice, it looks like. It just makes it so much harder to unwind, because not only is it tied in a knot, but it's also got solder on it. I don't like to do that with this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm inclined to, I'm just gonna go ahead and snip it and try to get those leads off of the assembly. Matter of fact, I have replacement assemblies for this, but as long as this isn't damaged, I want to use it. And I also have replacement bulbs. Now, this bulb is still working, but if it is the original, it's probably going to burn out very soon, you know, at some point. So I may actually replace the bulb, just so that it, you know, it's been in there for how many years? 60 years, 60 some years. That one bulb, and if it is the original bulb, then eventually, probably pretty soon, it's going to burn out. So it'd be nice to put a fresh one in. Alright, so let me take this out because it'll just be easier to work with. Okay. I'm going to take this bulb out of it. I don't know if that's the original bulb or not. It might be. Alright, well, here's the assembly, and it still has the heater wires. That way I can actually work with it and see what I'm dealing with here. But yeah, the tip of this broke off, but it still looks like the hole there for that lug is still there. So now I can actually do this a little better. I can actually get some of the solder really off of there. Hold on. I think my the one thing with these soldering guns is, yeah, you do have to clean them, and you do have to empty out the solder that it collects, because that will reduce the suction in these things. Give me a second. Let's see if this will. So you can kind of get in there and just make sure there's no solder that's stuck in there. There we go. I just want to make sure that I just put a new bit on here. I do change these pretty frequently. Nozzle, basically, not a bit, but a nozzle that will get clogged over time. So probably every couple months I probably change that to a fresh one, because it makes it much more easy. But that's also because I'm using this constantly. It's really nice to be able to suck up the old solder. It's just so quick and efficient compared to other methods. Alright, so I want to see if I can these brown and black leads are going to the heaters of the tubes, starting with the 6x4 rectifier. They're just so frayed, and come on, man. When in doubt, snip. I can clean that. See, it's all just wrapped around here. I'm gonna snip this one too. It's gonna be so much easier to clean. I'll restrip those, get a fresh set of wire. But see, look at that. It's just a mess. It's just all wrapped around here and caked several times with different frayed ends popping out. And I think this assembly is still good. I just need to clean this part up. But the reason I want to, unsolder all that is because I'm going to do a terminal strip and put them all on that strip so that, one, these wires don't have to go so far. They can be right here. These don't have to go far, and then we'll just run another little small lead to the pilot lamp on its own. So what else did we do? We scraped away. The one thing is this needs to be widened just slightly because of the width of this screw for where it's going to sit. So you could take something like that deburring tool, but even if you just take a little pair of pliers and you just scrape the inside of the hole gently, that might be enough to widen it just a little bit to get on there. Yep, almost. You can see little tiny little kind of pieces coming off of that. So yeah, that should work. Yeah, that goes on there good. All right, I just want to make sure that was gonna fit. So what I'd like to do is figure out, do I want to do it this way? Yeah, probably this way. All right, another thing we can do with terminal strips, I don't always do this all the time, but rough them up just a little bit, because if they're a little scraped up, it's more likely that the solder will stick into those little grooves and bond with the metal a lot better than a really nice and shiny metal. So go ahead and scrape them up. You'll get a much better solder connection. And the other thing I like to do sometimes too is you can solder to these little holes too. So that's just like another area. It's totally fine to solder to them if you had a little component you wanted to put in there. I use that all the time. So I might actually put the resistors there that we need for the center tap. So I just want to clean off any dust, oils. It'll make for a better solder connection. We're going to land this guy, I think, right here. And I really would like to put a different type of nut on there, but I don't think that the screws that they used are going to be the same size as my nylon locking nuts. Let me just check. Let's see if I have any that's that size. I just like these better. I feel like these are less likely to come loose on you. I had one and I lost it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Sorry. I don't think the threads on this type of bolt are the same. Yeah, hold on, let me just see if it'll go on here. Oh, you know what? I think it is. Okay. How is it not going on there? Okay. Yeah, that actually might work. So I am going to use that instead of this because this is going to be a super important ground. And this thing was coming loose. I mean, you saw it. Over time, it can vibrate loose. But these little guys are filled with nylon, like a hard plastic. And this will literally bite into the screw, and it's not coming loose on you. So I really prefer to use those if I can. I mean, these are good too, but I don't know, too many times I've seen where they're just loose as heck. So, alright, so let me get this strip on here. I need a little bit of room so that I can get to. So this is a flathead, so I gotta make sure I have a flathead and something to hold this with. Oh, you know what? I might need to just turn this first a few times because it's already pretty tight inside the transformer. So yeah, as that nylon gets further down on the screw, it really starts to get really tight. Okay, almost there. Couple more turns and we'll be good. One. I'm just doing like a quarter turn each time because it's kind of hard. Okay. Alright, one more and I think that'll be nice and secure. Come on, it's just slipping off on me. I really should be using a socket wrench, but only thing is I don't even know if a socket wrench will fit on this because it's so close to the terminal strip. Alright. Okay, sorry about that. I think we got it. So, we've got our new terminal strip on there. Just gonna bend it up straight here. But it's on nice and secure. I feel better about this. We did scrape away that surface, so I think this is going to be fine, but just to check to be sure that we have continuity, I'm going to put my meter on, put it on this ground lug because that's where everything's going to get grounded to, is that one lug right there. Touch it to our main ground and it works. Now here it doesn't because remember this surface is coated with something, so only where there's absolute bare metal like the sides, but not here because it's not bare metal. But yes, that looks very good and secure. We've got a good ground connection. Doesn't hurt to double check it with a meter just to be sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the center tap first, and that's literally just this red and yellow wire. There's not much left here. It was very short when we opened it up, but if I'm very careful I can take an X-Acto, because this is that braided cloth wire and it is very old, so unfortunately I can't just push this back and expose the wire. I think I need to literally cut the cloth off of it, but I don't want to cut through too far where I'm actually cutting stranded wire, so I'm just trying to score it essentially with this X-Acto. If you score it and kind of twist it, now I see it, I'm just going to carefully, oh, you know what, it's not stranded wire. Oh, maybe it is. It still has a little solder on it. Thought it was solid core wire, but no, I think it is. Okay, so there, see that? We have a little bit exposed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and tin that with a little solder just to make sure that it's all coated and soaked in. There we go. That keeps things from fraying when you put it through a hole. Now what I think I might do for that one, if it'll fit, is actually put it through that little bottom hole and use the top here for the filter caps. It's all one piece of metal, right? So, but there's like kind of like two holes. If I move it around here, is there enough? Sorry, I'm looking for a particular yeah, I like these little pliers here for stuff like this because they're curved. So see what I'm going to try to do? I'm going to try to angle it and push it straight down through this hole. Okay? So I'm going to use that hole and just essentially fill that entire hole up with solder. I'm going to put a little bit of paste on there, because flux paste, because I really do want to make sure that that's got a good secure connection. And this will just prepare the surface. Okay, it only takes a little tiny bit. All right. So I'm actually going to take the solder and feed it in from the back here. I don't know if you can see this, but I'm pushing the, watch, I'll push the solder through one of these holes. See how it's coming through there? And push it through this hole. So let's get this nice and hot. There's also solder on the actual lead that I just tinned. So what this will hopefully do is get both of those bits of solder nice and mixed together. Okay, did we get it? I think we did. I'll just put a little bit on this side, just as long as that's being grounded. Okay, yeah, totally secure. So there's a little bit sticking out on this side. I'm going to clip off a little excess, just a tiny piece, but yeah, that's good and secure. Okay, so that's the center tap now. The other thing we need to do is, before I do the actual filter caps, I'm just going to straighten up some of these high tension leads here, which are the red wires. So this makes it a little bit neater. All right. Now, the reason why sometimes you'll see twisted wires and sometimes you don't. The important ones to twist are any of them that are carrying AC voltage, like from the transformer. AC meaning alternating current, which is coming from your wall. We have alternating current in our walls, and the rectifier tube, the 6X4, is changing the high voltage, which is coming off of these two red leads out of the transformer. That's what's being stepped up to a higher voltage, like 200, 300 volts. This tube's job in this amp is to convert that to direct current. And that direct current is what's going to feed into these filter caps and to the power tubes and so on, right? So it's going to add this. Basically, their job is to smooth out that DC, that direct current. But anything that's AC is noisy in an amp. Like if you get these wires just flat like this, and you get it near like the screen grid of a preamp tube, you're going to hear a hum, a buzz. So in this case, twisting them is a good idea. The only thing is there's no signal down here in the amp, so it really probably doesn't matter them being too twisted. But just for general practice, anything that's AC, it's good to twist them. This red wire does not need to be twisted. There's no benefit to that besides it being a little bit neater, right? So there's no audible benefit to these wires being twisted. But these guys here, the brown and black that lead to every tube, that's the filament heaters. These are the 6.3 alternating current AC, and these guys being twisted is important. That is cutting down on noise, because when you twist the wires, the signal is kind of, or that electromagnetic signal that's around that is being canceled out by the twisting. That wasn't a very scientific explanation, but just keep that in mind, that when you see heater wires, 6.3 filament wires being twisted, there is a reason for that, and it's to keep noise down. Because if they stay straight and they're near an audio source, you're definitely going to hear it. I mean, you could wave a wire of AC across here, and definitely when you get down near the preamp tubes, you would definitely hear that. So the fact that these are being twisted up here is probably not really helping us, because there's no audio signal down this way. But all right, so what I want to do is I want to take actually, before I connect these main two, I think I'm going to put the resistors on, which basically, if I turn it this way so you can see the other side of the terminal strip, I'm going to put them on that side because I think there's a little bit more room down there. Just move a few things over so you can see. We've got so much, so many parts out now and different things. Whoops. Let me just move this out of the way. Okay. All right. And that, and let me get, so the resistors we want to get for the artificial center tap are 100 ohm resistors, and they really could be like, I'd probably go with a 1 watt resistor. They probably could be smaller than that, but I feel like I've used 1 watt. These are 1 watt resistors. There's 2 left in this little bag here. But they're 100 ohm, not 100K. Just keep that in mind, that their value is 100 ohms. And this is what's going to create our artificial center tap to cut down on noise. So it's not going to change the sound of the amp or anything like that, other than potentially making it a little bit quieter from the hum and buzz when the thing runs, you know. So what you want to do, it's very easy to create an artificial center tap. These 2 wires I'm going to land to these 2 terminals, right? They're not grounded terminals. They're going to have their own little terminal strip, and the brown's going to go to one here and the black's going to go to the other, and then we're going to run the same thing over here to the pilot lamp, just like it was wired, except that we have a nice little landing spot for them instead of everything being wired to the pilot lamp. But the difference here is we're going to take 100 ohm resistor to ground from each of those. So that's all we need to do, really, right? So I can basically just take one of these and put it to ground. So I'm just going to kind of do it like this. I'm just going to bend this over, and then I can snip it when I'm done. That's one of them. And it doesn't matter the direction on a resistor. The direction of which way it goes doesn't matter. These are the color bands, the color band codes. Some of you guys are all like, I know all this shit, Mike. Sorry, for some people that are just getting into amp building, I was hoping that maybe there'd be a slight audience there. We're going to look up the color band stuff in a little bit when I do some testing of the existing resistors to see what their current status looks like. But yeah, that's all we need to do. So we're going from one terminal to ground for that one, and the other terminal to ground for that one. That's it. And then these guys are going to go in there. So let's go ahead and clean those up before we solder it. Okay, hold up a sec. I want to get some of these papers and stuff out of the way so that. All right, and I think I will go ahead and cut this off, so we're starting with a fresh piece. I'll make it a little bit neater too. So I'm just snipping off a little bit of that end and a little bit of that end. I probably should replace my blade here, but I just want to expose about 1/4 of an inch by scoring this. Again, this is that real heavy, thick cloth wire. It's like there's actually, like, I think there might even be like a little insulation underneath of the cloth. But I'm just trying to lightly score it so that when I start twisting it, it should just pop off. There we go. So there's a nice new fresh piece of wire exposed. Just trying to be really careful not to cut into that wire and twist it, and there we go. So perfect. That is stranded wire, so I am going to hit it with the little solder first. And the idea of doing this is that That way solder gets down in those little braids and it keeps it from fraying when you're pushing it through. It makes it easier to bend it over without the strands fraying on you. And it also soaks a little solder in between all those little strands so that when you do make the final connection, you don't even have to heat it up as long as the solder that's on these should melt together with the new solder, right? It just definitely makes a better connection. So, all right, so one end is here. I'm going to cut the excess off in a minute. So I just need, actually, you know what I might do? I wonder if I should use the bottom terminal, because I am going to need to use the top part of this terminal to connect these wires and the wires going to the lamp. So I'll need more space. That was my meter telling me, hey, you're on battery power, shut off, man. So hold on one second. I'm just trying to see, do I have enough room if I'm going to put these through the bottom here. I think I might. This one's a little tight, but let's see if I can get this bent down like this. As long as it's not touching the ground, touching the chassis, I should be fine. Yeah. Right. So that way I'm making use of that part of the terminal strip. Right? So one green going here to this one, one green going here to this one. Before I solder them in place, I do want to put a little bit of flux on. I'm just doing it from this side. Oops, you know what? I probably should move these out of the way for now. Because right now I'm just trying to solder the green leads from the power transformer into those little holes. I could have, I could have tied them to the top of the terminal, but that way I've got more room, because I still need to put 2 wires in each one of these terminals here. So, alright, so that gets really hot really quick. Once that cools, it should be good. Let's do the other side. You see a lot of extra smoke when I have flux on there. The flux is making the smoke, and I really should be using ventilation. I do have a little fan here that I kind of made that has a filter on it, and if I'm doing a lot of soldering, I definitely will use this, but I'm not doing it right now because it is very noisy for video. But typically I do try to, once I get in a zone, if I'm building an amp and I'm soldering a lot, I'll definitely run that fan, and it helps quite a bit. Okay, so now these guys are in there. Let's make sure that they're secure and they're not going to pull out of there. Nope, that's tugging on that real tight. And that one is good. And now we have these 100 ohm resistors. That is going to be our artificial center tap. So I think what I'll do is pull the leads out here, and then I'm going to wind up snipping off the extra. Let me just put a little dab of solder. I got more stuff to go on this ground terminal. Right now we've got the red and yellow center tap here. I'll show you a different angle of this so you can see it better. So that's going through the bottom part. Right here we've got, just going to put a little solder to hold it in place. That's not the final solder on that middle section. I just want to be able to cut these excess leads off now. Here, so that's the 2 leads to the 2 little 100 ohm resistors, and I'm gonna go ahead and also maybe hit this so I can chop that off. But there's more connections that we're gonna have to make, so that's why I'm not putting a ton of solder on here yet. I just don't want these resistors kind of bouncing around on me while I'm working on it. That's why I'm putting a little dab of solder here just to hold it in place. so I can also snip off that excess lead. Yeah, just enough to hold it there for right now. That's not the final, but now I can clip this and I'll show you what I have on the other side, what's going on here now. Okay, so now we have our artificial center tap installed. That's just two 100 ohm resistors. I bring you over on this angle. Now you can see that's the two resistors there. Let me do this a little bit so you can see. So there, one side of the resistor is going to ground, this middle lug. The other side's going to here, which is the green heater filaments. And then this one, same thing, the other green side. And the red and yellow, you can't really see it unless you look straight down, but the red and yellow now is also going to that middle lug. So that's already looks a lot cleaner than it was. And I'm not worried at all about this bolt coming off, because again, it's a nylon locking nut, and that nylon there is biting on that screw, so that ain't coming loose unless we actually forcefully unscrew it. And the next step is, let's connect the brown and black. It doesn't matter which one we connect to which, but I do want to twist this a little bit more just to make it a little bit neater. And we don't even need this much, we can shorten this now. It just needs to go to here and here. So if I want to get it nice, and I need to go probably about right. Just want to give myself a little extra so I don't. Oops, sorry. Okay, let me move you over here so I have a little bit of room to work. Oh, sorry. Needed my iced coffee. I don't know if you guys are coffee drinkers, if you're a coffee drinker or not, but my favorite coffee is Illy. I-L-L-Y. This stuff's a little bit expensive. It's more expensive than your average Folgers and stuff, but man, is it good coffee. It just really is super good. There's no bitterness at all. I just made some iced coffee with it. I made like a large espresso shot, put it over ice. Excellent. All right. So now I'll restrip these. The other nice thing is the wires that, you know, me cutting these wires a little bit shorter, those connections have been soldered and they would be resoldered. This way I got brand new wire that's been covered up for 60 years and protected from the elements. Whoa, that's very interesting. So the brown one is actually stranded wire and the black is solid core. Huh. I've never seen that before. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I like solid core wire because you can bend it and it'll stay in place. This stuff, yeah, it doesn't always stay. It's harder to make it stay, but I use solid core wire. That means there's no strands in it. It's just one solid piece of metal. That's interesting that Gibson used. See, this stuff you don't normally have to tin because there's no strands to worry about fraying or getting solder down in between them and all that kind of stuff. So very interesting, yeah. But yeah, again, this does not matter which one I solder it to. I kind of would like to go up and under these two resistors just to keep it as clean as I can. Let's see if that's possible. Here, actually, let me tin that one because it is going to fray up if I start pushing it around. Yeah, so weird. That brown one is stranded wire, huh? maybe that's just what Gibson happened to have on hand, you know? They were like, oh, well, we need to make it a different color so you can alternate them. And I also noticed that they didn't alternate them correctly on these sockets. I'll show you that later in a minute. I mean, it doesn't matter. It still will kind of do the same thing. At least I don't think it matters. But somebody was just trying to get this amp done in a hurry, I think. Okay, so hold on. Let me do the brown one first. That way it's not moving around on me. So I just put it in the terminal here. And I'm not going to wrap it around 50 times like they did. I'm just going to press it nice and flat against the terminal itself so that, you know, it stays, it's secure. That's all you need. Okay, I still have something else to solder there, so that's why I was saying I'm not done. Right, now I can work with the black wire without the brown one moving so much. And get that one up in here. There we go, see? Push that one up through here. And I'm just going to take it and do the same thing I just did. And just press it against the terminal. Excuse me. It's a little extra, but I'm going to go ahead and snip that off in a second. It's not the final solder piece here yet, so don't worry. I'm going to come back and clean this all up. But because I still have the lamp leads to get to, but I can trim this a little bit too. Just keep it nice and clean, and I'm gonna clean these terminals off too, because there's definitely some flux on there. But yeah, there we go. So just making sure that's secure. I'm going to hit these terminals with more solder in a minute once I get the lamp done, just to make sure that all those have enough solder to hold it securely in place. But yeah, see, notice now we have on this side the black and the brown are coming up to these terminals. So we have black here, one green lead from the power transformer, one 100 ohm resistor going to ground. That's our center tap. The other 100 ohm resistor going to ground, and the brown wire on that one. So yeah, that is a nice little way to organize these wires and be able to, you know, service it. You know, like say we had to replace a resistor, it'd be super easy to do it here than to do it somewhere up in here. Up in here where the pilot lamp was, because that's where these leads were going before. It was going straight to the pilot lamp. Now I'm just going to run a couple of wires here to the pilot lamp assembly so that it's its own thing, and that way if because that runs off of 6.3 volts as well, but that way it's got its own dedicated little set of wires, and it's, you know, it's feeding off of this power supply. I just think of this as a landing point, you know, a main landing point for the heater wires, and then these go off and do their own thing. This is going to go off and power the lamp. So the question is, can I get this cleaned up and reuse these terminals? The one already cracked on the top, but it still looks like it's okay. I do need to, I'm just going to try to vacuum up as much of this solder that I can. Hang on a second. This is just such a mess. I think this assembly is totally fine, even with that little broken lug, because if you notice, the wire just has to go through that little hole, and the hole is still fine. As long as I can solder a nice wire to that, it should be fine. I'm going to go ahead and cut off just this little piece just to make sure it's rounded off. But yeah, let's take some of this. Just worry about, these are so fragile. I worry about this one breaking now, because somebody just went to town on wrapping see, not even all the stranded wire has solder on it. It's like parts of it does and parts of it doesn't. And you know what I think the reason is? The position of this thing way up underneath here, it's hard to get to this stuff. That's why I wanted to take it off of there, because I couldn't unsolder it properly up underneath this little lip. It's just hard to get to. It's better if you could. There we go. We're getting somewhere now. Hold on. Hold on. Jeez whiz. Let me I'll try to anchor this under this wire real quick. Try to anchor that in place so that I can. Look at all this mess. Let's get all that crap off there. I really don't want to suck up those wires in my desoldering pump here because they might get stuck in there and get hard to clean out, but wow, there's just tons of them. They just keep coming. Okay, I think we're almost there. Thanks for sticking in there if you're still watching this. Hope you're learning a lot or reinforcing what you already know. Okay, there is one little piece here that this sucker's really hot now, so I gotta be careful. What the heck is this? Just part of the rubber from the old wire. There we go. Alright, so this pilot lamp assembly is saved, meaning it's salvageable. What does that say? Dial Co. New York. So yeah, it still looks good. The connection, you know, the little piece there where the bulb goes in looks nice. I might just hit that with a little bit of alcohol just to be sure. Yeah, just get that little contact in there clean. Yeah, it's just a little dirty, not terrible. But I do want to clean these guys now, because they did have a lot of old flux and they're still not 100% clean, but it's good enough. Just looking for that little piece of sandpaper. I'm being a little bit anal here, but that's just because these were so dirty and frayed up with the old wire that had been wrapped around the sucker like multiple times. It's a little overkill. It really doesn't need to be like that. I think what they probably did was they stripped the wire. It was still stranded and they hadn't tinned it, and then they just wound up wrapping it around the terminal and soldering the whole thing. But that just makes it doesn't necessarily improve anything. It just makes it harder to service and maintain. Okay, so I'm gonna let's get this assembly back on there, and then we're gonna run those wires to it. So we got the top part here, we've got the little locking washer here, right? So it's gonna keep it from getting loose on us. Pop the assembly on, and we have one more piece. Where is it? The little bolt. Here it is. And we have the little jewel cover. Hold on a second. There we go. Sorry, it's a little hard to see that, but up and under there. But yeah, so that's how it goes on. I'm going to hand tighten it as much as I can. And then see if I can just finish it off here with my wrench. It's like the total distance, or the total width of the wrench. There we go. I think that's probably enough, just in like a quarter turn to get it tight. There we go. I don't think that's going anywhere right now. Yeah, I can't turn that. So yeah, this is the bulb. I don't know if the bulb's been replaced or not. I mean, this bulb looks pretty good, but I'm gonna go ahead and replace it just because I'm totally restoring this thing. And if I get a new bulb, if this is the original bulb that was in there for all these years, it's probably gonna burn out very soon. So let's put a fresh one in. That way, whoever is using this, whether it's me or if I sell it to someone else, this is a replacement. Should look the same. At least this one might have some more life in it. Alright. And it might actually be a little bit brighter too. Alright, I'm going to put the jewel back on, but I might clean that up. When we get to cleaning the faceplate of the amp, I might, this definitely could use a little polishing up, I think. But I do want to keep the original jewel on there. We could always put a different color on, but this is about restoring what's here best we can. Okay, so we just need to run a little bit of wire to there, and I already have a piece of twisted wire here. It doesn't matter what color we use or anything like that. It just need one wire needs to go to one terminal and one needs to go to the other. But this is wire that's solid core that I had an extra piece. This was wire that I used to run my heaters on an amp that I built. So I just had an extra piece. Let's use it. It's good stuff. This is the vintage style pushback wire. So you literally don't have to strip it. This is what I use a lot of times in amp builds, especially for stuff like heater wires, because you can literally bend them into place and they're not going to move. So you just push this back, the cloth back, and I'm going to go ahead and push it through here. One in this terminal, one in that, not the ground. You don't want this to go to ground. This is just going to power the lamp. Remember the green wires, both green wires, before I'd made the terminals, added this terminal strip as a landing point, the two green wires were going to, one was going to each of these points here on the lamp assembly. So all we're doing is just making a separate wire to go to the lamp. That way if we ever have to take the lamp off or whatever, we don't have multiple wires being landed here on the lamp itself. So I'm just looking for this, and I do want to make one little twist. I don't need to go crazy and wrapping it around 3 times. Just enough to, and I think some military spec wiring that I've read some manuals on old military spec wiring and stuff for tube amplifiers. A lot of it was just 1/4 turn. You know, it was like put the wire through the hole, turn it a 1/4 turn, press it flat, and that's it. And that's plenty, as long as your solder connection is solid. You have a decent mechanical connection, because you know I can pull on this and it's in there. It's not going to come out because it's got a nice little 1 turn in it. And it's easy to take out quickly. If you need to service it, you're not unwrapping. You saw how long it took me to clean these terminals off because someone had wrapped the wire around twice, or at least twice. Okay, now that did not bond. Matter of fact, I can actually put the final solder. Remember I said it wasn't final soldered, this thing. I'm going to go ahead and final solder these because nothing else is going to go to these terminals. And basically what I'm going to do is just put enough solder on there now to make sure that every component is fully soldered on there. I had sort of tack soldered some of these pieces to it, and I'm going to go back and make sure that everything, pull on them, make sure nothing's loose. Okay, we'll do the same thing with this one. Heat this up just a little extra, sort of covering that whole terminal there. Okay. Alright, just want to make sure that the black wire is solid, brown wire is solid, the resistor over here is solid, meaning I'm pulling on it and it's not going anywhere. Yep, I think we're good. And the center tap is good too, right? Let's pull on that. Yep, everything's nice and tight in there. Okay, perfect. So now we can do this. We can just turn this. Sorry. Turn this like this. Only need a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and cut it right about here. And again, it doesn't matter which one goes to which terminal for this type of lamp assembly. Just need to push back and expose a little bit. Don't need much. I almost wonder if I could actually cut off a little more than that. No, that's okay. It should be fine. I'll bend it a little bit so that it looks straight. It looks nice. I think I could go a little shorter on this. That's fine. Okay, one through here, one through there. Again, all I need to do really is just like a quarter of a turn, and I'll cut that excess off. Squeeze it nice and tight against the terminal. Do the same thing over here. Quarter turn. Squeeze it against the terminal. If you have something like a stubborn lead here, I don't know if you can see that, but where I bent it over, it's sort of sticking up a 1/10 of an inch or so. You could just put something heavy in there, like a screwdriver or whatever, just to hold it down while you solder it. Let me get something that's a little bit skinnier though. Right, so if I set that on there, it's staying flat against the terminal. So just something to hold it in place while you solder it. Okay, that's that one. That's that one. I'm just using my desoldering gun again. I have a regular soldering iron, but I'm using it because I am doing a lot of desoldering at the same time, but we can use it to solder just as easy. Okay, so that's that. So we got that to the lamp, and everything's good here. The only thing we're going to use this center tap here as our power amp ground, right? The only thing going to that ground right now are these 100 ohm resistors and the center tap for the power transformer for the high tension leads, the red and yellow. But I'm going to go ahead and put the new filter caps to there. So one needs to go to this terminal here. I'm hoping this is the old wire that went to the old this guy that I snipped off, the old cap. Hoping that they didn't, and they didn't wrap it too much. Looks like they, there we go. Yeah, they kind of did a little hook around it. Not as bad as they did the lamp there, so that's not too bad. But I just want to look at that terminal. It looks like these terminals are very frail on these sockets, but they still look like they're in good shape as long as I'm careful with them. just want to get a little bit of any excess solder that doesn't need to be there. I'm going to resolder those. Okay, so that's one wire and another. So one filter cap's going to go to there, along with this wire that goes to the power transformer. Oh, sorry, output transformer. That's what this red wire is. And then this one here, there's going to be another 20 UF cap too. So I gotta take this old wire off. Again, we're reducing the amount of wires in this thing by adding this terminal strip and putting the filters as separate pieces over here for the power amp stuff. Okay, what's going on here? I don't like that. That one's being a little more stubborn. I don't want to pull too hard because there we go. These terminals are a little. Sometimes if you just wiggle it around while it's hot. There we go. See that? I was just gently wiggling it around there, but all that stranded wire is really getting kind of caught up around here. Okay, so this one also has a red wire going over to there, and this resistor, all that needs to stay in place. So I'm just gonna just clean up any excess solder there, because I am gonna resolder all that. I also do want to clean those with a little bit of alcohol before I put new solder on there, because there is a lot of old flux on there. I can see they're very brown. And let's just get that bare metal. All this stuff matters because, you know, connections need to be bare metal to bare metal, you know, and stuff like this old flux and all can create a surface that prevents it from making a good solder connection, good bond. So yeah, I mean, you see all that old flux on there. This is all part of the process of restoring an old amp. Yeah, you see brown on all these guys. They didn't clean any of their connections up, but all right, that's good enough for that. And now we can land these two caps for the power section. So one of them needs to land, it needs to be grounded here, but it needs to land on this lug. So I'm almost thinking what I could do is this one. Actually, I think I could, here, hold on. I always like to put the caps face up so people can see what their value is, but I've got a great idea here. I think this will be nice. So I'm going to take this. So this is the positive side, the plus signs, the positive end, that needs to go to the terminal. This is the negative, this needs to go to ground. This is now our new power amp ground terminal. So I'm going to go ahead and bend that. Okay, I'm just going to keep it like maybe right there, I guess. Maybe snip off a little bit so that I can, I do want to solder this now just so I can hold it in place, but there is going to be one more cap that's going to go to this middle ground post. But I want to put a dab of solder on there so it doesn't move on me while I do the other side of it. Is that right? Yeah, I'll come back and add more solder later, obviously, when I add the other cap, but just wanted to get that there. Also, I noticed I can trim this here. I didn't trim these leads going to the lamp. Just keep everything nice and smooth there. So these go over to the lamp, and trim that little guy. Push on this, make sure these are tight. Yep, everything's secure. Okay, now the positive end, this is the fun part. So I don't need to float this in the air, not this one, the other one maybe, but this one I can take and bend it that way, so we have like this little S shape. There we go. And put it right where it's supposed to go. And that's not going to move at all. And normally I would put some like hot glue or something on caps like this so they don't move around. And I still may touch a little bit, put a little tiny dab or two underneath. But if I get that in there soldered like that, it's likely not going to move. But yeah, later I'll probably put some hot glue on it still, just because I'm kind of anal like that. Okay, so this one, let's solder him, the positive connection to the 6x4 tube socket. And I'm going to put a little extra solder on there because I did suck all the old solder off, just to make sure that there's like 3 things that are connecting to that one terminal. There's now this positive end of this pot, this resistor here that's going over to this lug, and there's also this red wire which is the primary on the output transformer. Right, so that's where our B plus high voltage is, right here. That's going to be the highest DC voltage in the amp. This point right here. Okay, so you know, when I get this thing fired back up again, which I'll probably do soon once we get all the caps in, we can see what the highest voltage is in the amp. And this, on the diagram, it says 240, right where that first 20 UF cap is. So that's right there. That's the 6x4, right? 240, and this is the primary of the output transformer. That little line, vertical line here, is this left hand side of it is the primary. That's that red wire right there. And then the other side of it is going to the speaker to drive the speaker. But yeah, the highest voltage in the amp is, they're saying, is 240 back in 1966, right? Or whenever they drew the schematic up, which was probably earlier than that. It was probably 1960, 59 or 60 when they drew that schematic. So, but yeah, I mean, this is in there really stable, but it does move slightly. So yeah, I probably will put a dab of hot glue underneath of it. Some people use silicone. I don't like to use the silicone. I get the Gorilla hot glue. It's stronger than your standard craft store hot glue, and if you put a dab or two on something like this, that way it doesn't vibrate, because you see how that slightly moves. But that way, you know, these connections will stay nice and firm. Okay, that's that one. And then the other one, this is the one that now I can actually get back here and clean, because we don't have a big cap back there. We don't have all those wires. This is so much nicer to work with now. Except I do need to re-clean all this out back here. We'll get to all that in a bit. But this one needs to go all the way over here. So I didn't want to have it sitting right over top of this tube socket if possible. That way, if I need to solder something or change a component or something on the socket, I'm not dealing with that. So unfortunately, the leads aren't long enough for me to be able to just angle it down this way. Now if I put it over here, let's see what we got. So this end, which is the negative end, needs to go to this terminal. If I bend this 45 degrees, let's just see if I have, maybe I do have enough. Could I make it to there? Maybe I can make it to there. Hold on, I'm gonna try bending it a little. Oh, look at that, it might just make it. It might just make it. Wow, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool, because I think we can do that. And it shouldn't pull on it or anything. It's just enough length going that direction. And then I don't have to run any wire for this. So we've eliminated 2 wires completely. The only thing is it can't touch this terminal. It has to go directly to that one. But I think I can just put a little bend in it, and it'll be fine. And the other thing I can do, and what I'd like to do, when it gets closer to things like this, I don't want this accidentally, this is going to have a lot of high voltage on it. We don't want to touch this. This is part of the output transformer here, and the brown and the blue, but this one is the high voltage coming off of our B plus going to the second filter. So yeah, I just don't want to touch anything, so I think I'm going to insulate this. The best way to do that is to use heat shrink. So I have a box of heat shrink here. Since it's a very thin lead, I can just use a really thin piece of heat shrink. Let me just see how long this is. Is this gonna... Oh, that's gonna be great. I just need to cut a little bit extra, a little tiny bit off to expose like a little bit of that, and that should be good. That way it'll protect. I'm not worried about the negative lead because that's ground. That's just going to ground. What I want to do is put a little bend. You see that right there? I'm going to put a little tiny bend this way, like that, and see if I can't. Here, I might need to solder that in place first. But yeah, let me shrink this. It's just to protect. This is what's going to have a couple 100 volts on it. So this heat shrink will just insulate that wire so that it doesn't bounce and touch against anything else. That way, if something happens with these wires and this tab here leans against it, it's not gonna make metal contact there. Let me go ahead and try to put that in place and see if we get this to work right. I think we got enough. I think we have just enough so we don't have to run wires. And it still looks clean, and it's not covering up. It's not directly above any tube sockets, so it's still easy to service and get to all this stuff. As long as this goes through here, we're good. We got it? Yep, look at that. Now it does sit up slightly. No, wait a minute, I can get it to maybe. If I put a little dab of glue under there, I can get it to rest. And it's okay that these two leads are touching each other because they're both going to the same ground point, so that's not a big deal. They both need ground, so as long as I can. Let me just look at this from this position. Move this over just a hair for a minute. Yeah, I think I got it. There's actually more lead than I thought. Look at that. All right, I like this. All right, now I think I've made all the connections I need to make on this terminal strip now. This ground, I'm just going to hit everything with a bunch of solder to finalize that. That means this negative end of this cap, this negative end of this cap, the two 100 ohm resistors for the center tap, and the center tap of the power transformer. That's it. Yep. I think that's it. Look at that. Love it. All right. That's great. I didn't think that was going to fit because I had envisioned it going up and around this way or up and over and down. But this is nice because then I can glue it straight to the chassis with a little bit of hot glue, and if we need to change these out in the future, you just take a little X-Acto knife and pop the hot glue off, unsolder them, put new ones in, you're good to go. That's awesome. Now I didn't insulate this positive lead because there's nothing here that this can touch, and you shouldn't be sticking your fingers in here when the amp's on anyway. So yeah, this is really just to protect from accidentally something moving and touching another terminal here or another component that it's not supposed to. All right, one other cap to go down here on the preamp side, and we're going to ground that somewhere else, but I'm going to take a break here and we'll come back to that, and then we'll fire it up and test it out. All right, I'm back. So during my break, which was actually yesterday, Uh, I went through and I tested a couple components, and I am going to show you how I do that. The only reason I wanted to is because at this stage, I just got to get this last cap on here, and also there's another electrolytic cap here that's on the cathode of the V1 tube, and I wanted to check and see what its value was, and I'm getting a weird result, but these, so let me just explain this real quick, and then maybe I'll get in bigger depth here later in the video. But this is what's called an LCR meter, a digital LCR. It tests inductance, capacitance, and resistance. So it's different than the standard multimeter that I've been showing so far on this video. The standard multimeter, like something like this, would test DC volts, AC volts. You can test check for ohms, you know, like seeing how many ohms your speaker is. This is a little diode test to see if, you know, what the diodes are reading, and the continuity tester, right? And it also has a little battery tester over here too. That's the standard one. But this one, and that, you know, so I use that one when the amp is on, when it's plugged in and on, and I, you know, want to get DC volts or AC volts. I typically use that. But the LCR tester can actually test what is the value of this component as it is right now, right? But the problem that comes up sometimes is it might not always be 100% accurate when you're testing components that are in circuit, right? Like if I have two resistors and they're, say they're in series, like, you know, there's a one resistor here and another resistor there, it might be reading the other resistor next to it if you just wanted to get the reading to the one. So it might be kind of putting that one there and getting extra resistance, you know, that you don't want to see on the meter. So sometimes the best way to test components is to actually disconnect them from where they're connected, so that at least one lead is not connected to something else. But probably 9 times out of 10 I can get a good reliable reading. If something looks way off, then it's probably not the component, it's probably because of the way it's in circuit. So we're going to check that right now, because I was getting a reading on this little capacitor here that was way off. Before I check the capacitor, I just want to show you, I'm going to check, these are two 100K resistors going from the input jacks straight to the grid of V1, right? So that's right where your guitar signal comes in through the resistor and to the grid. So if I turn this meter, it has different levels basically. So I'm going to put it on the 200K ohms. So that means anything from 0 to 200K, right? These are 100K resistors, so I can't put it on the 20K because it's higher than that. And basically it doesn't matter what side you put this on. I'm just going to see if I can prop this up with something so you can see it while I do it. Let's see if this will work. Okay. Well, hopefully you can see the screen. Sorry, I've got so much stuff in a small little space. It's hard to see. All right, stay. All right, so one of these resistors, get my hands over here. If you just put, you know, it doesn't matter which side you put it on with a resistor. I get 113K. So this is typically what we like to see is around 10% tolerance, because out of the box, these old carbon resistors here from the 60s, they were probably not 100K exactly out of the box. They could be plus or minus. So they could be basically 110 to 90 to 110, right? That's 10% plus or minus. So their value is 100K. So these might not have been 100K right out of the box, but if they were, then this one has drifted 13%, so a little more than out of tolerance. But I'm not so worried about if I see 113 here in this spot, just going from the jack to here, I'm probably not going to replace that resistor. If it was like around 130 or 150, then I probably would replace it. This one is 110, so this one is within spec. I would consider that within spec. So you see that's 110K right now. This guy right here is at 1.5K, so I'm going to change my meter down here to 20K just so it's closer to that value of what it's supposed to be. And if I put it over here, I get 1.4. So perfect. It's very close to 1.5. Again, they're never going to be exact with these old types of carbon resistors. Here's another 100K. Let's see where this guy's at. Oh, hold on, I gotta get my leads on there. So 109.6. Yeah, I probably wouldn't replace that. If it was like 120 or if it was like 80, I probably would replace it. Now, what happens is over time, these old carbon resistors tend to drift up in value. So maybe in the 1960s when they made this amp, maybe these were exactly 100K or right around 100K, and they've drifted roughly about 10K over time. And they're going to probably continue to keep drifting. Here's another 100K. I'm just doing the 100K since we're talking about that value. So yeah, this one's 109. So it's 9% out of spec exactly, but I'm not that worried about the voltages drifting upward slightly, because remember I mentioned the wall voltages back in the 60s were maybe around 110 to 115 on average in the United States. And today they're around 120 to 125 on average. So what happens is there's going to be higher voltages in the amp in general, and if all these resistors have roughly drifted roughly 10%, well, the wall voltage has increased, and what happens if a resistor's value goes up? It's going to resist more voltage. So maybe it'll actually even out because the wall voltage is a little bit higher and these have drifted a little higher to make them more resistive, right? So they're going to resist the flow of electricity essentially more, right, if they're 110 versus 100. So yeah, I mean, it probably evens out. So as long as these aren't bad, or I don't see any like that are turning brown or getting discolored, or as long as they're testing okay, I'm going to leave them in there, within 10% ish roughly, right? Now you can test capacitors the same way too. Hold on, let me just check this 100K while I got it out. Yeah, this one's 108. Totally fine. I'm going to leave it, and I'll go through and test all the other ones in here, which I did roughly go through, and I think most of the resistors were within 10% or so, roughly 10%. But to test capacitance, so this cap right here on the schematic, okay, this is a polarized cap, meaning it has a positive end and a negative end. This guy right here is non-polarized, so it really doesn't matter which end you use. Even though there's a little stripe on it, that's just showing you that that's where the foil end is, and typically you put the foil end at ground. But it's not polarized. There's not a positive or a negative in these types of caps. But this one, the electrolytic caps, and the same as our filter caps, they have a positive end and a negative end, and they do need to be connected a certain way. These caps don't necessarily need to be connected any certain way. It's recommended to put the ground side where you see the little stripe, but most of them today don't even have that stripe because it doesn't really matter. The only thing it would do potentially be a little bit quieter in operation, but it's so minute you probably wouldn't even hear it with the human ear. The difference, if I swap this and turn it a different direction, the amp would operate the same and probably sound exactly the same. But these electrolytics, again, it's just like changing filter caps. I'm going to probably change this based on the life, but I do want to see what value it is. So if I look at the schematic says this is the cathode of E1, that's 6EU7, and it's the 1.5K resistor with a it's basically called a cathode bypass cap, right? So you have the resistor to ground, and it has a cap around it to ground as well. So this one says plus 20, that's the positive end on that side. This is the negative end, which always goes to ground, right? And I'm getting around 50 UF. But let me tell you, let's look at it just to be sure I was measuring it correctly. Now this one, the colors matter, right? So I want to put the negative end on the negative side, which is here, and this is the positive side going to the pin of the socket. Yeah, I'm getting 53 UF because I set my meter on 200 UF, so it'll do anything under 200 UF, it'll register. So yeah, I'm getting 50, but now it's not typical that these capacitors drift like the resistors do, drift up. And the interesting thing is, if I look on the cap, the label says 25 UF. So on the schematic, it's a 20 UF. Here on the label, it says it's a 25 UF. Now that difference is not, that's not going to make any major difference in sound of the amp or anything like that. If it was a difference between like a 1 UF and a 25 or a 20 UF, yes, that would be a difference. Or a 25 and a 50, that might be a little bit of a difference. You might get a little bit more fullness in bass, or a little bit more breakup character, or less breakup character, depending on what the value is. But 20 to 25 is really, you wouldn't really hear any difference. So I'm not worried about that the schematic says 20 and there's actually a 25 in there that they put in there. I don't think anybody changed this. This looks original to me. I mean, this is definitely the original resistor. It doesn't look like anything's been resoldered or unsoldered, so they just happen to have a 25 and said, yeah, that's close enough to our schematic, let's throw that in there. But this might not be registering 54. Because this is in circuit, I'm going to try to snip this out or unsolder it and test it not connected, like just unsnip one end just to see, is it actually lower than that? Because sometimes these things read different values when they're in circuit, especially these kind of capacitors. I don't know, it's kind of strange. This, unfortunately, if I was gonna desolder it, it looks like the lead is really wrapped around there a couple of times, so I might just snip it. But let me just see if I can. Yeah, I mean, I can tell it's like coiled around there like 3 times, so it might be really hard to unwind this guy. Yeah, and it's really hard to get the solder off of it too. Oh, you know what? This might be a good opportunity to use some solder wick. So, I think I talked about this before earlier in the video, but in case you skipped ahead, this is solder braid or solder wick, and essentially it's really great for like circuit board type stuff. But what you can do is you get it hot and you put it on the solder glob and it just seeps into the braid. So I don't know if you can see that or not, but this whole section just completely, there was a little bit of solder on the braid to begin with, but it soaked up a pretty good amount still. So let me just snip that off. Once it's used, it's pretty much done, right? So let me do the other side real quick and see. I'm just trying to see if I can get it enough that I can keep the original resistor in there and get this cap off, and see if I want to either keep it in there, see if I'm going to retest it when it's not in circuit, meaning just take one of the leads and lift it up and get it out of circuit so that I can see if it's any different. Typically it's electrolytic, so I should probably change it anyway. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and snip it, because there's just no way I'm going to be able to uncoil that. It's really wrapped tight around there. I mean, I could throw another 1.5K resistor in there too, but I was hoping to not even have to touch that part of it and just leave that all original, and just throw a new cap on. Sorry, I'm trying to, if I bend it this way, I might be able to. Come on, man, it's really on there tight. What I'm trying to do is sort of unravel it. Well, that might be good enough for me to at least snip it and see. I'm probably going to wind up replacing it anyway, because I just want to make sure this amp, we're totally refurbing it, and I'm sure this is at the end of its life. Most capacitors, electrolytics, should be changed anyway after 10 or 15 years to be safe, but these guys have been in there for over 60 years, or around 60 years actually. If this is a 1966 and today, and this is 2026, then it's about 60-year-old amp. So, okay, so let's try this again. Let's test it now that it's not in circuit and see what kind of reading we get. I'm just curious, is it going to be closer to its original 25, or is it still going to be showing 50? No, actually, I think it's still showing 50. Oh, look, it's showing 60 actually now. Wow. Yeah, that can change the sound of an amp. So I don't know if this guy's going bad and it's drifting up. Yeah, look at that, 58, 59, almost 60 UF. Yeah, we want to get that guy out of there. Okay, so yeah, let's snip him out. You know, again, there's no use in trying to save this, but yeah, see, look, it's a little dirty, but so the end with the stripe is the negative end. It does have a little plus up here, but look, it says made in West Germany, 25 UF, but the schematic says 20 UF. So again, 20 to 25 doesn't really matter. I do have a comparable modern day one that's a 25 microfarad at 50 volts. There's going to be hardly any voltage on this at all. It's going to probably just be like 1 or 2 volts, so voltage doesn't really matter as long as it's at least a couple of volts. But yeah, this is a very comparable, same type of capacitor, just in a modern form. It's a little bit smaller, but it does the same exact job. I don't have one that's exactly 20, except for I have a 22, but this is overkill. You don't need to use a 500 volt cap on an input jack going to the first cathode. I don't want to use that giant cap in there. It's not going to make any difference at all. I'm just going to use the small cap that's kind of meant for that type of position. Okay, so let's replace it. Reason I'm doing this first before I put the other last filter cap on is because it's just easier for me to get to this component this way. So yeah, I'm going to take it. The negative end is going to go to the this tab right here is technically ground, right? That's actually grounding to the chassis, because this is the signal. This lug here is the signal going in, your guitar signal, and the other one is ground. Same thing here. This is ground with a little switch. There's a little shunt there so that the amp signal grounds when nothing's plugged into it, so the amp doesn't sound noisy when you turn it on without a guitar plugged in. That's what that little guy is. And then this lug here is where the signal is. And there's a 1M to ground. Matter of fact, I do want to check that 1M resistor too while I'm here. Let's just check that 1M. So I'm going to set the meter, the LCR meter, on 20M. Hold on. I'm not getting anything. Hold on a sec. That's interesting. It's not typical that that 1M resistor would go bad. Maybe it's just because of the way it's in circuit. Again, not every component. That's strange. Let's switch it down one. Maybe they didn't put a 1M in there. It looks like a 1M. Why is it just saying 0? Oh, maybe because... Hold on one second. It might be because both sides of it are being grounded right now. Let me just put a jack in there and retry it. All that jack did was lift that little shunt so that it's not grounded on the one side anymore. See, now it's working. See that? So we got 0.9 out of 20M, which is basically 90, or sorry, 1M is 1000K, so it would be 900 essentially. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So it's within 10%. Yeah, see, I had to do that to lift that up because both ends were being grounded and it didn't have enough to test its capacitance. So yeah, again, LCR meters are great, but sometimes in circuit they either work or they don't. This cap, or sorry, this Let's see if this resistor is any different. I think it's supposed to be a 1.5K resistor, but I think we were getting 1.4. I would imagine on this one we should probably get the same now that the cap is disconnected from it. Hold on a sec. I got the meter on 20K. Yeah, 1.43. So that's fine. That's within 10%. It's good. So I'm going to leave that there for originality. Now we can put the cap on. So I'm going to try to position it so that it's, you can sort of see what it is. It's very small here, but it says 20 MFD microfarad, 50 volts. So every cap like this, electrolytic cap, is going to have a voltage rating. And basically you can use them in the circuit as long as that voltage is not going to be exceeded in that part of the circuit. So again, here, there's only going to be possibly 1 to maybe 2 or 3 volts. So 50 volts is way plenty. And you can always go high on the voltage for the caps, meaning you can, they can be a higher rated than, you know, but they're going to be more expensive and bigger with the higher voltage ratings. So here, this is just a spot where it does not need to be a high voltage cap, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just do something similar to what they were doing. Actually, I'm going to see if I can get the lead wrapped around. You only need to really wrap this around like one time when you're doing something this way. One time is plenty. Sorry. There's my solder. I'm just going to solder this in first. They wrapped it around like 3 times. Okay. We can snip this now. Snip that excess. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is kind of position it so that it's very easy to see what its value is. And I'm just going to wrap it around one time around where the other leads were. I'm not even going to worry about trying to get this off, because if I try to get this off, I'm just going to mess it all up. Those little rings there. There we go. So now it looks like that cap's wrapped around 3 times, but it's actually not. It's only 1 time. Alright, so we'll snip that off. So that's that electrolytic cap replaced. Again, we just replaced it because, one, we probably should because of the type of cap it is and its age, but also it was 25 US and now it was reading over 50 today. So it's signaling us that's probably going to go bad soon anyway, so it's better to just replace it. Alright, now we can get this cap in, which is our final filter cap. Remember, this can cap here had 3 leads. The 2 were down here for the power section we've already replaced, and the 3rd one had a long lead going all the way over here for the preamp section. But it's better, again, to ground, separate these filter caps to be on a preamp ground. So technically I could ground it to this. There's several preamp grounds going on in this amp, and I could change them, and it probably would maybe have an impact on the noise levels in the amp if I combined a few of these. Like this is signal here, but like there's one preamp ground is here, one is this middle lug here that's soldered to the back of the pot. That's another ground point. And then another ground point is this middle lug here for the tremolo circuit, which is also in the preamp section. And then there's another one over here. So there's like 4 different grounds going on for, Well, wait a minute. This technically could be considered power amp ground. Over here, this one. But this one here, where is that going? Yeah, that's going to this. So that's a 100K to ground from V2, which is the 6EU7. Hold on, it's a little hard to see what's going on back there. This little gray wire is going to the frequency pot. So this half, the half on this side looks like it's for the tremolo. Sorry. Why did they take that gray wire all the way around the pot and then to here? They could have went this direction and it would have been shorter. Alright, not a big deal, but I was just getting confused on where things were. So I'm just trying to see. Probably the best ground. I was going to ground it here, but I'm thinking now maybe I should ground this to this jack. Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it over here. This is still technically a preamp ground. I mean, a lot of stuff. The only thing that's really going to it is one of the parts in the tremolo circuit. So it's like this tube is all gain stages for the amp. Then the signal goes through to the tremolo circuit, and this half of the tube is driving that. And then this half of the tube here is the phase inverter, which is then feeding the two power tubes. So I don't really consider this a power amp ground. Over here, that would be more of a power amp ground. And again, the reason I'm trying to separate them is it's potentially, if you can separate your preamp grounds with your power amp grounds, the amp's going to be quieter. And again, I've built a lot of amps, and I've had it where I've put some of the preamp grounds, like these big filter caps, you know, in a Marshall, let's say a Marshall JCM 800 amp. There's a whole bunch of 50 UF caps in the power section to do its filtering, the big power can caps, right? But also there's a couple 50 UF can cap sections in the preamp section, and I've grounded them all to one point and tried the amp, and then I separated the ones for the preamp filtering to their own ground, and it was dead quiet. I mean, it was so much quieter. Again, it's just better if you can separate those grounds. So let's throw this in. Enough talking. Let's just get this guy installed. I want to put him on this ground, and he needs to go to this terminal right here. Sorry, before I do that, this is really bugging me here. I'm gonna lift these guys up a bit, and this, I may wind up replacing this little cap too, but that being pushed way down in there was just so close to this one resistor. You do not want these two to touch. It may insulate this lead of this resistor in case these do get pushed down again. But now I can actually get the stuff a little bit better here. Okay, so I need to desolder. Wow, there's a lot of stuff going to that one lug. I need to get rid of this wire because this is the wire that was running to the old filter can cap. But I was just looking at it, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components going to that one lug. So I don't know if I'm going to get this completely desoldered without creating like a house of cards effect and all these components just coming loose from that connection. I want to leave some solder on there, so I may need to snip this wire off. Sorry, did they wrap that wire around there? I think they did. Son of a gun. Alright, let me do this. I'm going to do a little bit of Tetrising here. So I'm just trying to remove this wire, but I also am going to have to put the positive end of our new filter cap to where this thing was going. There we go. Okay, it popped off. I wasn't sure if it was going to. But yeah, this just looks messy down here. See, yeah, there's still some like shreds of that wire, and I don't want those to touch any of these other socket pins here. Hold on. Sometimes it feels like you're doing surgery on something. Yeah, see all these little pieces of metal? Dangerous to leave all that in there, because if one little tiny piece of metal touches the wrong pin, we could have big problems. Alright, so hold on. Let me bend this up, because I just cannot see what I'm doing here. Okay, you see what I'm doing here? These two guys are tied together from this pin to that pin, and they're connected here, which is then connected to this little cap. And there's a 100K resistor here, but see, right down in here, there's a little piece. This could cause a short. Gotta get him. See that? A little piece of metal was touching this pin and over here, and this is a heater pin, so yeah, that would definitely not be good. I'm gonna bend this guy up too, and these heater pins back a little bit. Now I can actually get to the stuff. Okay, so I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit more. Problem is that they use this, again, they use this stranded wire, and a bunch of these strands are still wrapped around that post. Here we go. Yeah, just little pieces of metal just popping off of here, and I just don't want any of that stuff to get frayed. Come loose. Looks pretty good, but there's still just this one section. Alright, maybe once I flow brand new solder all over that entire post, it'll just cover any little loose bits that might still be there. So I kind of like having these components up, because I can actually see things, and I feel like there's less chance of them bumping into the wrong pin here, so I might just leave those guys up like that. But now what we need to do is, and I may wind up replacing this cap here. I don't know yet. I'll have to test that one. I haven't tested it yet, so I'll be able to get to that a little bit easier. Alright, so I kind of want to just see what kind of room I'm working with here. I think it would be okay to I'm just trying to see how much lead I need. I can definitely trim a little bit of this. We don't need quite that much, and I don't think we need quite this much either. So I'm probably going to trim it a little further. So I'm going to insulate these, because there is so much going on around here. See how they put these yellow insulators on? It's not really heat shrink, but it's whatever they used back in the day. It just keeps them from touching other leads. I mean, like this guy here, if this didn't have the insulation, he'd be touching that resistor, he'd be touching this resistor. Yeah, I mean, it's just, hold on a sec. Definitely room for shorts going on here without those. So I think I want to protect this one. Just want to lift that one up just a little bit. Okay, so let me get some heat shrink. So you can buy these heat shrink kits on Amazon. I've got several of them. I've got ones that are different colors and all that kind of stuff, but it's just quick various sizes. You can also buy the tubes in really, really long lengths, but I just find this much easier to work with, because I just grab a little piece and I cut it to size, and you know, just do it like that. So I need to figure out exactly how much I need over here. If I put this back this way to about I can kind of see what I need. I know it's tough for you to see, but I don't need a lot on the negative end. The only reason I'm doing the negative end is because if the cap moves slightly, there's another terminal right here that it could potentially touch. So we'll just heat it up, shrink it a little bit. Okay, and I'm facing the cap up so I can see what its value is. I'm trying to do that anyway. Okay. All right, I'm gonna rest that there and get that soldered. There's nothing else going to that solder point here except for this 100K, and it's going in the upper hole. So there's nothing in the bottom hole of that terminal. So should be able to just solder her up and clip off a little excess on the back end. I need to move this guy out of the way so I can get to it. Can you see that? Sorry, I'd bring you even closer, but then I wouldn't have any room to work at all. But see, this is the middle lug here. So this is my preamp ground. One of the preamp grounds, I guess, for the preamp section. I don't know if that's a solid connection. Yeah, I think it is. Just got a little dark in color because the heat gun actually touched the rubber heat shrink piece. Let me just clean that off a little bit because I just want to make sure that solder connection's good before I move on. Where the hell's... Yeah, there's so much old flux on here too. Is that good? I think I may hit this with just a little bit more solder, just to be sure. It just all of a sudden started to turn black because I accidentally touched that heat shrink just a little bit. I just want to make sure this is good and hot. Yeah. It should do it. Oh, need to go steal some more Q-tips from the wife. I'm almost out here. Yeah, I think that's good. Yep, tugging on it, it's good to go. All right, let's do the positive end. I'm going to push this down a little bit. Turn him so I can see what the value is. You'll be able to see this better once I'm done. I'll get a close-up once I'm done so you can see. But the positive end here needs to get insulated and go straight to that terminal that we were just doing all that cleanup of that old stranded wire here that was on there. Yeah, this guy. Alright, that was from the old filter can cap wire. Again, we're reducing the amount of wires here because the can caps used to sit way back here, so that's cool. Piece of heat shrink. This is a fairly decent length, but I think I only need about that much. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be fine, I think, because that's going to go through. That's going to go through that little terminal. Oops. Welcome to point wiring, where everything looks like spaghetti. I tell you, it is efficient. It is efficient, meaning there's so many wires that we've cut out of this thing, even from its original design, because we're literally attaching each component of that old can cap, well, firecracker cap if you want to call it that. It looks like an M80 or something. But yeah, that had 4 wires going off of it. There's totally 4 wires that we got rid of. We were able to completely get rid of. So now I can just solder that whole piece, and I feel like I can get to the other stuff better too, because this is all up here now. I can move this back sort of up where it was. There's a cap here in case I need to replace him. The only ones that'd be a little hard to get to would be these 2 resistors down here, but I think I tested them, all these guys, and they're okay. Meaning they were within 10% of spec, so I'm going to leave them. Okay, let's just get that last. Just have to clean off the nozzle here. Again, I'm just using my desoldering gun as my soldering iron for this because I'm having to take old solder off at the same time, and I don't need to heat up 2 irons for that in this case. This thing works just great as a regular soldering iron. Now I wouldn't use this, typically wouldn't use this on a circuit board, because unless I turn the temperature way down. I mean, you can use it to desolder on a circuit board, but you got to be very careful with the temperature when you're doing any kind of circuit board work. So I wouldn't be using that as a soldering gun. I'd be using something that's a little bit finer, right? I'd be using a regular soldering gun with a smaller tip. Nothing that big. So yeah, just isopropyl alcohol here to clean off that terminal, because there was a lot of old flux that started bubbling up that looked like a old chemical spill. But yeah, that gets it really nice and clean. That's a super important connection right there, because we've got the filter cap, this resistor back here, this resistor right here, this resistor here going to that pin, this resistor here going to here, and this cap. Is that all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 5 connections on there. Yeah, and they all look good. So just gonna tug on a couple things, tug onto my filter can cap. Now that can cap is, sorry, it's not a can cap, just this larger filter cap that is floating in air. And I think if I wanted, I could probably push it down to the ground, but I'm not worried about it because it's very secure in there. It's not a whole lot of lead. I'm going to leave it like this. I think this is going to be just fine. These other 2 that are close to the bottom here, I am going to put a little bit of hot glue on there. I thought I had my hot glue gun out. I'm going to get that hot in the meantime, because I might as well just do that now while I'm thinking of it. So, some people may be against using hot glue. I find it to be a lot cleaner, easier, and faster than silicones or epoxies that you can use to tack down caps. I find that this is, if I wanted to move something and get it out, hot glue is just a lot easier to remove. And if you get the Gorilla hot glue, it's much more effective and stickier than the standard craft store stuff. It's just more robust, let's say, right? Getting this heated up, and it's just so easy to remove and clean, and it does a good job of just tacking things down and sticking. And if I wanted to remove the entire glob, it comes off so easy. There's no smells like some epoxies and silicones have odors. They take longer to dry. They're harder to remove. So it's just my personal preference. Some people probably say, no, you really shouldn't use this, but I think it's a lot easier, especially if I'm just trying to stick something to keep it from shaking. I mean, that's all I'm doing, is I'm just going to put a glob underneath of these guys so that they're not bouncing like this, and creating what's going to happen is over 20 years of vibration before they need to be changed again, you know, it can loosen the connections here so that they're soldered nice and tight, but they can wiggle and get compromised and potentially crack, fall off, have a cracked solder joint, something like that. The less vibrations in an amp, the better. So in this case, something like this that could just bounce up and down from speaker vibrations and hit against the chassis like this. This one I'm not so worried about because it's not really bouncing against anything, and I don't even think it's gonna bounce. So all right, so yeah, we're starting to get glue coming out of this sucker, so I'm gonna lift it up here, just put a little strip of glue, press it down and hold it. And I already cleaned this surface. I would normally say, yeah, go ahead and do some rubbing alcohol underneath of that. But it's just so much cleaner. I can just take a little X-Acto knife and cut it and then peel it off of the surfaces if I need to take this out. Clean, fast, and easy. All right, let me do this guy. I'm just putting a little strip of him. Press it down and hold it. Make sure it sets. I mean, this stuff sets within 10 seconds or so. It does the job. Just grab a little bit of this little spiderweb stuff that came off of it. But yeah, I mean, that's it. Done. These guys aren't going anywhere now. They're not going to move on me. Okay, perfect. Now, I don't know if I'm going to replace these disc caps. They are notorious for going bad. These are what's controlling the speed of the tremolo. But I do want to get this thing fired back up again and retest everything now that we've got new filter can caps and stuff like that. I want to do that, and that's when I'm going to check things like the bias, check voltages. That way I can see if any of these other parts need to be replaced. But now we've replaced all the ones, I think we've got to all the ones that on my checklist that I wanted to do from the initial inspection. That was fix all this power cord stuff. We did that. Now we have a dedicated earth ground that's done a much better way. We've got this all set up, the can caps replaced. We replaced this electrolytic cap. That's the only other electrolytic cap that's in this thing that, you know, would need to be replaced based on its age. And I think what I'll do here while I'm thinking about it is, well, just unplugging my soldering gun because I'm not going to use it right now. Save the life of that nozzle a little bit. I'm going to test a couple more things because I didn't test these disc caps, but I just want to check them out. Let me just see. So this is like a 0.02. Do I get a reading? Well, I don't think I have it on the right setting. Yeah. Okay, so let me show you this. So this is the LCR meter. I'm going to back it up a little bit. So these little disc caps here, just checking each one just to see. Now some of these are in circuit, so I don't know if it's going to show me the right thing, but this first one on the left is showing 0.15, and that's a 0.02 cap. So that's pretty close. This one's a 0.17, right? So its value printed on there is 0.02. Okay, now this one is a 0.01. And it's reading 0.007, so that's almost 0.1. So these are a little bit out of spec range, but that's not a reason. So this other 0.01 is a 0.008. This is a 0.042. .047. This Sprague. Okay, so we got a .054. That's pretty close. This is a .022 here. We got .026. This one I can't read because it's turned around backwards. What is that? .01. So that's this terminal to this terminal. And I got .007. So yeah, that's pretty close to this. This is a .005, or I believe a 500 picofarad cap. Shit, hold on. I gotta keep these leads really still. Hold on a second. This is the 200 pico range. I just wanted to see. No, it definitely isn't that. Let's put it on. Let's put it on this and just see what happens. It should be a .00. Yeah, .004. So this is a .005 cap. I think this is setting treble. I think that has a lot to do with the treble. Yeah, and like I said, I think I went through and I tested all these resistors before I started recording this last segment, and they were all pretty much within 10%. I didn't see any that were way out. Now the biased resistor this is important. So you see this big resistor right here. This is bigger than all the other ones. This is probably like a 3 watt, might even be a 5 watt resistor. This guy, that's setting the bias for these 6AQ5 power tubes, and it's a 270 ohm resistor. How do I know it's 270? Well, I know it by the schematic, but also you can download an app. This is just a quick way to do it, or print out a little cheat sheet if you don't have the color bands memorized. This one is showing a 5-band type resistor. This is a 4-band type resistor. So this app I just got on the App Store called, I don't know, resistor calculator or something. I don't know. What is it called? No, it just says resistor. So if you want to get that, you can. But anyway, you just go from the, the top end here, and you just say, okay, red, purple, brown, and then the last one usually doesn't matter. It's just the percentage of plus or minus. So this one's a silver, so it's a plus or minus 10%. That's the tolerance rating. Is that a 260? Did I get brown right? 260. I thought it was supposed to be a 270. Oh, I was picking blue, not purple. Sorry. Yeah, a 270 ohm cap. Resistor, not cap. Sorry. So yeah, this might need to be changed because this is the only way we're setting bias. I'm gonna leave it there, but I'm gonna see if the wall voltage is increasing these days. If it's, it might require like a 500 ohm cap now, or resistor now, possibly. And the other thing I might do for stability is put in a lot of amps, I don't know why Gibson didn't do this back then, but for stability of the bias, you can wrap a cap around it, and this is 100 microfarad at 100 volts DC for stability. I may add that. I don't think it's going to change the sound. I'd rather have this there for stability. You'll see this in other amps where if the bias is set with just a single resistor like this, this just kind of keeps things from drifting while you're playing. It keeps things more constant for stability. So I'd rather put this in there if possible, but I don't want it to change and alter the sound of the amp. I mean, it's not like it's going to affect the EQ of the amp, but it may affect the overall sort of response of the amp. So I may clip it in and play a little and just see if there's a big difference. If there's not a difference, then I'm going to put this in there, I think, because this will just help. And I'll maybe show an example of that, of other amps that use this capacitor wrapped around the bias resistor like this. We could also install like an adjustable bias circuit, like you would see in like a Fender Basement or something. Sometimes there's a little pot you can adjust. We could do something like that, but I don't think it's necessary in this amp. You want to check to make sure that this value is correct for roughly today's average wall voltages. And in a lot of amps like this, I have had to increase this value. We could take this and add another resistor to it and leave this in there, or just get another resistor that's a little bit higher. Like if this is 270, maybe it requires a 470 ohm, and I would use something like this that's actually a little bit better. It's a 5-watt wire wound cement resistor, so there's actually like a wire wrapped around here and it's filled with cement, but this can distribute heat a lot better than these guys can, and it'll last a lot longer and be more stable. So if this value needs to be changed, I may stick something like this in there, or possibly a different type of resistor, even called a metal film resistor, or metal oxide, I'm sorry, metal oxide resistor, something like this, right? These also can distribute heat a lot better than these guys can too. So very similar type of resistors here. These, one or the other would be fine for this as far as the type goes, but it would be better than this type, this carbon type, especially if you're talking about bias, because if this shorts out, goes bad, becomes open in circuit, it can fry these tubes. So having the cap on it with possibly a brand new value resistor that's a better type of resistor for its position is going to secure the stability of the bias. So I'll come back to that in a little bit, but we'll take a break here, come start a new section in a bit, and maybe I'll put the tubes back in it and get this thing set up so that we can at least have a listen to it now and see what things are sounding like, and checking some voltages and making sure that there's no other parts that we need to potentially change. Again, I may need to change these if the tremolo is still wonky, but let's see. Okay, so at this stage, I'd say we're probably about halfway through the restoration, maybe a little further. I want to bring the amp up on a Variac, and I talked about this in the last video I posted. There's a really good segment there. It's about a Fender Blues Junior that got damaged in a flood, and we used a Variac to bring the amp up slowly. I'm going to do the same thing here for a couple reasons, and I'll mention the one is really for safety and keeping the amp safe, because we did a lot of work to it. We did work to the power cord, put all these new filter caps in, essentially rewiring some things, taking old stuff out and putting new stuff in. The one thing I have to do here though before I fire this up is connect a speaker, because remember, I'll flip this over. Remember, all the tubes are back in it, the original tubes. This was hard soldered, hard wired to the internal speaker that was there, and that one lead broke, and I took the other one off. So I have a couple of alligator clip leads now temporarily here to hold on a second. I had all this little boxes here to stabilize everything. Okay, so yeah, so I'm gonna clip these to a speaker cabinet. Now I have a speaker cabinet behind me. You can't see in the view, but it's a 4x12 speaker cabinet that's 8 ohms. It's the same ohms as the speaker that was in there. Matter of fact, it doesn't even say on here, but I guess I should check and see. It's either going to be 8 or 4 ohms that this transformer is looking for. I'm pretty sure it's 8 because the person did replace. Yeah, here's another. This is the same Gibson Skylark schematic, but it's the one without tremolo, and it says 8 ohm on the speaker. They just didn't label it over here, so I'm pretty sure that is 8 ohms. Even if it was looking for 4 ohms, 8 ohm is speaker cab is totally safe to use. So anyway, the green I have on the positive, so I can just attach this to the tip. This is going to my speaker cab, and then I have the yellow as the neutral or the ground. Just make sure those are still connected under there and they're not touching. Yep, they're on those little terminals. And I want to take and monitor stuff while I bring the voltage up very slowly. So for my ground connection on my main multimeter, I'm going to use the new ground connection here, which is that power amp ground. So this is where I just want to make sure it does not touch the other terminals that are next to it, because those are the heater filament terminals. Okay, so that's ground. And if I put it on continuity, just to test another ground, we have continuity between the other grounds. Yeah. This is ground over here. Yeah, so that's on ground. We're going to put this on DC volts, and I want to put it on where our B plus voltage is. Essentially, the B plus voltage is the highest voltage point in the amp, and that's going to be on this first capacitor here, going to the 6x4 rectifier tube. So this will basically show us right here. I'm just going to clip that on there so that we can monitor it there. Once these caps rise in voltage, that will technically be the highest point in the amp. And I want to see how close it's going to be to the 240 that they have on the schematic from the 60s, right? Plus 240 right at this cap. So that's right where that cap is. So we need to switch the amp on. I'm going to turn the master volume up just a little bit, and the tremolo's off. I don't want to turn that on right now. And I do want to connect a guitar, because that way, once we get enough voltage going in this thing, we'll be able to hear something and make sure that we haven't lost any signal or anything like that. So give me 1 second to put a guitar in a stand, and I'm going to plug that into the input jack here, first input jack. So okay, I got a Fender Strat here. Just plug that guy in and make sure the volume's up so that I can just kind of hit the strings. That's going to be my audio source for kind of checking this thing out. Okay, so the Variac, if I bring you over here, the Variac is on 0 volts. I'm going to turn it on. The amp is plugged into the Variac, right? The Variac is plugged into the wall. I'm going to use another multimeter while we're looking at this to monitor some other things. So the first thing I'm going to do, since the amp is switched on, is give it like 10-ish or so volts. Now, this is a little digital screen, and oh right, it's going to take a little bit of time. We might need to give it a bunch of volts, because since the rectification is being done to change the alternating current to DC is being done with the 6x4 tube, that means the 6x4 tube needs to be hot enough to start operating and start changing the AC to DC. So we're not going to see anything until we get this voltage up pretty high. If this was using diodes for rectification, then we would start to see DC voltage immediately, right? But we got to wait for that tube to get hot. So 10 volts is not going to do it, but I do want to just make sure that I'll put this multimeter, that's the same kind of a multimeter, but I put it on volts and I select it from DC to AC. I want to check and just make sure that, I'll just see if I'll clip the ground on the earth ground is fine, just any ground in the amp so that it stays, just so that it's easy. There we go. And make sure that we've got some AC volts over here on the other side of the fuse. And yeah, we've got almost 10 volts, 9.8, 9.9 volts. Okay, hopefully you can see both of those meters. Okay, and also, even though that's not much, let's bring it up a little bit. Let's bring it up to like, now we can see it raising. This is coming in from the wall. This is literally the wall voltage, a alternating current. Let's give it like 25, 30 volts. Let's give it 30, just to make it an even, roughly even number. And you're going to see this screen flicker, because somewhere between like 30 and 50 volts, this digital screen will get activated and come on to give us an exact reading of the volts going into this thing. It just takes a little bit of time for this meter. I added this meter separate to this. So if you're curious, if you have a Variac and you want to add this digital meter to one of them, I have a video that tells you exactly step by step how to do it. It's only a couple of wires you have to connect. You just take this front piece off and solder a few wires, and then you have a digital meter for pretty cheap. You can get these on Amazon. Okay, so we've got 30 volts coming in from the wall. Now, what other AC voltage can I check in here to make sure that we're getting AC volts? Well, we can check the heater windings. So remember, we moved the heater windings off of the pilot lamp over here. So now we have one terminal here, and we have 1.6 AC volts on that side. Let's check the other side. Oh, hold on. Gotta make sure that my... Okay, that doesn't look right. Hold on. At 0.01 volts. I should be getting more than that. Maybe we got to get this voltage up a little higher, but let's check it on a tube socket. 1.6. Sometimes you got to make sure these things are plugged in all the way. Okay, on the brown winding, oh, maybe in this amp it does 12 volts on the one winding and 0 on the other. No, hold on a second. And make sure that... Hold on a second. That's interesting. I expected to see about the same, 1.6 on the other side. So let me turn this off real quick. These kind of things happen. Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I'm not grounding out that other lead. Maybe this transformer is actually one side, maybe. Hold on a second. Let me check something. Maybe one side is actually ground? I don't know. Hold on. Something's weird here. Yeah, I'm getting continuity between the two. I just didn't expect it to not being grounded out. Hang on one second, guys. Sorry about this. I just wanted to make sure this is right. It's not what I'm expecting to see. Make sure that this lead is not touching ground or anything. It's not. It doesn't look like it. Nothing else should be. We didn't change any heater wiring. Okay, maybe that's just the way it's going to be. We're at a low voltage yet, so I don't know. Maybe it's just going to take a minute for that to come up on this transformer. I don't have the specs for this actual transformer, so I'm not sure exactly. What I'm used to seeing, though, when it has two leads like that, is I'm used to seeing, like, at a low voltage, the same on each side, or close to the same on each side. So I'm going to put this back on DC volts. Okay, so we have that power's not on right now, but we still have 10 volts sitting in those caps right now. So I'll go ahead and turn this back on. So now we should have, that means the rectifier actually started to do something. It's going to take a minute to probably warm back up at 30 volts. And I also should start seeing the pilot lamp come on. Let me give it about 50 volts AC. Roughly. It's 49, 50 volts. Okay, that's 50 volts. I think I see the pilot. Yeah, the pilot light's starting to come on. Okay, let me check that AC voltage on this side again. Okay, it's 0 volts on that side. Huh, 2.7. Okay, so what's going to happen is one lead is going to probably be the 6.3 filament volt, and the other one is 0. So maybe we shouldn't have added a center tap to this thing. That's odd. Tell you what I'm going to do. just because I'm not sure of this and I don't have the specs to that transformer, I'm going to remove that artificial center tap real quick. Give me a second. So it's 50 volts on that cap. So it started to do some rectification. I'm going to discharge that real quick. A real simple way I can do that is, there's many ways, but I have a decade box. It just gives me an opportunity to actually show you what this thing is. I don't use this usually for discharging caps, or normally I would just use this for testing different values of resistors in a certain spot to get different sounds, but I want to discharge this 50 volts so I don't shock myself. So what I'll do is I'll just put like a value like 30K, okay? Nothing too small, nothing too large. The larger it is, the longer it's going to take to discharge, but it's just a resistor. So I just choose which resistor I want active. So I have a 30K resistor. So I'm going to put the one side on the ground, which is right here. Just connect that. And then the other side on the cap, where the cap is, and watch that go down. And that's discharging the cap to ground. So the voltage that's sitting on there isn't going to go away on its own. And I actually may add a bleed resistor to this circuit so that it will go down to 0. Now, a phenomenon that sometimes happens when I take this off, it may start to jump back up. Caps tend, once they've started to get a charge, they tend to recharge on their own, but only up to a couple of volts. So, all right, let's throw this back on there just in case. So it's not like it would be anything lethal or anything like that. So yeah, this is less than a volt, 0.5 volts. And you may see MA on here instead of V, and that's basically, or sorry, MV, millivolts. So that'd be less than a volt. So this is 0.6 or about half of a volt that's on these caps right now. So this is safe. This is turned off. There's no power going to the amp. I'm going to clip, or actually, maybe I will. I'm going to unplug the amp for safety, just so I don't accidentally hit the power switch on or anything like that. Unplug this. I want to take those resistors off and see if I'm getting that same thing on this transformer, because maybe it doesn't need an artificial center tap. What I'm used to seeing with these transformers is, like, you know, if it's up to 2 point whatever volts it was at, I would see that on both sides here. I'm not seeing that though. I don't know why. So in case I add it back again, I'm just going to disconnect one side of this 100 ohm resistor. Remember, we added, if you watched the earlier section, when we added this was just being added to reduce noise. Alright, so that 100 ohm resistor is disconnected from the positive end. This is the ground end. I'll just leave it tacked on to the ground end for now. I want to see if I'm getting the same voltage from the transformer lead just by itself. So we could just leave these out here. So they're disconnected. So that artificial center tap is no longer in circuit. Those two 100 ohm. Maybe we don't need those. Maybe for some reason one end of this is 0 volts and the other end is going to be the 6.3 volts. I'm used to seeing it be, you know, 3.15 and 3.15 once we get this up to 120 volts on both sides, but I'm not seeing that. So that's kind of strange. But let's see what it comes up to naturally without that artificial center tap. Alright, so we're going to do this, plug the amp back into the Variac. Okay, this is still on our B plus voltage here to show us DC. I'm going to put this back on looking at AC. Select it over to AC, and I'm going to put this on. The amp is still switched on and the speaker is still connected. Alright, so we got 50-ish volts right now. So I should be able to see 51 volts. And now this is coming on too. We got 50 volts on our digital meter. Right? Now I want to check this lug over here. Yeah, so it's only showing it's 0 volts AC basically, but over here it's 2.8, and we're only at 50 volts. So if you think of it, once I put it up to 60, it should be up around 3.15 or roughly. Here, let's put this amp up to 60 volts. Okay, 60 volts. This should be about half. Yep, 3.3. So it's going to get up to like 6.5, 6.6 once we get to 120. But see how this is climbing now? The DC is climbing. That's because that rectifier tube is starting to heat up and convert the AC over to DC, right? So those high voltage windings that are coming off the 2 red wires coming off of the transformer over here. Let me put you up so you can get a little bit more of a bird's eye view now. So you have these red leads. I still have this multimeter switched on AC, right? So if you look over here, this is AC coming off of the transformer. So there's 124 volts of AC. So we're only putting 60 in from the wall, but the transformer with the windings that are in it are increasing it for the high voltage leads, right? So this high voltage lead is AC is 125-ish volts, and then this one over here should be about the same. Yep, 124 point, almost 125. So yeah, so those are the 2 high voltage windings. The rectifier tube is changing it to DC and supplying it to the amp. That's 154 DC, so it's a little higher in DC volts, right? Oh, I need to put this back on DC. So now this second point where the second filter cap is, there's 1 resistor going between there, so that's a tiny bit less than the first cap, right? So remember, we're still only at half voltage here. So if we double this, it would be what, 155 would be 310. When we get up to, it might not be exactly doubled. That'd be way more than our 240. It might not get up that high. We'll have to see. And also, once all the tubes start drawing current to operate, when they get hotter, then some of the DC voltage is going to come down, right? Once everything starts working. So at 50 volts, do we have any sound? We do. There's sound coming out of my, I gotta turn this up a bit, but that's the amp all the way up at the moment. But it doesn't have enough voltage to be nice and clean, so we're gonna give it some more. Okay, at this point, I feel like everything is safe enough. I don't see any shorts. We're getting high voltage. We should be getting high voltage down here at the plate of, this should be the plate of the first preamp tube right here. Whoops. We got 119 volts down here. And then this filter cap down here should also have about that much, maybe a little slightly different. Yeah, 141. Okay, so that's the filter cap going to this side. There's a 100K resistor going over here and bringing that over to drop it down to 120 at 60 volts. Again, we're not up at 100%. And then like the bias 0.6 volts. This is ground, so that would be 0. Okay, so far I'm liking what I'm seeing. The only thing that was just very strange to me is I'm not used to seeing, and I don't remember, like when I built clones of this amp, I always had 3.15 on one heater side and 3.15 on the other. I'm not used to seeing where they're doing it, where they're going to put all the voltage on one and 0 on the other. But apparently that's what this transformer is wired to do. For some reason I don't remember seeing that in the other one that I repaired, but again, that other model might have had a different transformer because it's the one that didn't have the tremolo circuit. Anyway, enough talking. You're kind of getting the full gamut of all the thoughts that are going on in my brain. Alright, so we're getting sound. I'm liking the voltages. I'm bringing it up a little bit more. Let's bring it up to about 90. And also another benefit to bringing it up on a Variac like this is not only because I did a lot of work to just monitor things, but also when you put new filter caps in, there's a debate you'll hear online where people say you should reform the caps slowly. You shouldn't just plug it into the wall and turn the amp on after you've changed these big filter caps, because then you're shocking it with like 300 volts immediately. They said you should slowly warm the caps up and let them form inside and all that kind of stuff. I'm kind of, I've seen people do it both ways, and I don't think there's any. I mean, maybe somebody knows. Maybe there's a scientific proven thing that says, yeah, if you do it like I did it and give it 10 volts and then you give it another 10 volts and slowly bring it up like I'm doing here. I'm not giving it the full amount. I'm letting it sit, letting it get used to the higher voltage. Does that really increase the life of these things? Does it, improve them, performance of them or something? I don't know. I don't think it's ever been proven. It sounds in theory like it's good, right? It sounds in theory like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Instead of shocking a brand new component that's never seen electricity before with 300 volts or so, bring it up slowly. It makes sense that it's almost like warming up your car before you take it out, in the winter or something. I mean, I don't know. So I'm doing it the slow method, or at least partially slow method. I'd say this today is kind of a hybrid, because I'm not stepping it up like in small increments like 10 volts and wait a couple minutes and get another 10 volts. But I am still bringing it up slowly. It's not up to full voltage yet. So just monitor a couple more things. So let's put this on DC. So now we've got 184 high voltage over there, the first preamp pin. We can hear it. 123. And that's at 85 volts from the wall. And if I switch this back over to AC, again, we're only getting, so we're getting 4.7 volts now at 85 volts from the wall on the one side, and the other side's just 0. So it's like it's putting all 6.3-ish volts on one side of the tube instead of splitting it. I guess that's how they designed it. I mean, because it's working. If the one winding was not working correctly, then we would only be seeing less than 3.15 on the one side that has voltage, right? But that side does have it. So I don't think we need an artificial center tap in this amp. It's one side is essentially 0 and one side is the full voltage. So I don't think I'm gonna leave. The only reason I put the artificial center tap in there is because if they were both equal, then I could add the two 100 ohm resistors to make it quieter, make it a little bit less hum, in the amp, or less sort of idle static. Right now it's dead quiet. I mean, I can't even tell that it's on unless I hit the strings. So, okay, so 85. Let's give it some more. Let's bring it up to like 100. Slowly bringing it up here. So we got 100 volts from the wall, 220. So I think by the time we get up to 120 volts, we're going to be a little above 240, and that's plenty okay. It's not going to be harmful to these tubes. Pretty sure that most of these tubes have like a 330 to 350 volt max on the plates. And even if it goes over that, they're usually plenty hardy enough to handle higher voltages than what they're rated for these tubes. So this is a relatively low wattage amp, or lower wattage, because even a Fender Champ I think is higher voltages than this, because it's running a 6v6 power tube, and I think they're trying to get those plate voltages up into like the 340 range or something like that. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's higher. It's going to be higher than 240 in a Fender Champ. this thing's working. Sounding good. Okay, let's get it up to full voltage because now I just want to see what is it going to wind up settling out at B plus at 120. So I'm going to bring it up to 110 real quick and just let it sit for a second, and then we'll go up to 120. Okay, so at 110, and the other nice thing too about these digital meters, I mentioned this in my last video with the Fender Blues Junior. Can you see that right here? Current is saying 0.39, basically about 0.4 amps. So this amp is almost at full voltage, and it's only drawing less than an amp. It's about 0.4 of an amp. So maybe at full voltage it'd be close to like half of an amp, right? 0.5. The fuse is rated at 1 amp. So that means that in operation at full voltage, this amp is only drawing about a half of an amp. So that's perfect. If it was drawing a lot of amps, then we might potentially have a short, and that fuse would blow if it goes over 1 amp. At least it should blow. It's rated for 1 amp, right? So turn this off and on so it doesn't yell at me. But here's an interesting thing. How many volts of B plus do we have? Exactly 240. What does it say there? 240. What's our wall voltage? 110. So back in 1960 when they drew this up, the wall voltage was probably based off of a 110 wall voltage. And they got 240 right there. So that's based on, you know, the specs of this transformer, the specs of this 6x4 tube doing its job, and the capacitor and everything right there getting up there to the main 240. I don't know if you can see that, but it says 240 volts. That's the B plus. 235 on the other one. Let's see if we got that. 235. So it should be a little less than 240. Yep, about 233.5. So yeah, very close to that. 235. 200 on this one. I think it's this one. Yep, 202.8. So that's based off of a wall voltage back in the 60s that was 110 volts, okay? We're a little higher than that now. I've had friends that have had wall voltages up to 125. Mine is around 120 to 121. It's pretty close to 120. It can change, you know, on you, but you know, the amp's going to have a little more voltage than it was intended on, but it's okay. You just have to keep that in mind when you're looking at schematics. If they do put the voltages on there, that they're going to be a little higher today. So yeah, 262 is about where it settles out at. 260, and that's based on the way it's biased as well. With this resistor, we may need to change that resistor, and if we change that resistor, this may come down a little bit and get closer to that 240 range. That's going to change this voltage a little bit based on how things are biased. At least I think it will, depending on how far we change it. If we only change a little bit, you might not notice anything, but yeah, so we'll check that in a little bit too. But yeah, I just wanted to check that against the schematic. So if we did it based on 110 wall voltages in the 60s, it's dead on. So that's great. We're getting what they're saying should be there. Let me take it back down to 110 real quick. Okay, so now we're around that 240. Let's get that to 240 exactly. Okay, yeah, 110, 240. Okay, there's a couple others we can check real fast. The first plate of the 6EU7, the first tube, is around 130. So that's this one right here. Whoops, I need to get that on my DC volts. 140. Okay, it's a little bit higher, but that's okay. Just a little bit higher. That's actually a pretty low voltage for a tube like this. That means this tube's going to break up a little bit more. So in a preamp tube, if you have a higher voltage like around 200, 180, it's going to get a little bit more headroom to that tube. But this voltage here, 130, is very low, and it's going to break up more. And that could be, you know, why this tube sounds so great. And now if we take this back up to 120, it might not break up as much as it does at 110. So, but this is how they design it. Okay, 150 on the plate of V2. So that's that right here. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I don't know if I can't see the plate. Hold on a second. Are those tied together? No. There we go. 152. Sorry, I couldn't see what I was doing. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to short something out. But yeah, 152. So yeah, this has 150. So yeah, based on the wall voltages, everything looks good as far as the high voltage goes. Now, I didn't check every single point, but those are the big ones, right? Those are the ones I want to make sure are pretty good. So yeah, just curious. One more check here. If I bring this back up to 120, we're almost at a 0.5 of an amp that the whole amp is kind of drawing to operate. And that's really mostly just to heat those tubes up, right? And that's what's power. That's where the whole sort of power thing is coming from for the most part. We've got to get those electrons hot to get them moving so we get sound, right? If their tubes aren't hot, you're not going to get sound. So a lot of that amperage and current is coming from that winding in the tubes. Not all of it, but some of it. Most of it, probably. So I just want to check at full wall voltage where this first plate was 130. I got about 150. Okay, so the tube's still going to break up when we push the amp. I mean, it's still going to have good breakup, but this is about 20 volts higher than it was intended to be. So it will probably have a slightly more breakup at a lower voltage. So we could probably put a resistor in there to lower it a little bit, about 10K, to get it down to this voltage if it sounds better. But I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. One thing we could do is put this guy in there, right? Give me 1 second. We put this guy in there, this decade box, and play around with the resistor values and say, okay, instead of 100K, let's give it 120 and see if that brings it down to the 130 that the schematic says, and that will give us better breakup. But we can switch these on and off to test that while it's in circuit. So I may do that later. We'll have to see. I have a feeling, though, the amp's still going to sound just about the same. I mean, 10-20 volts might not make that much of a difference at all. But yeah, we got about 260 as our B plus instead of 240 at today's current wall voltages. Now, some people have 125 on their wall, maybe even a little higher. So if I go up to 125, now we got 270. That's 30 volts higher than the intended B plus on the schematic. So the amp's going to be pretty powerful. It's not going to harm it at 125 as it is today right now, but it might not sound the same exactly. It might sound a little different, and that's, this is why Eddie Van Halen used a Variac. He wound up, to get his sound, he wound up dropping the voltages down to like between 90 and 100, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think that's where he settled out on. So instead of like 115, 120 when he was playing, which was the average wall voltage, he went down about 20 or so volts to like 100 or 95, and he found a sweet spot where his amp was breaking up a little bit more and sounding better. And I think part of the reason of that is that he was lowering the plate voltages on the tubes where the gain is happening, the preamp, the first preamp tube, this gain stage and that gain stage in this particular amp. And this voltage here dropping a little bit is going to make the tube break up more. It's not the only factor that's going to make these preamp tubes break up, but it's one of the factors. Another factor is this cathode, bypass, cap, and resistor. The values of those are going to determine characteristics of breakup and how full it sounds and all that kind of stuff. So it's not the only factor, but yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm really stoked about it. The last thing I'll check here tonight, and then we'll skip to the next section of the video, is I just want to see if the tremolo's working at all. It's not working. Like I said, I was playing with this amp a little bit before I even started this video, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I heard a little pop there. I don't know what that was. But see how this is changing? You know why that's changing? Because the tremolo circuit is affecting the bias of the power tubes, and that's how it's making its sound. So that's why this voltage is jumpy. So I can't change the intensity of this, but I can change the speed. That's what this... Okay, we're getting some clicking and popping there. I don't like that. I don't know if that's because my meter's hooked up. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so I have a feeling these caps are going to need to be replaced, as I suspected. Something feels like it's possible it's the tubes, but I don't like that popping noise. That's not supposed to happen. I just don't trust these little disc caps. They do go bad over time. Now, it might be this one right here, look. Alright, I'm going to have to play with that a little bit more to find out what that is. So you're not sitting here watching me play with it for 30 minutes to figure out what it is, but it might wind up being one of these disc caps that's making that oscillation happen. It doesn't do it at lower speed. Oh, maybe it does. Hold on, let me see if it does it if I just hit the strings harder. Hold on. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do it with it off. Could be the 6EU7 tube that's driving that tremolo as well, but alright, I'll do a little investigating and see what it is. But yeah, that little snap sound, I don't like that. I don't think that's because we got stuff connected over here, but no, it's definitely not. It's definitely something happening in the amp. And my inkling is that it's probably these caps. I can't crank it up here on my 4x12 speaker cabinet because it would blow my neighbors out. It's a pretty loud amp. And if you hook it up to a larger speaker cabinet, I mean, you pretty much can get like a cafe shop stage volume, even louder than that maybe. And I'd have to hook it up to an attenuator through this cab. So once I get it hooked up to the real speaker in the real cabinet, I'll be able to crank it up a little bit. We'll listen to the breakup. Yeah, man, it's a glorious sounding amp. I mean, the clean sound is it just feels like it's perfectly balanced. And when we get that nice breakup going, oh, it's going to be amazing. All right, so I'm going to kill it for right now. We'll come back, take a look at that tremolo circuit. Okay, so it's the next day, and I've been thinking about this power transformer and that heater winding, and I did a bunch of research, and I just cannot find anything that confirms the voltage that I'm seeing on the heater winding. Now, one thing I just did was I took all the tubes out, and I tested the heater winding without tubes just to see if any difference would happen. And on one side it was like 7 volts. It should be around 6.3, but it was at 7 with no tubes. And then the other side was 0. And that's fine. I mean, that's applying 6.3 or 7 volts to the tubes to heat the filaments, but that's only on one side. I'm just not used to seeing that. I'm used to seeing it being like 3.15 on each winding, each of the two windings. And if there's no center tap, then I can make an artificial center tap, which would, reduce noise. So in this case, I saw that Mercury Magnetics makes, clones basically of the transformers. Now, I don't know how accurate they are. The cool thing is, this looks like the same name here, GA5 Skylark P, but this is not the exact same one because this one has a 5-volt rectifier so basically this is for a model that has like a 5Y3 rectifier tube, not a 6X4. And then the 6.3 winding is for the rest of the tubes. And there is one that looks more like a Champ where it's got like a 6V6 and a 5Y3 power tube. That's probably for this one. But if you scroll down here, there's some Skylark output transformers. And then I noticed this one. Oh, cool. This is actually the one. It's the GA5 Skylark Crestline P. It says there's no 5-volt winding. That looks correct. No center tap on the 6.3 filament winding. That looks great. But there's no, they don't list, this is one thing I don't like about Mercury Magnetics, is some of their transformers, they list a spec sheet where you can actually see, the volts on here. Like this winding's 300, this winding's 300, the center tap is 0 volts. This is 6.3. If it's listed like this, I'm going to assume that it's 3.15 on here and 3.15 on here to equal 6.3 with no center tap. But this one doesn't have it. They don't show that on all of them. Now, I have emailed them before and said, hey, I'm thinking about buying one of these. Can you send me your spec sheet for this particular model? And they will reply, but it may take a few days. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'll do a little more research to figure out why is only one side the full amount of voltage and the other side is 0. It's almost like, I don't know, I guess maybe just, I tried to look this up, this TF-5AP transformer specs, and I've Googled a bunch of different things here. Like I'm looking for diagrams, I looked in some forums. I can't see anything that anyone says that the voltage is, either 3.15 on both sides or the full voltage on one side and 0 volts on the other side. Either way, the amp is working the way it is designed and wired, and there's no problems. So I'll move forward here. It's just bugging me that I can't see a diagram of either the original transformer or a direct replacement to see if it's just the way they wound this transformer, and that's just how it's supposed to be. It's just not something I normally see. So that was bugging me a little bit. And when I put the tubes, just so you know, when I put the tubes back in, it wasn't 7 volts on the one side. It was actually more like 6.6, which I would expect it to be slightly higher with today's voltages versus what that transformer winding was designed for. It was probably designed for 110 volts, right? Because we were seeing exactly 240 volts on the B plus, and that's exactly what it was on the schematic when I had the Variac set to 110 volts. So I'm pretty sure, it would be 6.3 at 110 with tubes in it, because the tubes is gonna make it a little bit lower because they're actually drawing current, right? So without the tubes, it'll show a little bit higher. So anyway, it's working. It's just not how I'm used to seeing it. So I don't know. I just thought I'd jump over here and show you that I've been trying to research this, and I'm just not finding any information about one side being 0 volts and the other side being the full 6.3, or if it's supposed to be something different and it's just not, this one's just not operating the way it's supposed to be. But I think we would be seeing a lot more problems if that was the case. I think if something was shorted in the power transformer on that side, we wouldn't be seeing 6.3 volts plus on one side. We'd be seeing half that if the other side was maybe shorted out and it was supposed to have the same voltage. So anyway, I don't know. I just thought I would cut over here for a second because it's very weird. I'll do a little more research, see if I can figure it out. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue forward. I think the amp's operating fine. We do have full voltage on the windings, so let's move ahead. All right, next section here is testing the bias. I want to see what this bias level is after we've done the work with the caps and everything and got everything set here. We compared voltages against the schematic, and at 110 volts, you know, everything matched up pretty much almost exactly to what the schematic says. Now that was pretty much the wall voltage average back in the 60s, so it's a little higher today. So I expect maybe the bias will be higher. I'm not sure, but we're going to see. So if you're not familiar with Rob Robinette, he is an awesome resource for amp stuff. So a lot of you guys, if you're watching this video and you've seen a lot of these repair videos, you're probably already familiar with Rob. He's got so much amazing informational stuff about amps and whatnot. But we're going to use, or at least I'm going to refer to his site here on measuring the bias, because these tubes are, they're 7-pin tubes, 6AQ5s, and they're not the standard, you know, like 8-pin octal tubes like 6V6s and EL34s and 6L6s, KT88s, all those type of tubes that you may be used to in more modern amps. So you can't just use one of those store-bought probes unless you find some kind of 7-pin tube testing probe that's meant for a 6AQ5. So we're going to have to do this the manual way, and this is probably a better way to do it anyway, because I have one of those 4-prong tube testers, and while it's cool for me to flip between the different power tubes, you know, like if I had 4 power tubes and I flip between them, I can kind of roughly see really quickly what each tube is, and it's nice for that. But that number is not very accurate. The best way to do it would be to do it the way Rob is explaining here. So if we look at his page, he's saying, okay, for a cathode biased amp, which is what this amp is, because this resistor here that's floating up above the 6AQ5 is our bias setting resistor. That's what's actually setting our bias for these 2 power tubes. And there's only one resistor, but it's shared between the 2 tubes because there's a lead that goes from one pin to another, to the cathode of one tube to the other cathode of the other tube, right? So that 270 ohm resistor is being shared. So we want to see what the current bias is, and right now I have the amp on and warmed up, and I do have it set to 120 volts coming in from the wall, because that's pretty much my average here at home. It could vary in your house anywhere between 115 to 125, right? That's just kind of the USA averages. It may even be a little higher than that in some spots, but we'll just say 120. And what he says here is for a cathode biased amp, there's multiple ways to do bias in amps, right? But this is the way this amp is being biased. So we're going to follow those sort of instructions. And he says this is my recommended method for measuring plate current and bias for both fixed bias and cathode biased amps. Okay, cool. So we know we got the right thing. And he says a little bit else, other information here about using a 1 ohm shunt and all this stuff, but this mesh method is safer, he's saying. Okay, so right here, with the amp powered and warmed up, which it's been on for quite a while, measure the output transformer center tap voltage and both power tube plate voltages, which is usually pin 3, but on this amp, these tubes, it's not. And that's where we get into looking at the 6AQ5 tube. Where is the plate of the 6AQ5 tube? Well, the plate's on pin number 5. So always check the tube data sheet for the tubes that you're trying to look, just to be sure where that component is, because you could be getting the wrong readings and things like that, right? So pin 5 is the plates, and usually you'll also notice that when you're looking at the amp, the output transformer leads for the secondary, in this case they're brown and blue. Those are 2 very common numbers, but both the brown and blue wires are going to pins 5 on these tubes, right? So that is the plate. All right, and also noticing here, pin 2 is the cathode. right? So right here, pin 2 is the cathode. So that's where that bias resistor is connected to, right? So you have the bias resistor on pin 2. You have the secondary leads from the output transformer, which is going to be the high voltage on the plates, right? Okay. Now, he says, measure those and we'll write them down. Matter of fact, let me go ahead into my Google Drive here so we can take a note. Or actually, I could just do it in Notepad. Although I don't think I can zoom in Notepad, and you might not be able to see what I'm typing. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, shoot. I don't want to do that. I want to... Let's open up a little spreadsheet. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom way in. All right. So the first thing we want to do is... Sorry, I have to go back to my page. Measure the output center tap voltage. Let's do that first. Okay, so I'll use this meter right here. So I have it on DC volts. Let me just make sure you can still see that. Yep, you can see that. Okay, so I'm going to put the common on a ground point. This is the earth ground. I'll just put it right there. And then the center tap is the red wire coming out of this hole from the output transformer. That's what's called the primary side of the output transformer. And that's going to this pin right here where the first filter cap is, it's not a can, but first filter cap is being applied. That's where our B plus voltage is. That's the highest voltage point in our amp, in most amps, right? So that's the pin we want to measure. And that is the primary side of the output transformer, 258.6. Okay, it's going to vary slightly because our wall voltage varies and other factors, but 258.6. So let's go over to here. We'll just say the OT primary. Oh, sorry about that. 158.6 in volts. Okay, and then we're going to have the blue lead and the brown lead. And he says, measure the output transformer center tap and both power tube plate voltages. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll come over here. We'll do the plates. Same deal. Make sure one end is on ground and it's pin 5 on these guys. And to know which pin is which, because it's not labeled, wherever you see that little opening there on the socket where there's no pin there, you always start and go clockwise. So this is pin 1, pin 2, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 are the heaters. These are the brown and black wires. And then 5. And you see that brown wire coming up out of the hole from the output transformer. And here's the blue one going to that side. So here we want to measure the voltage on the brown. So we have 254, we'll say 254.5. 254.5 is the brown. Same thing for the blue. 255. Just say 255.4. Okay, that's the first part. So now we have our voltages. Subtract the plate voltage from the center tap voltage, okay, to get the output transformer voltage drops for both tubes. Okay, so it's saying the total plate voltage from the center tap. So what we need to do is come over here and say, wait a minute. I did something wrong. .6. I typed 158. Okay, sorry about that. So I want to subtract and say here minus this one. That's 4.1 volts. And then we're going to say here minus this one. All right, you see what we did here? So we just took this one here, which is our primary, and in each of these this is the voltage drop across the primary, okay? And they are different, and that's okay that they're a little bit different. All right, so now we know what the voltage drop is. So this is voltage drop. Okay, and this is DC volts, we'll just say, right? This is the voltage drop. All right, it's just easier to write it down or put it in a little sort of spreadsheet like this so you can kind of see what you're doing. All right, now he says turn off the amp. All right, let's get that off. He says we want to measure the resistance in ohms, so not in volts, but in ohms, from the center tap to each of the power tube plates. Okay, so what that means essentially is we're going to switch our multimeter to ohms, and I do have ohms on this meter, but I'm just going to keep this one for doing DC voltage at the moment. This one is, I just have it set to ohms here, and the amp is off. There's no power going to it. Hold on, I'm just trying to find my other lead here. I'm starting to get a little tangled up in these wires. Bear with me. Okay, so he's saying you go from the center tap, you just put either one, it doesn't matter, and you put it on the plate. So we're doing the brown to the red. That's really all you got to know is the output transformer. You just want to measure the ohms, the resistance in ohms with no power applied, just the resistance in ohms on that output transformer. Okay, so on the brown side we have 172 ohms. Okay, so I'm going to go over here, type in 172. I'm going to say ohms, or I'll say resistance, OT resistance in ohms. Okay, so we got 172 ohms, and then on the other side, the blue side, it's better to use something you can kind of clip on if you can. If not, just hold it really steady, because it does tend to jump around if you move the lead sometimes. But okay, so we got 155 ohms, I'm going to say. Okay, so yeah, slight difference there. All right. Now, the last step here is just to make a little calculation, and he says divide the voltage drop, which is, you know, how many volts did it drop across that we did that first calculation, by the resistance to get the bias current. Okay, so all we got to do is say plus 4, which is our voltage drop, divided by 172 ohms, and should be, I just want to make sure I do this correctly, so 3.2 divided by 155 on that side, and this should be our, essentially our milliamps of what each tube is running at. So unfortunately, it's, you have to apply a, take this times like 100, that's not going to be right, times 1,000 I think, plus this times, if you want to remove the decimal places, so it really would be 23 milliamps. Okay, but you can just look at it here. It's 0.023. It's 23 milliamps. 0.020 is 20 milliamps. So it's just, if you want to look at it easier, you can just multiply it by 1,000 to move those decimal places over a little bit. So yeah, we have 23 milliamps. We're going to say the current in milliamps. I'll type it out. Okay, so this was the voltage drop divided by ohms. Okay, so 23 and 20. So these tubes aren't perfectly balanced, but they're close enough. I'd say within 5 milliamps, they're good. So this is a decent matched pair. One tube is going to be possibly working slightly more than the other, but it's negligible. It's a very small amount. But what does that mean exactly? So this is our bias reading according to the way Rob Robinette is telling us to measure what our bias is. But what do we do with that information? How do we know if that's good, bad, hot, cold, or whatever? So one way we can do it is go over here to a tube bias calculator, which I should have probably, let me just refresh this so I have a fresh, because I already been in here kind of messing with the numbers to see what they look like. Here's one that is under Rob Robinette's page. And I'm sure you can find it if you Google tube bias calculator. There's one that I love to use. It's the Weber calculator. You know, Weber speakers. So Weber makes speakers and sells a bunch of, you know, amp kits and cabinets and all that kind of stuff. But they have a great one. The only problem with this one is it doesn't do, I don't think it does 6AQ5. Yeah, this is the only tube types it has. It only has like the common modern tubes, most of the common modern tubes, right? Like EL84, 6L6, you know, 6BQ5, 6AC7. Like these are all pretty commonly found in today. It doesn't have all of them, but this calculator here has a lot of weird ones, right? It's got all kinds of other different ones. So this one does have a 6AQ5. So you want to select the tube type. I think it's ordered in like watts or something. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6AQ5, sorry. Yeah, I almost said 5AQ5. Okay, so now we want to enter the plate to cathode voltage here. And what this is plate voltage minus the cathode voltage. Well, the plate voltage we already have here, which is 258. I'm sorry, 254, 255, right around there for both tubes, right? And then if I power the amp back on, which... let me do that now just so I can show you. And I'll just tell you so we don't have to wait for it to warm up. But if I check how many DC volts are going across this bias resistor, it's 15, or right around 15 volts. Okay? Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and put that on there, and as it warms up, we should see about 15 volts. Whoops, gotta put it on DC volts. Yeah, 15. Okay, so we could just take that number minus 15. But another way to do it is you can actually take one of the plates. Let's say we'll do this one, the blue one, and this, and you get 240, right? Roughly 240. If I do it here, if I switch these leads, it won't be a negative number, but just to show you. So it can, instead of making the calculation, you could just put one lead on the brown wire or the blue wire, and then the other lead on the resistor while it's on, and you get 240. That's essentially doing the calculation for you, right? It's saying take the primary here, which is 260, minus 15. Roughly, it's around 240, right? Or 242, something like that. So we'll say we had 258 plus 250 here, plus this number minus 15, 243. We'll just say 242. I'm just going to, because I got a different reading a little while ago before I hit record, and I got 242. But yeah, it's basically what that drop is. So you take that, you enter that in here. So that's the plate to cathode. You don't want just the plate, which was around 260, and you don't want the 15 volts. You minus the 2 essentially. So we're going to say 242. Okay. All right. So you calculate, and it says there's 3 different types of biasing. So there's a class A amp. So that would be like a single power tube. That's not what we have here. We have 2. And it might be a class AB fixed bias, which would mean there's 2 power tubes or more than 2, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, some even number, just more than 1. But this is usually what you would see in like some Fender amps where they actually have a bias adjust control. You wouldn't see, that would be this type. Here we have, this amp is a cathode bias. That's because it has one resistor that's setting the bias for those power tubes. It's being shared between those 2 tubes. So this is just giving you a basic sort of idea of, in a cathode biased amp, what the biased milliamps. So remember we calculated our milliamps over here. We have around 20 to 23 on both of our power tubes as it sits right now, with the current resistor and the current wall voltage and all that kind of stuff. We have 20 and 23 milliamps. And you can see that it looks like we can go up to 49. So it's really low bias right now. And maybe they bias the amp a little lower to get a better tremolo effect. Because if you bias an amp with tremolo, the way this tremolo is working, you got to keep in mind there's multiple different kinds of tremolo. But the way this tremolo works is it's adjusting the bias to give that effect. It's literally dropping the bias out and bringing it back up, dropping it out, bringing it back up. And that's what gives you that sort of wavy sound in the tremolo. And if you bias the amp too high, it takes less of that effect away. It makes it a little bit less intense sounding, because it doesn't have as far to drop. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. So maybe Gibson out of the box put a 270 ohm resistor in there because they wanted it to be biased pretty low. The only problem with that is you're not getting as much maximum loudness out of your amp and power and breakup and all the good stuff that comes with a really cool sounding amp. So maybe there's a middle spot we can try to set as a goal to get our bias to and possibly adjust it. But just keep in mind that ours are running around 20 to 23, which is about half of what this 100% max dissipation is. So this is basically just saying that 85% of the max is 42 in DC milliamps, right? 42, that would be a cool bias in a cathode biased amp, right? Not in any of these other two types above it. And then 95% would be about the average, and 100% max safe dissipation is 49.6 with, this 242, which is the plate to cathode voltage in a 6AQ5 tube, right? So we can actually safely go to 49.6 and not worry about the tubes overheating or red plating. You can go in a cathode bias amp, you can go up to 100% max safe dissipation. Okay, so we could go up to 49 if we wanted to. The only downfall to that I'm seeing is we may have a problem with the tremolo. It might not be as effective. It might not sound as good. And I kind of want the amp to be, as if I'm restoring it, I want it to have a decent sounding tremolo. But I think we could probably find a sweet spot somewhere in the middle, somewhere between where it's at now, like 20 to 23 and 50, right? So it's only, so let me go to the next section so this makes a little more sense. So you can come down here, tube dissipation using a cathode resistor voltage drop. Okay, so you just enter the number of tubes that share a cathode resistor. There's only 2 tubes in this amp. Enter the voltage across the cathode resistor. That just means that was our 15 volts. And then enter the cathode resistor value. What is the value in ohms? Well, we know it's a 270 ohm resistor that's setting the bias. And now this is going to give you some information. Let's see if it matches up to what we calculated based on Rob's preferred method, which was, doing these calculations here by checking the resistance in ohms across the output transformer and then looking at the volts in operation, getting our voltage drop, dividing it. That's telling us what our milliamps are. Somewhere around, one tube was around 20, the other tube around 23. If we go to this calculator and we put in our same values, right? We started up here, we put in 242, which is the plate to cathode. Come down here and say 2 tubes are sharing that cathode resistor, 15 volt drop across the cathode resistor, 270, and you can see here that it says plate current per tube, right? Because it's 2 tubes. So that's why it's telling you the total cathode current, total plate current. Plate current per tube, if you divide it out, is around 26. And that's pretty close to the number that we're getting. We're getting around 23, between 20 and 23. But yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty close. This resistor here might not actually be measuring 270 ohms right now. It may have drifted up in value a little bit. So that might be why this number's off slightly. But you can see that our plate dissipation per tube is only 6.4 watts, which is only about half of what this tube plate dissipation in watts can put out. It can put out up to 12. If you look up here, see it says 12 watts. So it's only at half. So our bias essentially is only at half the 100% value. And it can, in a cathode biased amp, it can go up to 100%. In these other types of amps, it can't. It might not be safe. So usually like in a Class AB amp, like a Fender Princeton or a Fender Bassman or a Marshall JCM, whatever, you know, all those amps are usually a Class AB if they have more than one power tube. And you should only go up to 70% dissipation in that type of an amp, or the tubes could overheat and red plate and melt down on you. So, you know, this is a more common one that you find in a lot of amps that you may be using if you're a guitarist. But in this case, lower watt amps, a lot of times, you know, like this, more simpler designs might use this cathode bias method. Okay. And there are slight differences to the characteristics of those amps and how they are biased, but we'll get into that possibly in another video as I want to move on here. The point is, I think we can go up in bias on these tubes, maybe get a little more power, squeeze a little more power out of this amp without hopefully affecting the lushness of our tremolo feature, right? Because this amp really only has two features. It's got volume and tremolo. That's it. I'm going to try to maybe add some more, like a tone knob and maybe a tremolo intensity control, so that we can kind of control the intensity and maybe put that on the back. That was one of the things I was talking about in the beginning of this video. But as part of that, I want to keep this in mind. Do I want to change this resistor to increase the current here on these tubes and squeeze a little more power? Well, how do you do that? You need to lower the resistor in order to do that. Let's see what happens when we raise it. So instead of putting a 270 ohm resistor in there, let's just say we put a 500 ohm resistor. Now watch what happens here to, you know, right now it's saying we're running at about 55.8% of total power. If we put a 500 ohm resistor, you see how that changed to 30%? It went from 50% to 30, so it goes down. So we need to kind of come down. So let's just say we had a 170 ohm resistor. Okay, now we're getting up closer to the 100%. If we wanted to bias this at 100%, which I don't think I want to do because I feel like it might have a pretty dramatic effect on the tremolo, since it works off of a bias circuit, you know, to fluctuate it, to give it that effect. So if we wanted 100%, a 150 ohm resistor in that spot would do it. That would get us up to 100%. And I think what I might try is just putting a 150 ohm resistor in there and seeing if it affects the tremolo or not. Maybe it won't. Maybe we can squeeze a lot more power out of this amp. But the one thing you do have to keep in mind as well is that if you run the amp at 100%, it will probably chew through the power tubes a little quicker. But this is a safe value for cathode biased amps. 100% max dissipation is safe. And if you go on Rob's page, he mentions that as well, I think. He says, let me find it on his page here. I think he talks about that. Oh, look, he's got that same. This is where it's linked on his page, it looks like. Yeah, look, for all cathode bias amps, 100% of max dissipation is your safe limit. So that's fine. But in a Class AB amp, push-pull, which is not biased with a cathode resistor, 70% max dissipation is your safe limit. So you could go a little above that potentially, but you got to be really careful that you're not frying your tubes. So 70% is usually the safe limit. Be very careful if you bias it any hotter than that, right? And you can always bias it colder. Some people actually like high gain amps bias colder because they break up even better in some cases. So that's a discussion for another day. But yeah, very cool here. So I might throw a 150 in there. And if I decide that I want to get it somewhere in between 50%, which right now it's about 55%. So you see 55% here. So if I want to get it up to, let's say, 75%, maybe 100's too much, what flavor resistor, what value do we need? Probably, I'm going to guess somewhere around 220, maybe. Yeah, 220, maybe 215. I don't think they make a 215 ohm resistor that I'm aware of. Let's just see what a 200 ohm resistor would do. That's actually good. Yeah, 200 ohm resistor. You could actually put two 100 ohm resistors in series, and that would equal 200 ohms. So we'll talk about doing that too. So if I wanted to get around 75%. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind, that's just my meter saying, hey, I've been on for too long. Your battery's going to die. Yeah, so you have to keep in mind that if I change this resistor, it is going to throw off some of these numbers we put in here. Our plate to cathode voltage will probably change. It probably won't be 242 anymore. It'll be something else, because it's sort of a balancing act. Bias becomes balancing. Once you change one component's value, it's going to change on the other spectrum, right? It's going to change something else. So what we'll have to do is say, well, if we put a 200 ohm resistor expecting 75%, we should go back and remeasure the plate to cathode voltage. And also what's not going to change is the output transformer resistance in ohms. This is when the amp is shut off. This is just the way the transformer was built. We get 172 ohms resistance on one side and 155 on the other side. So it's not a perfectly balanced output transformer. And that's okay, as long as not way, way off. This isn't too bad. This is only like, what, less than 20 ohms off. So it's pretty close. And that's why our readings are pretty close as well. So, but this might change, and the voltage drop might change in this calculation. So if you do it in a little spreadsheet like this, you can just go back in once you change the resistor and just update these values, and then it should recalculate what the milliamps is. And again, you can also come up here and do it this way, where you just update this number, put this in, change the value of your resistor, and this should equal out. This should come out to whatever you're doing. So at this point, 75%, that would be using about 9 watts out of the 12 watts total power of the tube, of each individual tube, right? So it's just saying plate dissipation per tube is about 71%, and so on. But yeah, I would like to try a 150 in there just to see what it sounds like, because it still is safe to do that. We'd be running at 100% plate dissipation. But I do want to see if it affects the tremolo as a test, because maybe it won't be that big a deal and we can squeeze even more power out of it. Or maybe I'll just go to 90%. I'm not sure. But anyway, I wanted to show you that here we at least know what the bias is. So as I add features to this, or do stuff with potentially the tremolo, I want to keep in mind I may also change this bias resistor to get a little more power. It looks like right now we're only running at about 50% of what these tubes can put out. So I think we can maybe up that at least a little bit and get a little more, power and good sound out of this amp. All right, so that's the plan. Okay, I thought I would do something fun here, take a break from looking at that circuit. I have the amp plugged into my Captor X, 2 Notes Captor X, which is basically a reactive load box that allows me to plug my amp, any tube amp really, up to 100 watts into my computer. And I have a virtual speaker cabinet that it's plugged into. I don't even know what cabinet it is right now. I have no idea. But as you probably know, the speaker has a lot to do with the way the amp sounds, right? And this is not hooked up to its original cabinet with a microphone. This is literally just a virtual speaker. But I wanted to hear what that tremolo sounds like, so I'm getting the audio directly coming into the computer to put on this video for you so you can hear it, because we haven't really heard this amp yet. But I wanted to do that. Let's listen to the tremolo, maybe change that bias resistor to something lower so that we get more power out of the amp, see if the volume increases, and also see if it has any effect at all on the tremolo, since tremolo works in this amp based on the bias, right? It's manipulating the bias going up and down to give that tremolo effect. But let's just take a listen to the amp as it is right now for a minute. I have a little Fender Strat here, and let's hit it. I'm going to mute my mic so you don't hear my picking. Okay, let me I was getting a delay when I'm playing. Unfortunately, I can't play in 100% real time when I'm trying to record onto the video like this because there's a plugin that I'm using. Hold on, I'm going to turn this. There we go, so I don't hear myself. And it's there's a little bit of latency, and it's weird when I play. So my playing is a little wonky and off because it was like I'd hit the note and I'd hear it about a half second later. But anyway, this amp sounds awesome, just like that. I mean, I was like, whoa, if I had a better speaker, virtual speaker going on, and maybe even a tone control to kind of do that, which I'm thinking about adding. It's just such a great amp. I just love the breakup in these things. It sounds so natural and so good. And I had it almost all the way up, and we were getting some like totally classic rock, maybe even bordering on metal sounds. And if you add like a boost pedal to the front of this thing, you can totally get into hair metal, thrash metal, all that kind of stuff if you wanted to with an amp like this. But right out of the box, as it is right now, the way it's biased and everything, it's just sounds killer. But it's cool because now I have a little bit of a reference point that we've heard it, and we can kind of see what it sounds like at this bias. And I'm just going to do a couple more quick tests here so we can refer back to this on what the tremolo circuit sounds like. Now, I haven't done anything to change the caps on that or anything. I did notice you know, a couple sections ago, a couple chapters ago, that there was some clicking going on. Like just every now and then I would hear like a pop, pop, click. And it was like when I was hitting the strings, I think it would start once and it would stop. And it was only when the tremolo was on. So we're going to see if we hear that, or at least if it comes through to the computer. But I don't know. Let me test that part of it and see if we can see what the tremolo sounds like. Okay, so hang tight. I'm going to mute my mic. Now the tremolo is not working at all. Hold on. Let me see if I can manipulate it. Hold on. These are non-conductive tools that I just bought. Basically, chopsticks. Essentially, you can use a chopstick, but I'm like out of chopsticks. I broke my last one that I had. Doing something stupid, but yeah, like this is like a... Yeah, this is just a piece of wood. Weird. It just won't come on at all. What if it's that 6EU7 driver? That's what it was. Maybe it wasn't in the socket all the way. I bet the socket needs to be cleaned out. I haven't cleaned the sockets yet. It's probably just one pin or something not making 100% good contact. But that second tube, that 6EU7 tube, half of it is kind of the driver here for the tremolo, and then this network of capacitors and resistors and all that make it do that effect. It's essentially allowing it to adjust the bias of the tubes rapidly, of the power tubes, right? But that 6EU7 is the driver, and when I moved that second 6EU7 just a little bit, it came back in. So I think that's why it's intermittent. Probably a dirty tube socket. It could be the tube, yes, but I don't think it is. I think it's probably, I don't know. Maybe I will throw another 6EU7 in there just to test it, but I think the tube sockets definitely need to be cleaned. Okay, now that it's working, let me record a little bit just so that we can hear what it sounds like before changing any bias stuff. Yeah, I'm hearing that little clicky noise, and it's not just doing it one time. It's continuing to do it when there's a loud signal. It's like when I hit the strings and they're at their loudest is when I'm hearing it. Maybe that's tube, maybe that's a cap starting to go bad, but I'll figure it out. I may throw another tube in there just to... I gotta find my... I don't know where my 6EU7 tubes are. I only have a few of them. Like I said, they're getting harder and harder to get, but I did score a few of them not too long ago for this purpose, for Skylark's builds and clones that I may make, and or replacing a tube if needed. I actually could put one of those adapters in and put a 12AX7 in there, because the adapter will change the pin out to allow it to accept a 12AX7, and see if that actually helps. Maybe, but anyway, let me just do a little bit more of this. I'm going to hear this. Okay, so it's off. All the way up. Yeah. There's no way to change the intensity, but since I don't have a 6EU7 handy at the moment, I'm sure I have some in a box somewhere. I'm actually going to try just seeing if anything, we see if that little clicky noise goes away by putting a converter in there. Now, if you skipped ahead and you didn't see the part of the video in the beginning where I talked about these converters, these are amazing. You can get these on eBay. And there's two different kinds to be able to use, because I mentioned earlier, like I said, if you skipped ahead, a 6EU7 power tube is just like a 12AX7, but it has a completely different pin out, so you cannot just put a 12AX7 where, you know, a circuit is designed for 6EU7. You will definitely probably break something or fry a couple parts or something, because it's definitely not wired the same. Internally, electrically, it's very similar, but what we can do is use one of these adapters where, if you look at the labeling on that, if I can get that to focus, you won't be able to see it. Basically what it's saying is there's an arrow pointing up saying on the top of this thing is you can put a 12AX7, and there's an arrow pointing down for this where it goes into the tube socket, saying that where that's designed for 6EU7. That's what this one is. But these converters here are for the opposite. This is if I want to run a 6EU7 preamp tube in a guitar amp that's designed to run 12AX7s, right? So this is like the other way around. But let me just pop this in. I have the power off right now. Let me just pop this in a second. Yeah, and this is the 6EU7 in the second spot, and the pins are super dirty. I can tell. They need to be cleaned for sure. And maybe they're just making bad contact. Okay. Alright, now I'm just putting the adapter under here with the 12AX7. Now I haven't... Well, that power transformer is quite hot. I mean, it's not hot enough that it's like burning me or anything, but I don't know if... Some power transformers tend to get hot, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. That's pretty warm. I mean, this amp's been on for like an hour at least. And it's not so hot that it's really concerning me. I mean, I'm resting my hand on it. It's not burning me or anything like that, but it's pretty warm. Okay, well, yeah, because I worried about that 6.3 volt lead. Alright, well, I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so I have the adapter in. I have a 12AX7 tube in. I don't even know if that 12AX7 tube is any good or not. Hopefully it's a good one. But yeah, let's give this a try. What I'm looking for is, the reason I keep taking my headphones off is because I keep hearing myself echo, because it's not in real time as the audio signal goes through. But anyway, I want to hear if that sound is still happening, that clicky sound, when I turn the tremolo on. still there. You hear it when I hit the strings, it just starts right away. And then as the note sustains and gets less volume, it goes away. So it's got to be like a cap or something. I don't think it's the tube, which is good news because 6EU7 is like gold now to me. Like, if you find one, keep it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it works. The tremolo is working. I think the reason why it was intermittent is because of a dirty tube socket and or pins of the tube itself. These are super dirty, I can tell. I mean, they really need to be cleaned up. All of these tube pins. Maybe I'll do that, but that's not what's going to be causing the clicky noise. I think the clicky noise is literally the caps. And when I first opened this thing up, I thought about doing that right away because those caps, those disc caps tend to fail. Let me turn this off so you can see the amp again. Yeah, this little section right over here. Right here there's like 3 caps on there. And there's a 0.01 microfarad, 0.02, and I think another 0.02. So yeah, 2 0.02s and a 0.01. And there might even be this one right here as part of that circuit. I gotta check the schematic again. But yeah, these things start to fail over time, and it's just better to replace them. And I have some modern day equivalents that are electrically the same exact thing, but they're made a little bit better. These are like little ceramic disc, and even the ceramic will dry up and crack and get brittle over time. But I've got some that are coated in like a I don't have it accessible right now, but yeah, I may just try throwing new ones on there real quick. It's not going to alter the tone of the amp or anything, and it shouldn't even alter the tremolo electrically at all. But it will make that tremolo circuit much more stable, because in most of these old amps that are like this that have a tremolo feature, I mean, that's one of the things that always goes up right first. You know, I can't tell you how many vintage amps people have brought to me to just, you know, give a servicing to or something, or they said they bought it off of Facebook Marketplace and it's like a 1950 to 70 something, even in the 80s, and they're like, yeah, the amp sounds really good, the tremolo doesn't work, but it sounds good. It's just like, that's one of the things that goes bad, and that's because these little caps right here, they're not electrolytic caps. They're not the same as these filter caps, which really do need to be replaced every, you know, 15 years or so, just because of the nature of what they are and that electrolytic fluid drying up. But these little disc caps, they're just, I don't know what it is about them, but they do fail frequently, especially after 6 decades of time. I'm surprised they are still actually working. But maybe that clicky noise is because of that. I have a feeling it might be. But I feel like I should, even if that's not what's causing the clicky noise, I'm going to try to figure out what is. But I have a feeling it might be those. I'm going to replace them regardless, because for reliability, I feel like once I get this amp working and sounding great, and it's almost there. I mean, it's got new caps and everything. But now we're into the fine-tuning stages of things. And then once I feel like everything's perfectly stable with that tremolo, then I can look into doing these extra features I wanted to add. I don't want to mod anything if you skipped ahead, if you haven't skipped ahead, you heard me say this at least twice already. I don't want to mod the originality of this amp. I want it to sound the same as Gibson intended it to be. But I can add a few things that we could switch on or off to give me more functionality. Like I want to be able to plug it into a separate speaker cabinet. So I'm going to add output jacks to it. And I'm not going to drill into the chassis. I want to see if I can maybe make a separate little plate that I can just plug in and you know, use the new feature, or take the new feature out and leave it original. But that way I can turn on something like if I want to add a tremolo intensity knob, which I think I might try to do. And I also would like to add a tone knob, because when I've built clones of these things, I put a tone knob in there, and it just expanded what this amp can do by so much. So yeah, that'll be coming next. Let's get the tremolo circuit working. And since it's so tightly coupled with bias, that's why I want to fix that clicky noise and get the bias to where, you know, I'm comfortable with leaving it there and then adding these new features, because if I go up too high on the bias, it might affect the tremolo sound. So I'm going to work on both of those things now at the same time, essentially. All right, let's go. Holy crap. I was just cleaning up to get to the next part here to do some things. I was actually going to start cleaning the tube pins, because they're definitely really dirty, and I think that's what's causing the intermittency in the tremolo circuit, and also replace these guys. But I just noticed something I did not even see before, probably because I was just mainly looking at components. Why didn't I see this? Maybe some of you saw it in the video earlier, I don't know, and I'll feel really stupid if you saw it and I didn't. I wasn't really looking for it, I wasn't expecting it, but check this out. No wonder the heater tap is 0 volts on one side, because look at this. Right here, there's a brown wire going to this terminal for the 6EU7 pin 1, and pin 2 has the black one, but there's one just on this tube socket. There's an extra little brown wire that's going right here. Sorry. This brown wire, it's going right to ground. It's going right here to where the tremolo sort of cap bridge thingy is going on. They're grounding one side of the heater circuit on the power transformer by doing that. It's all the way down here on the preamp tube too. That's why I guess I wasn't expecting it. I've never seen that before, and I'm positive I didn't see that when I restored the other original Skylark. Remember, that was one that didn't have a tremolo circuit, so it wouldn't even have had this board. Why did they do that? Well, now I think I know why. Because maybe this power transformer was actually designed to be 6.3 volts on both sides. And if that's the case, then that means the heater filaments are going to run at 12 volts, which you can run a 12AX7 at 12 volts. Like sometimes I'll do, in some high gain amps, I'll run the heater elements on just the preamp tubes at 12 volts DC, not AC, and it potentially quiets things up a little bit. If the tubes are, you know, if there's a lot of gain going on in the amp, it's really not even worth it to do a DC heater unit unless it's a super high gain amp, and even then you may not get that much benefit from doing DC heaters. But that's another topic. Just noticing this though, going to here, that's ground, so they're grounding one side. So I think they have to ground one side for this to be the proper voltage for the tubes, because remember there's two terminals that are the heater circuit, and usually they're kind of joined together. So in order to sort of complete the circuit, they have to have both leads connected, but one lead here is 0 volts, which is making this one 6. If I lifted this, I bet you the heaters would be too much. Well, we can actually test that, but I want to take the tubes out of it first. I don't want to run the tubes at whatever voltage. I'm guessing it's going to probably be 6 on each side. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be different, but I'm expecting if I lift that off of there. Let me plug my iron in. That's why this is a learning series, because normally I would like not even show this kind of stuff if I was doing like a shorter format of video, but if you guys are watching this, you want to learn about amps and all that stuff. This is a great example of something I don't normally see. I knew that was very strange. I don't ever recall really seeing 0 volts on one side and the full 6 on the other side. It's just not something that is normally it's always like a 3.15 and a 3.15 on the other side, and it either has a center tap or it doesn't. So I'm gonna lift this. I'm wondering if I should do it from here. I'll do it from here because I'm gonna probably also take these guys off and replace them. So I was gonna do it from the pin, but I just want to take that off and see what the values are if I plug it back in. So yeah, let me. I didn't even notice this before. I guess because there's a gray wire here and that's going up to this pot for the... I just wasn't even thinking. I thought everything here was all tremolo circuit related stuff, but no, they're grounding out one side of the heater filament circuit, but they're doing it all the way down here. Like, why didn't they just put one of the leads to ground? I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing in this. Again, it's just not something I normally see. I'm probably going to put this back because, you know, they obviously meant to do it. And I think the voltage is going to be too high if I don't ground one side of it. But I also, while I'm at it, remember I tried to create an artificial center tap. That was because I assumed that both sides were equal, and this transformer doesn't have a center tap. Hold on, I gotta move my microphone just a little bit so I can get to this. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take these guys off, these 100 ohm resistors, because I do not need them anymore. We don't need an artificial center tap now if that's going to ground one side of it. Okay, I'll just make sure these guys are still grounded because I took them off. This is still on, that's still on. Yeah, everything's still connected. All right, so I don't have any tubes in it, so it's probably going to be a little higher voltage than normal because the tubes, you know, draw current as they're heating up. But yeah, let me hook this back up and plug it in. So where's my plug the amp into? Everything's been unplugged for safety because I was about to work on it. Okay, the amp is on. Let me move you back just a little bit. The amp's plugged into the Variac. Now the Variac's plugged into the wall. I just want to make sure all the tubes are out. There's going to be no rectification. All I want to do is just turn the power on so that I can test the AC volts on those leads. And I'm expecting that now that one side's not grounded, it's probably going to have voltage on that lead, not 0 volts. So let's see. All right, let me put COM here. I'm going to put this meter on AC volts and get it into a spot where you can see it. Sorry about this because I changed angles of my cameras and everything. Hang on. I just don't have a whole lot of room here to work with. Right now I took the camera off of the one tripod I had, so this guy's really close. Can I see? I just got so excited I was like, I didn't even get this thing set up for you. Alright. Come on, man. Just give me a little... There we go. I want you to be able to see that, but it keeps falling. Okay. Shit. Alright, well, I'll connect it and I'll pull the meter up once it happens. But first thing I'm going to do is connect to one end. Let's turn it on. No tubes in. I don't have anything else. Holy shit. 87 volts of AC on that side. And 80 volts on this side. Wow. What the hell? Alright, now I'm even more confused. Now I'm even more confused. What is going on? 87. Is there something wrong with this transformer? But why is it the perfect amount of voltage once we ground one side of it? I was expecting maybe I'd see 12 volts here and 12 volts there. But no. I don't know, man. I'm not an expert. I don't know everything about amps. You know, I've been doing this a long time, but that's just blowing my mind a little bit. I'm gonna have to research that more. It's unfortunate though. I just can't. In some quick searches I did today, I couldn't find any information on really good details on the specs of this transformer, because I just want to know, is it bad or not? And it was getting really hot today. But all right, let me solder that back on. If I solder it back on, then I should at least be getting 7 volts of AC without tubes plugged in. I should be getting 7 volts on one side and 0 on the other side. But we were getting 80 volts on almost both sides. Were 80 volts. Now there's no center tap, but I've worked with plenty of other transformers to make clones of amps like this, and they were always, even if they didn't have a center tap, they were still always designed to be 3.15. I don't know, man. I'm sure there's somebody watching this. If you're watching it and you'd be like, oh yeah, this is why Gibson did this, or it's supposed to be like that, or no, there's something wrong with the transformer, maybe I'll figure that out by the end of the video. I mean, it does seem to be working okay once this side's grounded. Alright, so now it's back to the way Gibson wired it. One side of it goes to ground. Let's see. Let's see. Unplug that. Plug my Variac back in. I'm going to connect. Sorry. This is the side. Now, it doesn't have tubes in it, so it's going to be a little higher than 6 volts, probably around 7, but yeah, 7. And with a tube in it, it'll drop down to about 6 point something, 6.4 or 5, something like that, which is a little higher. But yeah, 7 volts of AC. So it's like one side has to be grounded. Bizarro, man. I'm sorry, I've never seen that. It's just weird. Okay. I guess that's how it's supposed to be. Well, now I know why it's 0 volts on one side at least. I wasn't looking at this part of the circuit, I guess. And I only saw it now because I was getting some parts out to replace these disc capacitors, and I saw, what's this wire going to? I was like, wait a second, that's on the heater. Okay, well, now we know. All right, well, I'll just keep recording there for a second and show you what I was about to do. I wanted to actually clean these pins because I don't know if you noticed, probably couldn't see it, but this is, let me grab it. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. This is a new tube. It's really hard for you to see without a backdrop. This is a newer tube, but the point I was trying to make is that the pins are very shiny, and this is one of the 6EU7s, and they are really tarnished. Both of them, actually. They're both really dark. I think you can see that. Look how dark they are. It's almost like they have a coating on them. And I have a feeling that maybe when the tremolo wasn't working when I turned it on, and it had been intermittently coming on and off. Like sometimes I used the amp and the tremolo worked. Sometimes I turned it on and I couldn't get it to work at all. No matter how many times I turned the knob on and off, it wouldn't come on. And when I had the last segment on, I just moved this just slightly and it came on. So I have a feeling that the tube sockets and the tube pins of these tubes, especially at the base, I can see it here, super dark. We need to get that cleaned up. So let me grab some materials and I'll be right back. Okay, I had to restock my little Q-tip stash here. Always good to have Q-tips on hand, especially to get into sockets and cleaning jacks and stuff, but also get your isopropyl alcohol. I'm just going to fill this lid up a little bit, and I'm going to try using a toothbrush to really, because these pins are so darkened, and just agitate that. Another thing you could use is the deoxit spray that we use to clean the potentiometers and stuff. That'll do a good job of cleaning things, but these guys are so dark that I just feel like I need to, yeah, I mean, even this is, it's doing it, but it's taking a bit. It's really needs to be kind of soaked and scrubbed. But the brushes allow me to kind of get in the inside of the tubes too, in inner parts of the tube. So I'm just going to kind of brush it on here and agitate all that. Much better so far. Now if I get this alcohol on the tube, it can take the labels off. I'm trying not to get it on there, and this label's pretty good. You can still see what it is, but over here, this was already worn off, this part here where I think it used to say made in USA or something. If they're not super dirty, you can even spray the tube sockets with a little deoxit and then, push the tube in and out. But I don't really like to do that because it can loosen the tube sockets even more, and we don't want to do that. Just want to take a little piece of steel wool and just see if this, I mean, it's definitely getting a lot cleaner, but it doesn't look, it's still like the base of these pins still look like they have some kind of grime and grit on them. I have some other tools, but I was thinking about trying to get like a little wire brush, but I don't want anything too abrasive. Give me a second, I'm trying to find something. I don't even think I have a wire brush handy right now. I'm just going to keep going with this method for right now. I'll probably stop this so you don't have to watch me do every single tube, but I just wanted to show you that you can use alcohol in that. That usually does a pretty good job. Maybe even a little bit of acetone. Now that'll really take the labels off if you get it on the glass. But it does get a lot of grime off sometimes. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot better. It's a lot better than it was. This is the other 6EU7. I don't know if we can see the difference now. This is the one I just did on this side on the right. You can't see. It still looks kind of dark there, but I can tell it's better than it was. All right, let me work on getting these cleaned up, but I'm afraid that, that's what's causing this. The problem is that it's just getting so corroded, and the tube sockets need to be cleaned too. And I'm going to do something similar with a brush to try to get in those, because these are a little different than what you might be used to seeing on more modern guitar amps, because some of these are the 7-pin style tubes, and the sockets that they used, they appear to all be in great shape. I'm not going to replace any sockets if I don't have to, but I can't really clean it from this side because these holes are so tiny and there's no way to get in there. I'm probably going to have to clean it from the top on this type of socket, which means basically I have to, let me show you a little closer. And there's some components and stuff, but yeah, I really got to get in there and agitate that. And again, alcohol is totally safe to use. As long as you're using the isopropyl and like 99%, there's no water in that, so it will evaporate and not leave any films or anything like that. But yeah, you really got to get in and agitate it, and with parts and stuff, you got to be careful. But yeah, we have to get those cleaned. It looks like it looks to me like the way these sockets work is they're really not much metal at all. It's just that little tiny piece that you see sticking up. It doesn't go down in there. It's literally just this wafer. It's literally just this wafer right here with, and then on the top there's this little part. So as you put a tube in, see, watch. I just put the tube against the holes, and as I push, see how they come up like this? So that little bit of metal where it's gripping the tube, it's not even gripping the whole pin. So I think that's why, especially at the base of these pins, is where it was the most sort of corroded, or not corroded, but you know, the film or whatever was on it. So yeah, I need to clean both the sockets and these, and I think the intermittency problem will go away. And the next thing is these. So let me stop the video and get everything cleaned, and when I come back we can start swapping these parts out for the tremolo circuit, and hopefully the ticking thing will go away. It's not really ticking because that is a totally different kind of an issue with tremolo systems, but it's more of a, when I was hitting the notes, it was starting to make a little crackle pop sound, right? If you watch the previous segment, and you could literally hear that, but then as the note sustained, it started to go away. So I have a feeling it's these caps starting to go bad. So I could be wrong, but again, these are notorious for going bad, so I'm going to get rid of them and get some new ones in. And I do have modern day replacements. It's the same exact thing. The only difference is it has a nice coating on it. So it's not gonna dry out and get cracked as fast as these guys would. I mean, these are 60 years old and they've pretty much held up, but the internals of these start to dry out and get sort of cracked and broken and fragile, and that's why I think they fail. Just literally the part is just starting to crumble, you know, especially on the inside, whereas these are dipped in something, so they have a coating on them and they'll last a lot longer, but they're exactly the same kind of materials on the inside. So we'll get those in there in a minute. Alright, I did a lot of things since I just came back here. I'm going to explain to you what I did. I just got to a point where I'm like, it's getting late and I just want to get this stuff done so I can move on to the next section. And I hope I did it right. I hope I didn't rush and do it too fast and screw something up, but we're going to find out. So I just want to explain. So one thing I did was these three caps, as you can see, are from the tremolo circuit from this area right here. So this is one of them. It used to be on that side, but I just put it on this side. So I had more room over here because there was three of them. And then these two caps. So there's one going across these terminals and these two guys. Same exact kind of caps, but these are dipped, so they're protected a little bit more. Probably last a little bit longer. Alright, that's for the tremolo oscillation part, right? That's essentially controlling that, the speed of oscillations. The other thing I did was I cleaned all the tubes, and I really had to get in there. I did three things. That took forever. One was I took some steel wool and I just kept scraping and scraping against it, and it still wasn't getting the base of the pins clean. So I wound up using the toothbrush with alcohol, that, and a combination of that, and also taking an X-Acto knife and you know, this isn't one of the tubes, this is a newer tube. But right down at the base there, I was just lightly scraping like this around, like that, and it was coming off. So it was like this built-on sort of residue. And I got all the pins nice and shiny, nice and clean. The other thing I did was clean all of the tube socket pins. That was really tough. So I took a toothbrush with some alcohol and I scrubbed and scrubbed, but there were still a few pins on each socket that just looked totally discolored. They weren't shining up nice, like nice shiny metal. So I didn't know what to do, so I came up with an idea. So I took a little piece of steel wool and balled it up like this and put it in a pair of pliers, just like that, right? And then literally just went and without the tubes in there and just lightly scrubbed back and forth, and those started to shine up really nice. Now another thing I had to do was take a vacuum thing and blow air to really make sure I didn't leave any fragments of steel wool. Whenever you're working with steel wool, this stuff will conduct electricity. So if you get little fibers of it and there's a few that are, you know, one or two that are crossing one pin to the other, you can short something out. You can pop something, you can get a puff of smoke, whatever. I hope I blew this thing out really good. But I also cleaned the input jacks. Again, same thing, alcohol, scrubbed it with a little toothbrush, got some Q-tips in there, cleaned out the insides and the tips. I cleaned the pots. There's only two that we have to worry about, the master volume and the tremolo. You know, it's got a switch, but it also controls the speed. So I sprayed deoxit in there and cleaned those all out. This is just a power on and off switch, so that really isn't like a potentiometer that needs to be cleaned. So yeah, every socket, I'm going to see if you can see, they look a lot shinier than they were. There's still two that were a little discolored here, but they are a lot shinier than they were. They were almost black before, so they look better than they did. And you know, I didn't want to agitate things too much, but I got in there the best I could and cleaned those. So pins have been cleaned and all that. What are we trying to achieve there? Well, one, obviously we're servicing the amp, so we want to make sure that all the connections are good. If one of these connections is not good, something's not going to work, and that is exactly what happened with the tremolo being so intermittent. It was because I think it was because when I moved the tube a little bit, it came back on when it was off. Remember that when I was doing that before? And I think the tube was in the socket. I could see the pins sticking up, but I think that there was so much sort of gunk on those pins and socket clamps there that it just wasn't making 100% good connection all the time. So, long story, that's been cleaned up. I'm hoping that the tremolo is not intermittent now. And two, seeing if replacing these caps for the tremolo will fix that little clicky sort of noise that was happening when I was hitting the strings. Maybe that was it, maybe it wasn't. This is definitely going to make it more reliable, but now I'm going to try to turn it on and hope that I didn't screw something up. I did a little, you know, obviously I did some resoldering and all that stuff, so I just want to make sure that I didn't like cross two wires, and I looked this over and it looks pretty good. I mean, this is all on there good. This is exactly the way it was wired, just with new parts. I didn't do anything down here except for cleaning. Yeah, so, oh, and the other thing is I cleaned all these. It was helpful because I cleaned all these, like the part of the tube sockets that are actually sticking up that things are wired to. With that toothbrush and alcohol, it got a lot of the old flux off of it, that old brown sticky stuff. So that cleaned it up really nice too. So hopefully we're in good shape. Let's turn it on, pray that I did it right, and maybe even fixed both of these tremolo issues. So tremolo's turned off. The amp is on. I still have it connected to my Variac. Please don't blow up. Okay, it's on. Now I have to put my headphones on so I can actually hear it and see if it's coming through. Okay, hold on a second. Let me make sure. Yeah, I see it, but I can't hear it. Oh, that's because my headphones weren't on. I mean, they weren't up, the volume. Okay, cool. Let me play a little bit and see what happens. That's good. Comes on right away. Let me see if wiggling this tube. I'm wiggling it, it's still staying on, so that's good. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be intermittent anymore. Yeah, I think we fixed that issue, that intermittency issue. It appears to be, when I touched and wiggled the tube before, when it wasn't working, it came back on. So now I think cleaning the pins, the tube socket, this stuff makes a difference. It really does. Things that aren't working in amps, losing signal, all that kind of stuff, even not having any sound at all. It could be because of a literally dirty tube pins and or sockets. If they can't make metal to metal contact 100%, they're just not going to conduct. And, that's why that stuff can happen. Old amps like this, notorious for that stuff. So that's working, and let me see if I can hear that noise. I still hear it. It's like a scratchy noise. Yeah, I don't know what would be making that sound now. I thought that was going to be the caps, but I'm still glad I replaced the caps, because something's going to go wrong with this tremolo circuit if we leave those old ceramic caps in there. I'm debating whether or not to replace this one and this one, but they're part of the tone circuit, I believe, so I think I'm going to leave them original unless they're actually dying. It's an easy fix if something does go wrong with those, but still, I don't know what would be causing it. I'll have to play around with it a little bit, come back another day, but yeah, I'm going to see if I can get that fixed. I think what it could be, now that I've eliminated this, it's not a tube because I put a 12AX7 in there with that adapter, and it still was doing it, so I don't think it's the 6EU7 tube. But I do have a feeling that it could have something to do with the bias. Maybe the bias is a little low, and when it dips too low, it gets a little scratchy. So I was going to try putting that 150 ohm resistor in there, this guy, to increase the bias to get us closer to 90, 100% or whatever, and see if that makes a difference in the overall performance, sound, and everything. But since Tremolo works off of the bias circuitry to make it fall and drop to give it that effect, maybe increasing the overall idle bias would actually make some of that noise go away, or maybe it'll make it worse. I don't know. So I'm gonna dig into that and see. But anyway, yeah, we'll be back. It definitely doesn't do it when that's off. All right, I'll be back. Okay, it's the next day, and I think I figured out this clicking noise with the tremolo, and it does have something to do with the bias, and I will show you what I found. So you see a whole bunch of crazy alligator clip wires here. What I did was I unsoldered the bias resistor, the 270 ohm resistor, from the pin on the first 6AQ5 tube, which has a wire connecting to the other tube. Remember that bias resistor is being shared by excuse me, by both tubes. So I've got it clipped in now, so it's still in circuit. So I'm going to turn the amp on, and I'm going to swap the bias resistor with this 150 ohm, which should increase the bias, and I'll show you what happens with the tremolo. Okay, hold on a second. I'm getting my guitar stuck on my stand here. Okay, hold up. All right. Okay, so let's turn the tremolo on and listen to it stock, right? 270 ohm resistor, and we'll hear that clicking noise. And let's make note of like how intense that noise is. Remember, it seems to only happen when I hit the strings hard. It does it for a few seconds, and then as the strings start to get quieter, it calms down and you don't hear it anymore. So let's listen. Wait. Hear that tick, 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 tick. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's put the 150 ohm resistor in and see what that does. Okay, so all I need to do is connect this one. So now the 150 ohm resistor, which is down here, is in circuit. Okay, that's changing the bias. That's increasing the bias of the amp. Let's listen to it for a second without tremolo. I don't really hear any difference in tone in the circuit or how much gain there is with this change. I mean, it's a pretty big change. It's going from like roughly 50% dissipation on the tubes with the 270 to almost 100% dissipation, which is still safe in a cathode biased amp like this, but it's, you know, doubling essentially the output wattage of the amp compared to what it was sitting at. So you hear what happened. It got more intense, that noise. And then I started looking at the schematic again and realizing, and I noticed this I kind of noticed this before, not on the schematic, but just in looking at the amp. When I looked at this, I was like, why don't they have a capacitor around that biased resistor for stability? Usually there would be a capacitor there. Well, check this out. It's supposed to be there and it's not. So here's the 270 ohm resistor. I don't know if you can see that, but it's going to the cathodes of the 268Q5 tubes. There's a 20 microfarad cap around that 270 ohm resistor. And you'll see this a lot in, like if there was like a Fender amp that was cathode biased or something like that, you'll normally always see that capacitor there for stability of, the circuit of the bias. And I think what's happening is the circuit's becoming unstable as it oscillates through that tremolo, because again, the tremolo effect is based off of adjusting the bias rapidly, right? It's literally dropping and raising the bias up and down really fast to give it that effect through these little disc caps that set the speed, right? So that cap does not exist. So did Gibson forget it to put the cap in there? Probably. I mean, it's supposed to be there. It's on the schematic. I think they literally just forgot to put it on there. So the value of that capacitor, 20 UF, that'll probably work fine. But I'm going to actually put a 100 UF cap in there at 100 volts. It really doesn't need to be more than like 25 volts. I think the voltage on that resistor is around 15 right now, and you can even see that it says plus 16 right there. So that's the voltage, the positive voltage on the 270 ohm resistor. So that's what we were seeing on the meter in a previous section of the video. So this cap needs to be there. Now, is it going to change anything by me making it a 20 UF cap to 100 UF? No, not really. It's just going to provide even more stability, but it's not going to change the sound of the amp. One of the common upgrades on something like a Fender Princeton is to increase that. I think it's either a 20 or a 50 microfarad or something around the bias circuit, and most people increase it to 100 for more stability. We have higher voltages now and everything in our walls, and it's not going to alter the sound of the amp by changing that value. So usually replacing it with 100 is pretty typical. So let's put this in circuit and see what happens. Let me just play it again one more time so we hear that sound. Okay, it's pretty intense, right? Especially now that we've raised the bias. All right, so I'm just going to clip in, and I'm just putting this across the resistor. So I have a black lead here, put that on the negative side, the ground side, because that's going over here to ground, and then this one on the positive side. Don't hear that noise at all anymore. That stability, adding that in there, just made it a ton better. Even with the bias raised way up. Let's take it out. As soon as I clip that on, it goes away. Pretty crazy, huh? So either Gibson forgot a part or they thought it's not really needed, but it is making that noise, and it probably always has been making that noise when the tremolo is on. Now, it wasn't as apparent. Let me turn the amp off. It wasn't as apparent when we were using the 270 ohm resistor, but again, the output capacity of the tubes is really only at about 50%. So hold on, I'm just trying to make sure I got the right wire here. What are we doing? It's this one, right? Yep, sorry. Okay, this end needs to go. So we'll put it back to the old bias. It's there, but it's just not as apparent. Okay, let me. Oh, I don't think I have this cap hooked up to that resistor anyway, so. This isn't hooked up to that one, but okay, so yeah, so big difference there. Here I could here, let me do this. Let's hook up this going to that. Let's hook up positive here to. Okay, now when I clip this capacitor on, it'll be the 270 ohm resistor that I'm hooking up with the capacitor. Hold on one sec. Goes away. So yeah, that's adding a ton of stability, and really happy with that. So yeah, we're definitely gonna put that cap in there. It's supposed to be there. Again, I'm just gonna make it 100 UF instead of 20, just because it'll just provide a little bit extra stability even so, and it's not really changing the characteristics of the amp at all. So now the thing is, do I want to do the 150 ohm resistor and the 270? Let me just listen a little more carefully, because I've got the amp all the way up. Let me listen to it with this real quick, and then I'm going to switch back to the 150. It's kind of hard to do that quickly, unless I take this. Yeah, let me just take this cap off. We don't need the cap on at the moment when we're not using tremolo. I'm gonna really push the gain on this, and we'll try the 270. Actually, 150 is on right now, right? The 150 ohm resistor, which is the higher bias. The lower the resistor, the higher the bias goes. So the less resistance, right? So is this hooked up right? Okay, so this is on ground, but we don't need that. So all I have to do is switch the red and the yellow here on the pin, and that should switch out the resistors. Right now, the 270 ohm is connected. Sorry, yeah. So let's listen to that. I'm going to try to switch it over as quickly as I can to the 150 and see if we hear any difference in the gain since the amp's pushed. So this is low bias. not hearing anything. Maybe if anything, it just sounds a little bit louder or a little bit brighter. Again, this is going into my computer. I don't have it hooked up to a real speaker. I think we would really hear a difference if we were driving a real speaker and not a virtual speaker. It definitely would be louder, that's for sure, increasing that bias. I don't know if 150 is the value I want to go with. That might be really pushing those tubes, and I don't want to chew through those tubes faster than they need to be. So maybe what we need to do is get a new bias reading on the 150. So we kind of have to do what we did before with the bias, but I'm going to probably do that off camera so you don't have to wait for me to calculate it all. But it's definitely going to be hotter. Okay, yeah, so let me do that. I'm going to check the bias and we'll see what those tubes are running at, and I'll get back and let you know what they are. And what I may wind up doing is putting a value somewhere between the two. It's just going to be a balance. I really don't hear too much of an audible difference. I do think, though, that it will increase the volume slightly once I have it hooked up to a real speaker. So I do want to get a little, let's squeeze some volume out of this thing. I mean, it's meant to be driven pretty good with a speaker, and it'll sound really good once we get that speaker breakup going on. So, but I also don't want to, even though 100% dissipation in a cathode biased amp is safe for the tubes, it's definitely gonna kind of use them up. They're gonna have a shorter life if I really push them hard. So I don't want to push them too hard, and I don't think we're getting that much of a benefit in sound, in tone, in gain by increasing it. I mean, we just went from 50% to almost 100%, or at least I'll measure it and double check that it's 100%. But yeah, I mean, maybe even the 270 is fine to leave in there. I didn't really hear much of a difference. I'll go back and watch this recording just to see if I hear anything. But yeah, I'm just not hearing a big difference. It's not like night and day. So, all right, let me check the bias. I'll be right back. Okay, I've been playing around with bias for way too long since I stopped the video last. Oh my gosh, I've been doing so many experiments. I've tried to narrow down what I've done to like probably the most important stuff, but I think when you play around with things too long, you got to be careful, because I think your mind starts playing tricks on you. So I recorded some stuff so that I could listen to the differences afterwards, because it's hard to really pay attention to detail when you're playing guitar and you're trying to listen to something and see if a different value makes a difference, and you get it in your head, and maybe you pick your guitar strings a little harder because you think it's going to be more gain or something, and that could throw you off. So I tried to do this as unbiased as I could, but I wanted to check and see, again, what do changing these bias values affect the gain and or the tremolo circuit? And I think I can definitively say yes, it affects the tremolo circuit for sure, and I have an example to prove that. But the gain part of it, I'm really struggling when I listen back. I feel like when I was playing the guitar, it felt different. It felt like I was getting more gain, but then when I listen back recorded, I just really don't hear any difference. Now, I'm not recording and playing through a real speaker. It's just the amp going through to a virtual speaker, and that's virtual speaker staying the same. So I'm not changing it each time or anything like that. But let's take a look at this. So I want to show you what I did. So here's our spreadsheet. This was our original voltage at the 270 ohm resistor. Okay, this was the original one that was in the amp. And this was the bias roughly that we were getting for those tubes, right? We had 258 volts. And then if you go over here and you put 258 in, let's just do that real quick. And what was I think I was getting around 15 here for the DC volts, 270, 2 tubes. Yeah, so actually I think it was that right? 258? 258.6. Okay. I don't know if it was exactly 15, but decimals do make a difference. But anyway, we're getting roughly 60% dissipation. I thought we were somewhere around 50%, but okay. So either way, it looked like it was low. I mean, not low, but it could go higher. So then I put I lowered the resistor, put 150 ohm in there. Then the DC voltage drops to 238, and I'm getting a higher, millivolts over here. So 238, 238, and what was oh shoot, I don't have it written down. This is just a calculation, but I don't remember what that number was exactly now. Let's just say it's an average of between these two. I don't think that was right, though. I think it was different. Sorry, there's a different... See, here I'm just making a calculation saying this minus that. But when I actually check the voltage on the resistor itself, I got a different number. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Anyway, what was that number again? That was, let's just say 6 volts. And it was a 150. Is that right? Yeah. Well, actually, that's showing lower, but I'm pretty sure it was getting a higher voltage, like 10 volts or something, or maybe even 12. And it was going up. Yeah, see this? It was going up higher. Okay, I'm not sure. I didn't write that down. I should have wrote down that other value. Sorry about that, but anyway, and then I did a 100 ohm resistor. The numbers aren't going to matter so much. I'm going to actually play you a recording in a second so you can hear this. 228. Let me just do this last one here. Yeah, see, that's not right. 6 volts. I don't think that's right because that's going to show lower. 56. Yeah. I want to say that was more around 10 because when you change that resistor, these values do change. That's what I think it should be, more around 95. But anyway, what this comes out to be is running at 20 milliamps, and then it went up a little bit with dropping the resistor, and then it went up a little bit more. Now there are slight differences between each tube because those tubes aren't necessarily perfectly matched, and also the resistance in ohms in our transformer, output transformer, that doesn't change in this calculation. That stays the same. That's without any power being applied, right? So that stays the same. So that's why it keeps increasing here as I drop the resistor. All right, and I think this is closer to 90%. This is like maybe 70 or 80%. We're just going to say in general, and like 50%. Okay, so like 20 to 25 and almost to 50, right? Here's one that's 47. And let's listen to some samples of these three. Oh, and also, just for kicks, I also tried a 330 ohm resistor, and I'll play that one for you too. So let me switch over to my recording software here so you can see it. Where are we at here? Hold on. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is, you see in the upper corner, I've got a little post-it note of 270 ohm, 150, 100, 330. I'm going to move the pencil when you're hearing to when you're hearing the recording of that part being played. And the first sample here is going to be the gain. I tried to play sort of a kind of a Van Halen style riff with the amp turned almost all the way up. It's weird, when I turn it all the way up, I feel like I get a little bit of oscillations going on, so it doesn't sound quite as good. But if I back it off slightly on the master volume, then it starts to sound really nice and clear. So it's all the way up to the point where it doesn't start to get weird, like distort. So it's like at 9 out of 10. All right, so let's go ahead and play this, and I'll move the pencil down. So just watch the pencil as you're listening. So your mind can play tricks on you. If it sounds like I'm hearing slight differences, but is it really that? Does it really make that much difference? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like let me just listen to the 330 because I feel like the 331 sounds the most different out of the three. But what I expected was 270 here. It started off as 270 on this clip. Oh, right, and then it went a lower resistor, which should increase the bias, should make it hotter. 150, 100, and then 330. That should lower the bias lower than what it's set at now with the internal resistor. So let's just listen real quick to the 270 versus the 330. Okay, so I'll try to switch over. Let's listen to 270 and then I'll jump to 330. Ugh, now that I listen to that, I don't really hear any difference there. Okay, so not too much difference in gain. I mean, they all sound pretty good. I mean, maybe there are some slight differences there. I would expect there to be, but anyway, let's go over to the tremolo because this is where I really hear a difference. Now, on this one, I start with the 100 ohm resistor, which technically should be the highest bias of the tubes, right? That should be 100% or more of plate dissipation. And I noticed here, see what you hear when you hear the first one, and then it's going to increase. It's going to go 100, then 150. Make sure you're still seeing that on my screen. Yeah. So see the ones I'm selecting here, 100, 150, and then it goes up to 270, and then I try the 330. So we're going to increase each time. And just keep in mind that as we increase, the bias, the overall bias of the amp should be getting lower. Okay? So let's start here. Okay, so what I heard was on the really high bias, the first one here, the 100 ohm. I heard that it doesn't feel as stable. The effect of the tremolo feels like it's especially on the sustain at the end of the notes. It just feels like it starts to break up, and the effect doesn't feel as stable. I didn't change the volume during this or anything. I literally just swapped out resistors and rechecked, re-recorded. So nothing's been changed, but let me skip from the 100 here now and go to the 270 or the 330. The 330 I don't really hear any difference, but I'll just go up to the 270. Okay, what's in there now? I'll go from here to here because that's a more drastic change. But listen for the sustain at the end of the note on the 100 ohm resistor compared to the 270. So the 270 feels way more stable on the tremolo effect. And I have a feeling that, the higher the bias goes, the less, with a tremolo circuit that works based off of biasing the amp, it's changing the bias rapidly. I feel like the bias shouldn't be set too super high. So maybe that's why Gibson put a 270 ohm resistor in there. It's going to be a little lower. It's not going to be 100% plate dissipation. Back in the 60s, they probably were not concerned about having really good sounding gain, right? Fender was making very clean amps at the time. Amps weren't, people weren't starting to look for gain and fuzz and stuff until the later 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? Where people started to be like, hey, I want more distortion. That sounds good, right? So early 60s, stuff like that, I feel like this amp, maybe it wasn't really designed with the breakup in mind, even though I feel like the breakup is awesome in this amp. So unfortunately, I feel like I would hear more of a difference on this first test of gain if I was actually plugged into the original speaker. And then I got to thinking, you know what? I wonder if I should, as part of my enhancements to this amp, meaning I'm not going to change the way it's working originally, but I may add additional features to it that I can turn on and off, right? What if I added like a 2 or a 3-way switch that changes the bias of the amp? It's not an uncommon mod to do that. I've seen it done in a lot of Fenders where they have a cool bias setting, a medium bias setting, and a hot bias setting. That's something that people can add to their amps pretty easy. And all we'd have to do in this case is change that resistor out. Just swap that resistor with different values. And I had, 4 different values on this test. Did I hear much of a difference on the gain? No, not really. I don't think I did anyway. But we're using a virtual speaker, so the output that's happening with the output transformer and going to the speaker is almost like a physical thing, right? It's AC volts going to the speaker. The output transformer is taking that high voltage DC and changing it and stepping it down to a low voltage, basically for the speaker to operate, AC, right? So maybe we would hear a bigger difference, a much more drastic difference using a real speaker. That'll be something I'll have to test, but I don't want to hook up the real speaker just yet because I'm kind of not done the mods and I don't want to put this thing back together yet. So again, when I say mods, just really enhancements. So I'm trying to keep the amp as original as possible. Maybe it would be worth it possibly to put a 2 or a 3 position switch so that I could say 270, 150, 100, or 330, 270, 150, something like that. Because if I'm going to be using the tremolo circuit, I want to set that bias much cooler because it sounds way better. And most people don't really use a lot of distorted sounds on tremolo, so it sounds much better with a clean sound. So if I'm running the amp clean, or if I'm recording with the amp clean and I do want to use the tremolo effect, it sounds the best when it's either 270 ohms or 330, when it's at a very low cool bias. But I feel like setting the amp at like 150, which is this one, right? Oh wait, 270, 150, this one was 100, and this one was 130 with the gain part. Let me just listen again real quick to the 270 versus the 100, I guess. That'll be probably pretty drastic. Or, yeah, let's try 330 to 100. We didn't do that one yet. So this is 330. This will be the coldest bias here first, and then I'll swap back to this one, which is the 100. Okay? And just see, does going from super cold to much hotter bias sound any different recorded? I don't think I heard much of a difference, but who knows? Let's see. Starting 330. I mean, I just don't hear it. And the other thing is, if you think about what Eddie Van Halen did, with using a Variac, he was lowering the voltage in the amp, which is going to lower the bias, right? He was using a Variac to go from 120 volts or 115 volts in his day down to like 100 volts or 95 volts, something like that, to get that nice brown sound. The breakup has a different characteristic. So maybe the lower bias would be fine and it would stabilize the tremolo. So either keeping it at 270, if I don't put a switch in there, it would be more beneficial and the amp will sound better and more stable, especially when using tremolo, if I keep 270 or even go a little lower to 230. 330. So if I don't put a switch, I probably would just leave it as is because I think it sounds fine. Now I'm going through a lot of this, stuff because this is a learning and a teaching video. It's very, very long. I understand that, yes. But if you've been sticking in there and you've been learning about stuff, you're just kind of coming along on the journey with me with this amp. Like, let's try different things. Let's see what different sounds we can get. Let's see what sounds more stable, what sounds more punchy, that kind of stuff. It's still the same amp, yes. But bias is something that does change. Probably most times, even if you take it to a tech, it's going to potentially get adjusted. Right? So it does have an effect on the sound. As you can see, it had a pretty profound effect on the tremolo, especially when it was sustaining out. That lower bias really made a difference. It really made it sound more stable. At least I thought so. I'm not hearing it on the recorded gain with a virtual speaker, but I feel like we would hear much bigger difference through a real speaker on changing these values. So maybe I will put a switch in there. It's not that hard and it's only a couple of extra parts and it would be a switchable bias. I don't know. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. I'm going to think about that because I have other enhancements I want to think about as well. One is going to be adding a tone control, some type of tone circuit, so I have a little more control over it. I'd like to be able to switch it on and off so I can just use the amp stock. And then if I decide I want to include a tone control to adjust it, maybe I'm playing through a different speaker cab, which brings me to another enhancement, which is to add some output jacks. I'd like to at least add one output jack so that I could run this on an external speaker. So that's another enhancement. Tone knob, extra jack or two maybe, so we could plug it into two cabs, and tone circuit, and maybe even a depth control, because we already have a speed control on the tremolo, but maybe adjusting the depth of it could be beneficial to kind of decrease the depth. And also another thing that a lot of people do with their Fender, like a Fender Princeton or something, you can change one value and slow down the tremolo so that you can get an even slower effect, because it starts relatively quick. It's like wow, 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 like that, but you can slow it down to like wow, 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 so that it's much slower and still have it go just as fast. So that the amp will still behave the same. It's just I have extra options. I can make it even slower. Still same effect. I feel like that's enhancing the effect, not changing the original amp. So, and I'm not going to drill any holes or anything in the chassis for these enhancements. I'm thinking about making a little external box that goes in the inside of the cabinet where my controls are, so that I'm not messing the originality up. And we can potentially disconnect it or just diswire it and take it out of circuit altogether if we wanted to. But I have a feeling those types of enhancements for me, for this amp, if I wind up keeping this amp, which I may, haven't decided yet, that's going to make it much more useful for me. But I still get to play it just like Gibson built it. So let me think on that. I'll come back. Maybe I'll have decisions made and a plan on those enhancements when I get back. Thanks.